Madam President, I rise today to discuss yet another of the consequences of President Biden's policies, and that is and are the prices are going up, the price hikes. Families in West Virginia and across our nation are struggling because of the policies and priorities that these past 2 years have made essential items and goods seemingly unattainable. Whether it's gas, goods or services, energy prices, utility costs, small business expenses, owning a home, or simply affording to put food on the table, American families are squeezed at every turn. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, prices have risen 13.7% since President Biden took office. A recent report from the Heritage Foundation found that because of that staggering rise, the average American family has $7,400 less in their pocket at the end of the year. This is a timely topic today because the Federal Reserve has just announced the 8th consecutive interest rate hike they have had to deploy in order to curb this administration's 2-year spending spree, which is fueling our high inflation economy. But an interest rate hike, once reserved as a measure that sends a direct signal to policymakers, is just another Wednesday in this president's America. Chairman Powell warned last August that the continued interest rate increases and inflationary pressures would bring, quote, pain to households and businesses. And boy, does that ring true today. Meanwhile, President Biden continues to laud small inflation changes and slow economic growth. But he refuses to recognize his administration's role in the record high prices that the American middle class are continuing to have to face. On the further economic fallout Americans are likely to face, projected by many economists later this year from interest rate hikes in the past year. So let's just dive into this a little bit. Whether it's a conversation with Senate colleagues, waiting in line at a store, or a constituent calling my office, the cost of food remains a central topic of concern all across this nation. According to the most recent reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the cost of groceries went up 11.8% from the year prior. You hear about it with meat and eggs and bread and butter, all the essentials. To add to this, the cost of restaurant purchases is up 8.4%. In fact, the price of every food category has continued to grow at a faster rate than their historical averages. A recent PBS analysis also points out that America's rural population is experiencing their cost of living going up faster and lingering longer than those in urban areas. And that's a factor that disproportionately impacts people in my state of West Virginia. In the words of one West Virginian who wrote into my office, quote, how are we supposed to keep our houses warm and food on the table? And speaking of housing, it remains unaffordable because of President Biden's price hikes. Fixed mortgage rates rose from 3.4% in January of 2022 to over double, 7.12% in a matter of months. The National Association of Realtors Housing Affordability Index dipped below 100, signifying that average American families do not have enough money to qualify for a mortgage on a median-priced home. In other words, new families and hardworking individuals who made smart financial decisions with the hope of purchasing a home can no longer pursue that dream because it's out of reach. It's unaffordable. Moving to energy, something that's absolutely essential in the proud history and tradition of our state, my state, despite the recent downturn in energy prices, it can't be forgotten that Americans are still paying 30% more for energy. And at its peak in June of 2022, it was 70% more. With costs like this becoming more mainstream, actually gas is going up just recently, American families are having to choose again between keeping your lights on, filling your car with gas, or buying your groceries. This is not only unfair, but it's avoidable. It is avoidable for folks living in a country with as many resources as we have right here in the United States. It also shows that the direct impact on our families when leaders turn their back on American energy. Additionally, U.S. manufacturing industry has not been exempt from the economic woes created by this administration. The Institute for Supply Management's Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index, that's a big clump of words there, fell into contraction category in November and December of 2022. Meanwhile, despite this, President Biden has been touting an historic manufacturing boom that doesn't really exist. The reality is U.S. manufacturers may be on their way to a recession, and the downturn will likely deepen as purchasing power decreases and interest rates continue to rise as they did today. This further demonstrates how out of touch the administration is from the devastating reality that American businesses are grappling with. So if you don't believe me, which I hope you do, but if you don't believe me, take it from my constituents. Back home, they write frequently to express the middle-class squeeze that they are feeling. Irwin from Mercer County in southern West Virginia said that current economic condition has created a choice for him between driving to work and feeding his family. Paige from Buchanan said something similar. She says, I have full-time jobs and 2 children. I'm tearful because I sit here wondering and looking at upcoming bills, and I'm having to pay a bill or buy groceries. Ronald from Cabell County over in the Huntington area. How do you propose that I continue to be able to live with increasing food prices, gasoline prices, and the ever-increasing utility costs? Jeremy in Raleigh County told me, my electric bill at my residence is double the cost of my mortgage every month. This is not sustainable. I will go bankrupt just trying to keep the lights on. But this isn't just impacting Jeremy, because Jeremy is a great family man and a great friend, and he is trying to help his friends, neighbors, and family pay their electric bills as well. So I'm continuously inspired by this kindness that I see and the generosity of West Virginians towards one another, but it shouldn't have to come to this. So my question to President Biden this week is, when is enough enough? Even in areas where we have prices that are decreasing in recent months, President Biden is trying to take credit when in actuality, prices are still much, much higher than when he took office. Now more than ever, American families need leadership, not misleading messages and attempts to take credit when it's not deserved. American families are asking for a path out from the hole created by the price hikes my colleagues and I will continue to highlight on the Senate floor today.
Next week, the President will come up and make his State of the Union speech to the Congress, and it'll be an opportunity for all of us to examine his last year in office, his first 2 years in office, and I think one thing that the American people are obviously feeling is the impact of his policies with respect to inflation. And if you look at overall inflation, it's 13.5% increase in the cost of everything since this president took office, but more particularly if you look at food, which is where a lot of people experience that cost, it's much higher than that. It's 18.6% increase in the cost of food since President Biden took office. For basic items like eggs, 60% increase, 30% increase for butter, 24% increase for lettuce. And so these are the types of costs that the American people are experiencing on a daily basis. And I hope the President will address that issue and what he intends to do to address this rampant inflation that has been so harmful to the pocketbooks of everyday Americans. As we think about the cost of food and those who produce it, this is a farm bill year, and that's an issue that's incredibly important to me. South Dakota, our agriculture is our #1 industry in South Dakota, and so as we get into the farm bill debate this year, I'm going to be very focused on making sure that we have a farm bill in place that is good for American agriculture and good for American consumers. And that really starts with making sure that consumers know where their food is coming from, where it originated. One of the things I hear from folks across South Dakota is the importance of all our food products, but in particular beef, knowing its origin. And if you think about, the beef that you buy in the supermarket today, at the grocery store today, in many cases, the only thing American about it may be the plastic that it's wrapped in, if that. And so I've introduced now the American beef labeling system, which would require mandatory country of origin labeling for beef so that the American consumer will know where their beef is coming from. And I hope to have that included in the next farm bill. And I hope that the President, in his State of the Union speech this week, takes a hard look and talks about those things that he intends to do to make life easier, not harder, and less expensive, not more expensive, for the American people who, for the past 2 years, have been experiencing the very harmful impacts of his inflationary policies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like many of you, I'm concerned about an increasing trend in our nomination hearings. It seems that any and every time we ask a nominee about a questionable statement in the nominee's past, usually one which would make him or her at best undesirable or at worst unqualified to sit as an Article III judge, the nominee will end up trying to obfuscate their extreme views by hiding behind ceaseless remonstrates of I was speaking as an advocate. I was being an advocate here. In fulfilling my constitutional duty to provide advice and consent, I've consistently tried to distinguish between arguments made by attorneys advocating for a client and an attorney's own activist views on the law. Attorney advocates have a solemn duty to represent their various clients and do so in a way that allows them to present arguments that in many instances they may disagree with, that they wouldn't make on their own behalf, but they need to make on behalf of clients in order to give them the best possible defense, the best possible representation. However, when they step out of the role of the attorney advocate and into the role of an activist, we should expect them to answer for any outlandish claims. For example, when they start speaking on their own behalf or start advocating for policy, for their own policy positions or something like that, as opposed to submitting briefs in a court. Increasingly, the nominees before us attempt to hide behind the shield of advocacy, sometimes advocating for a client when they are, in fact, fully engaged in activism in the form of op-eds, speeches, and press interviews that go far outside the attorney-client role. Assuming the role of advocate does not exempt you from speaking with honesty and integrity, we should be wary of confirming those activists who happily sacrifice honesty and facts for overheated rhetoric as federal judges. There is a place, of course, for activists, for people who want to champion this or that political cause of theirs and others who agree with them. It's not always on the federal bench. Making rhetorical points that find their basis outside the facts is a poor trait in an advocate, and it's certainly a troubling trait for one aspiring to sit as an arbiter of facts and of law. Nancy Abudu, the Director of Strategic Litigation at the Southern Poverty Law Center, has, of course, been nominated to be a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit. This is an important lifetime position, and a position that will, if she's confirmed, put her involved in what is likely in 99% plus of cases that come before the court, that come before her. She'll effectively be part of the court of last resort, the highest court ever to receive these nominations. But again, Director of Strategic Litigation at the Southern Poverty Law Center. This is the same Southern Poverty Law Center scarred by allegations of maintaining a culture of racism and sexism while claiming to defend the marginalized and the oppressed. The same organization that designates individuals, including some of our colleagues on this committee, and groups, other groups and individuals with which it disagrees as hate groups. When multiple senators asked Ms. Abudu whether she agrees with SPLC's hate map and hate watch, she acted as if she were totally unfamiliar with the trademark activity of her organization. Ms. Abudu attempted to evade other questions involving her liberal activism, claiming that she was acting as a legal advocate, even though no clients seemed to be involved. In June 2020, Ms. Abudu wrote a piece for the Southern Poverty Law Center where she claimed, quote, "Our current criminal justice system is one of the most inhumane examples of how racial discrimination operates and can ruin people's lives forever." She then went on to say, quote, "When you add laws that prohibit people with a criminal conviction from voting, it's practically the same system as during slavery. Black people who have lost their freedom and cannot vote." Now, I asked Ms. Abudu in her hearing whether it was appropriate for someone nominated to be a lifetime judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit to say this about our federal court system, the same system of which she will be an active and important part, playing a very prominent role. And she attempted to evade the question by saying that this was a letter that was written, quote, in her role as an advocate. However, as I reminded Ms. Abudu, this is not a legal brief or a complaint. This is not an oral argument in court or a presentation to a jury. There was no client's name attached, and she attached her name to the opinion piece. As Director of Strategic Litigation at the Southern Poverty Law Center, Ms. Abudu said that she has, quote, "significant managerial responsibilities, including overseeing all of the organization's legal and programmatic work, in addition to voting rights, which includes immigrants' rights, criminal justice reform, children's rights, LGBTQ rights, and special litigation related to hate groups," close quote. This is significant because in 2022, the SPLC's litigation team participated in cases challenging Alabama's vulnerable child protection and compassion law. The plaintiffs also they filed two different cases in two different federal districts within Alabama and attempted to consolidate them thereafter under a single judge in one of these federal district courts. After being assigned a different judge, the parties then eventually moved to voluntarily dismiss the cases and refiled yet another almost identical complaint or almost identical series of complaints the very next day. In a rare move, Judge Burke opined that the actions taken by counsel could, quote, "could give the appearance of judge shopping, a particularly pernicious form of forum shopping, a practice that has the propensity to create the appearance of impropriety in the judicial system," close quote. In response, the Chief Judge established a three-judge panel to conduct an inquiry into whether judge shopping had occurred in these cases. Based on the docket, this inquiry is still ongoing, and Ms. Abudu's employer is still involved in the litigation. Now, what does this have to do with Ms. Abudu? Well, I asked her about this case, given her prominent role being the Director of Strategic Litigation within the Southern Poverty Law Center, and specifically about the unusual allegations and troubling allegations of judge shopping that were made by Judge Burke. She claimed ignorance of the allegations. She stated, quote, "As Director of Strategic Litigation, my responsibility is to oversee and provide general management for our cases, but it is the subject matter experts in the litigation team that handled the day-to-day," close quote. When I asked Ms. Abudu whether if she were confirmed she'd recuse herself from dealing with this case, she attempted to hedge, saying, quote, "My commitment is I will recuse myself from any case where I'm on the papers, where I have played a role in bringing the litigation, and beyond that, I will adhere to the rules of judicial conduct," close quote. That's it. That's as far as she was willing to go. Before voting on Ms. Abudu's nomination, this committee should demand more forthcoming answers from Ms. Abudu with regard to her participation in the Alabama Vulnerable Child Protection and Compassion Act case and statements made by her in her role as an activist. Contrary to the claims made by Ms. Abudu, the role of advocate should not offer some magical, as if talismanic protection from scrutiny. The words, the analysis, and the rhetoric of Ms. Abudu and other judicial nominees should be fully scrutinized by this committee and by the Senate to determine whether each individual nominee is capable of serving as a neutral arbiter. I have grave doubts about my ability to answer that question the way that I would need it answered in order to feel comfortable supporting her nomination. We don't have that information. We should get it before we vote. Assuming that doesn't happen, I can't do that. I can't support her nomination, and I oppose it. Thank you.
So the question is on the nomination of Nancy Abudu to the U.S. Circuit Judge.
Mr. Chairman,
common ground in addressing these challenges. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. It certainly has been a privilege to work with you when we find common ground. Sometimes common ground typically leads to common sense, and we have found some common ground between the two of us. We also, very often, I believe, see the same problem. We see different paths to get to the solution. Today is a day where we celebrate bipartisanship, and it may not be every day, but it is at least today. And thank you for working together on consensus witnesses to really understand and appreciate the plight of so many Americans who are suffering through the challenges of home ownership or renting. As I said in my earlier comments, I grew up with a mom who worked really hard, 16 hours a day. We rented through high school. We lived with my grandparents when we were younger, with my brother, my mother, and I sharing a bed and a bedroom in a rented house. And so the problems that we see aren't recent problems. They span back through history. You think about where we find ourselves. So today we have an opportunity to really try to understand why housing in this country has become so expensive and out of reach to so many families. Federal housing policies have long been disconnected from the economic realities that we face. Recent spending bills have contributed to what I call housing inflation, and I worry that continuing to promote irresponsible federal spending does not address affordability challenges. In fact, in many ways, it may be the root. Too much money flooding into our market, leading to incredible inflation, and then the Fed tries to figure out how to tamp down inflation by slowing the economy. This administration likes to talk about the need for more affordable housing, but as we all know, talk is cheap and leads to empty promises. For instance, when President Biden ends federal apprenticeship programs that produce high-paying jobs in the skilled trades, he shouldn't get to bemoan the lack of construction workers. Or when he fails to address domestic supply chain bottlenecks, he shouldn't feign surprise when construction materials takes months to arrive at job sites. Threatening builders and housing providers with the possibility of rent control will only further increase the gap in housing supply. For decades, Washington's response to housing challenges has simply been more spending. We need to end this cycle and stop spinning our wheels. While the trillions spent on numerous federal housing programs were well-intended, I don't doubt that, the net result, however, has made no meaningful and lasting impact on home ownership rates, especially as we see burdensome regulations push closing costs higher and higher, making the path to home ownership even more difficult. For African American families in particular, the home ownership rate remains unchanged since 1968. Unchanged, the year the Fair Housing Act was signed into law. For too long, assistance programs have served as subsistence programs for the most vulnerable Americans. It's past time to rethink the tax and spend strategies that keep families trapped in generational cycles of poverty and find real solutions to meaningfully impact households, breaking that cycle of poverty. Government must begin responsibly helping families rather than doubling down on programs that fail to generate modest results. We need to leverage the successes of American capitalism by encouraging private investment in the housing sector and eliminating needless barriers that artificially restrict supply. And most importantly, we should remember that effective housing policy is driven by communities. It is critically important the federal government encourages local solutions to uniquely local problems. These ideas are common sense and shouldn't be controversial. I sincerely believe Republicans and Democrats should be able to find common ground on many of these important matters that impact the American people. I thank Chairman Brown for working together on building this consensus panel, as you said earlier. With that, I would like to welcome the witnesses, and I look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to discuss yet another one of the consequences of this president's failed policies, and that is out-of-control crime. Many Democrats have championed a soft-on-crime agenda that has contributed to soaring crime rates. According to the Major Cities Chiefs Association, since 2019, violent crime is up 26%, aggravated assault is up 34%, and homicides are up a staggering 43%. This is not only unacceptable, it's terrifying. Repeated calls to defund the police, for open borders and reduced sentencing or bail requirements has led to a crime increase so overwhelming that America's fear regarding crime in their communities is at a 50-year high. Though President Biden bears ultimate responsibility here, in many ways, he's following the direction of his party when it comes to crime. We've seen a lack of leadership from the White House, an overly politicized Department of Justice, and district attorneys who refuse to prosecute crimes. The Biden administration has insisted on nominating radical soft-on-crime advocates to federal judgeships. While this is an utter disregard to law and order, it's deeply concerning, and it's a trend that we've seen over the last 2 years. Despite previous efforts to defund the police, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are now walking back their claims that less law enforcement makes us safer. As many Democrat-led cities across the country heeded these calls, the United States experienced the biggest rise in murder since the start of national record-keeping in 1960. On top of this, we are experiencing record numbers of police officers who are quitting their profession or they're heading for retirement. Seattle has lost more than 1/4 of its police force in the last 2.5 years. Just a short drive from here in D.C. in Fairfax County, Virginia, their police chief declared a personnel emergency and staff shortage last June and installed mandatory overtime to keep their communities protected. Small communities across this country have seen their entire police force quit all at once. And perhaps very alarming, the New York City Police Department saw 37 police officers retire or resign in 2022. That's the most since 9/11. You know, my small state of West Virginia, my home state, is not exempt from these challenges as well. In 2021, the Morgantown Police Department began dealing with a 20% reduction in staffing. Our police chief said this was due to the danger associated with being an officer and an overall growing stigma of officers being aggressive or biased. The West Virginia University Police Department is experiencing a similar shortage, with a turnover rate that is still much higher than it was previous to the pandemic. I live in Charleston, West Virginia. The Charleston Police Department has been offering large financial incentives to attract officers they desperately need. And the pride of West Virginia, our West Virginia State Police, continues to struggle to keep our state troopers. We rely on our police for a multitude of services and protection. And in this era of out-of-control crime, we cannot afford these shortages to continue. On top of all this, the border crisis continues to fuel the fire of crime and spread illicit narcotics in our communities. Last year, we seized almost 15,000 pounds of fentanyl at our border. Well, in this first quarter, we have already seized 12,500 pounds just this fiscal year. That's only in a quarter of a year. I see the ramifications of Biden's border crisis in my state, which is disproportionately impacted by the fentanyl and addiction crisis. In 2022, we sadly lost 1,135 West Virginians to overdoses. We have the highest rate of overdose deaths per capita than any other state in the union. There were 6,916 emergency room visits related to overdoses, with our EMS teams responding to another 9,205 suspected overdose calls. Last week in Wheeling, West Virginia, local prosecutors indicted drug traffickers that served as one of the largest suppliers of illicit substances to West Virginia, according to our U.S. Attorney's Office of the Northern District. And I congratulate Bill Eilenfeld, who is the U.S. Attorney in that office. There was an original drug bust last October that recovered approximately 75 pounds of cocaine, 19 pounds of methamphetamine, and nearly 5 pounds of fentanyl, which is very lethal in very small doses. Investigators found that these traffickers had drugs shipped from the U.S.-Mexico border to Ohio via tractor-trailer, or they used cash payments for people who flew from California to the Pittsburgh International Airport. The connection between the crisis at our border and the drug epidemic we are seeing at home doesn't get any clearer than that. Here in our nation's capital, amid surging violent crime and police shortages, D.C. City's council is attempting a dangerous and irresponsible rewrite of their criminal code. Reducing the penalties for violent crimes, carjackings, robberies, and even homicides as these numbers rise is incredibly tone-deaf to local calls for increased safety and policing. This is happening right in the president's backyard. So I commend my colleague, Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, for introducing a resolution of disapproval to block the D.C. City Council's dangerous and irresponsible Criminal Code Act of 2022 from taking effect. The D.C. Council's legislation is the complete opposite of what we need to control this out-of-control crime. While I've been talking about concerns for the types of crimes we can see, there are also increasing threats from crimes that could be described as unseen. These threats emphasize the vulnerability of our children, as recent years have pushed their lives into an increasingly digital space. Because of the pandemic, children are learning digitally and have more access to devices than ever before, putting them at increased risk for luring, grooming, and exploitation. The data here is incredibly disturbing. 1 in 20 children will experience some form of sexual abuse before the age of 18. That statistic increases for young girls, with 1 in 5 experiencing some form of sexual abuse before the age of 18. 90% of child abuse victims know their abuser, and 60% of child sexual abuse victims never tell anyone. Well, I'm a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 8 now, and this is incredibly upsetting to me. We must safeguard our children from things that no child should ever have to experience. So I would ask President Biden, I hope these statistics are a wake-up call. Now more than ever, American families are asking for law and order in their communities and peace of mind in their neighborhoods. We as Republicans stand ready to continue our push for solutions that make our country safer and a stronger place to live. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. President. In keeping with their promise to fundamentally transform the country, Joe Biden and the Democrats have done everything in their power to fundamentally transform the federal judiciary. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I've been able to interact with many of these nominees, and I have to say that I fully believe the American people deserve better. There was Charnel Bilkengren, Joe Biden's nominee to the Eastern District of Washington. Now, she couldn't tell the committee what Article 2 of the Constitution says, but I expect my Democratic colleagues will send her nomination to the floor this Thursday. Dale Ho, who received the unanimous support of committee Democrats to serve in the Southern District of New York, referred to himself as, and I quote, a wild-eyed sort of leftist, end quote, and disparaged members of the committee on Twitter. Before she was nominated to serve on the Fourth Circuit, DeAndrea Benjamin released multiple people on bond who went on to commit more violent crimes. She, too, received unanimous support of committee Democrats. Todd Edelman, who is well on his way to becoming a district judge here in the District of Columbia, also displayed soft on crime tendencies. He released a known criminal who then went on to participate in the murder of a child. He received yet another vote of unanimous support from committee Democrats. Marian Gaston, nominee to the Southern District of California, wrote a policy paper arguing that we should do away with residence restrictions for convicted child sex offenders. Aurelia Merchant, nominee to the Eastern District of New York, couldn't define originalism. Mr. President, this is an embarrassment, and it gets even worse. When you look at the lack of qualification of the nominees, the Democrats are sending for lifetime appointments to the federal bench. Now, few nominations have been as disturbing as President Biden's elevation of Michael Delaney to the First Circuit to date. Mr. Delaney's most noteworthy contribution to his profession is the vicious intimidation of an underage sexual assault survivor who dared to speak out against one of his clients. My colleagues on the Judiciary Committee already know the story of what Mr. Delaney did to Chessie Prout and her family, but I'm going to repeat it here for my colleagues who are unfamiliar with this nominee's background. You should vote against this nominee, and here is why. When she was a freshman at the elite St. Paul's boarding school, Chessie Prout was sexually assaulted by an older student participating in Senior Salute. This was a campus-wide competition that encouraged senior men to commit statutory rape. The perpetrator was ultimately found guilty of misdemeanor statutory rape, but the Prouts wanted their day in court with the civil suit. They had evidence that the powers that be at St. Paul's knew about this sick tradition. Mr. Delaney represented the school, and he decided he was going to play hardball. He moved to have Chessie, who was a minor child, named publicly in a lawsuit that had garnered national attention. That is right. Let's publicly name this child in a lawsuit that had garnered national attention. I would ask my colleagues, does that sound like an action that someone who is going to sit on the federal bench should be taking? Now, Mr. Delaney knew that if he exposed Chessie as Jane Doe, he would put her at risk of bullying, social isolation, and physical harm. He knew that. But it was worth it to him because it meant he could silence Chessie Prout, and he could go on and protect an elite private school that had a sick tradition. Their leadership knew about that sick tradition. Well, most of my Republican colleagues came to Mr. Delaney's confirmation hearing, and they questioned him about this action. Only 2 of my Democratic colleagues chose to attend the hearing and to question him. Why? Because even my friends on the other side of the aisle who have rubber-stamped each of President Biden's unqualified nominees, no matter how controversial they were, you know, they knew this guy, Mr. Delaney, he is unfit to sit on the bench. I would say 2 things to Chairman Durbin and the rest of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. First, even a cursory glance at this nominee's record should have landed his file in the trash can. You don't do this. You do not do this to minor children. But now that his nomination is facing a vote, you need look no further into Mr. Delaney's record than what has already been laid out before us. He harassed and threatened a 15-year-old little girl who survived a sexual assault and who was just trying to protect other young women at that school from that same fate. That should be enough for every single member on the Judiciary Committee to oppose this nomination. It should be enough for every member of this chamber to oppose his nomination and confirmation. Confirming Mr. Delaney would send a chilling message to victims of sexual assault. No victim would ever be able to walk into his courtroom and feel that they would be treated fairly under the law after seeing the way he treated Chessie Prout. I want to let Chessie speak for herself in a letter she submitted to the Judiciary Committee. My concern is that many of my colleagues in this chamber have not seen this letter. Indeed, Mr. President, I'm concerned that members of the Democratic caucus who did not attend the hearing are unaware of this letter. So I will allow her to speak, and I quote, "If Michael Delaney is confirmed, if an attorney who brazenly intimidated a minor victim of sexual assault is given the distinct privilege to serve as a judge for the United States Court of Appeals, you, meaning every single one of you that would vote for him, you are telling victims and survivors that you not only approve of victim intimidation tactics, you reward their enactors with one of the highest legal appointments in the state of Massachusetts. I expressed my concerns to the Department of Justice when Michael Delaney was first nominated in April of 2022, and today I am urging you to vote no to Michael Delaney's nomination," end quote. Mr. President, I ask that Chessie's full letter be printed in the record alongside my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. The White House knew that Mr. Delaney was unfit to serve, but they nominated him anyway. For the sake of young men and women around this country who are survivors of sexual assault, I urge President Biden to withdraw Michael Delaney's nomination. And I call on my Democratic colleagues to urge the White House to withdraw this nomination. And if they do not withdraw this nomination of a man who intimidated a minor child, exposing a minor child, unfit to serve, I urge you, vote no if the White House does not pull this nomination. Mr. President, I ask that the remainder of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Joe Biden's reckless border policies have allowed human trafficking and smuggling to grow into a $13 billion industry, with criminal cartels earning up to $14 million every day for trafficking families, women, and children into the country. I want to be crystal clear about what's happening here. This is not some sort of humanitarian mission. The cartels are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. These are violent criminals who have figured out how to make millions of dollars every single day. They are kidnapping young girls and exploiting them for sex and labor over and over again. The left wants you to believe this is a myth, or that reports of trafficking and exploitation are exaggerated. But while I was down on the border, I heard from two women who can provide a mountain of evidence to the contrary. Former Mexican Congresswoman Rosa Maria de la Garza joined us to talk about her advocacy on behalf of survivors of this horrific abuse. She was dedicated all her life. She puts her time into preventing and targeting human trafficking in her own country. And she has seen firsthand the ease with which the cartels use our open border to make a buck, and how they expand the slave trade into our country, profiting from it. We also had the chance to speak with Carla Romero, who is a survivor of cross-border sex trafficking. Carla fell into the hands of her captors when she was 12 years old and was enslaved as a sex-trafficked individual for 4 years. During that time, she estimates that she was raped over 40,000 times. A child in the hands of a cartel. That is what they did to her. This is a humanitarian catastrophe that is enabled not only by the Biden administration's refusal to secure the border, but by incentives buried in the law that encourage criminal behavior. At the end of last year, the Justice Department committed over $90 million in funding to combat human trafficking. It's an incredible investment of taxpayer resources, but unbelievably enough, the American people are subsidizing the lifestyles of these criminals, even as they invest millions to bring down these trafficking rings. As it stands right now, the law allows accused traffickers to live in government housing and receive government benefits even after they are apprehended by law enforcement and charged with a crime. If we're going to get serious about combating trafficking at the border, we need to eliminate this incentive for illegal conduct. Now, Mr. President, I know it seems unbelievable that you have these cartel members that are getting U.S. government benefits, living in government housing, getting unemployment checks, but it is happening. Now, the Remain in Mexico policy is a prime example of how successful tactics can work. By requiring asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while awaiting a court date, we ensured that migrants weren't rewarded for illegally crossing the border. These programs work, and that's why I, along with Senator Hyde-Smith and Senator Brent, introduced the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Traffickers Act. It makes clear that anyone charged with drug or human trafficking at our border cannot receive federal government benefits until their case is resolved. It would block them from receiving any retirement, welfare, Social Security, health or disability benefits. It also means that traffickers would not be able to receive a grant, contract, loan, professional or commercial license from the U.S. government. This is something that needs to happen. Prohibiting traffickers from receiving taxpayer funds is just plain common sense. And there's no reason why this legislation shouldn't pass the Senate immediately. I can't imagine that anyone would be for allowing these drug traffickers and sex traffickers to continue to live in government housing and receive these benefits. In the same way that drug traffickers are directly profiting from the opioid epidemic that has killed millions of Americans, human traffickers are reaping the rewards of this administration's complacency. It's time to start paying attention to some of the details of what is happening at our southern border. The American people are paying attention, and they're waiting on this president and on this body to join them in doing something about it. I yield the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States has an enduring interest in a prosperous, democratic, and stable Western Hemisphere. Strong relations with Brazil are important to attain these goals. Next year, we will celebrate 200 years of diplomatic relations. The administration should seize this moment with a bold bilateral agenda. Such an agenda should include deepening our security and commercial relations, working with Brazil against malign state and non-state influences, and encouraging Brazilian support for the Organization of American States. Like other emerging economies in Latin America, Brazilians have benefited enormously from the international norms and institutions which were created, led by us, at the end of World War II. These norms and institutions have helped Brazil become a top destination for U.S. foreign direct investments, which are crucial to the stability and prosperity of the country. At the same time, Brazil has drawn increasing attention from malign foreign influences such as China, Russia, and Iran. The Brazilian people should ensure their sovereignty and freedoms are not compromised by these malign actors. There is deep concern about President da Silva's recent decision to welcome 2 sanctioned Iranian warships into Brazilian ports. More importantly, President Biden should have canceled this meeting with President da Silva. I'm disturbed by reports that the president instead just asked them to move the port visit until after their meeting. I was also disappointed President da Silva turned down Germany's request for ammunition Ukraine needs to defend its sovereign territory against the unprovoked Russian invasion and occupation. We should also remember that while the title of this hearing focuses on Brazil, there are many other challenges in the Western Hemisphere. The illegal immigration and illicit narcotics trafficking crisis at our southwest border are relentless. The administration's response is to waste taxpayers' money abroad and weaken enforcement of immigration laws at home. Venezuela is an unabated disaster. Last week marked 1 year since Ambassador Story and White House officials sat down with Maduro to find accommodation with the regime. The results have included pardoned corrupt criminals, division among democratic forces, and legitimacy for Maduro, but no progress on restoring democracy in that country. Colombia, for the first time in 2 decades, has failed to eradicate a single hectare of coca. Seizures of heroin and cocaine have dramatically fallen while their production has increased. Haiti has no constitutional government, faces growing levels of violence, and is the epicenter of a migration crisis overwhelming communities in Florida. The administration's response is to wait for Canada to take the lead. I look forward to hearing from Ambassador Nichols on the administration's approach to these issues and our relations with Brazil more broadly. Thank you for the witnesses, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sales tactic, known as throwing spaghetti at the wall, where the salesperson suggests an outrageously high price for something he's selling just to see if it sticks. More often than not, the price is dead on arrival. It's intended to be. That's part of the trick. You see, the element of the shock allows the salesperson to create the illusion of a spectacular discount by slashing the initially artificially high price. The customer then leaves feeling like they've stumbled onto an incredible deal. Too good to pass up, even though they left with a product they either didn't want or couldn't afford, or at a minimum, a product for which they paid too high a price. When I read President Biden's budget request, it felt more like I was trapped at a kiosk in the middle of the mall, or being sold a used car by a predatory, unscrupulous salesman, not reading a serious budget proposal from the President of the United States. So I'd suggest the President try again, because the spaghetti didn't stick. We're not buying what the President's selling, and his budget is dead on arrival. When the President reached the end of his sales pitch, he told us the price, a whopping $6.9 trillion. It would create a $1.8 trillion deficit in the first year alone. Then by 2027, we would break the record for the most debt held by the public as a percentage of U.S. GDP since World War II. Utahns are already pinching pennies as a result of this approach to budgeting. In August, I stood where I stand now, as this body was on the cusp of passing the $1.7 trillion omnibus package, and read letters I had received from Utah constituents. They explained how difficult life has become under Biden's record-breaking inflation. They described the daily choices they were forced to make because of how expensive life had become under this administration. Jenny from Salt Lake City wrote, quote, "My annual income is about $30,000 a year. I'm panicking. The price of groceries and other goods has increased so much, I'm struggling financially. I understand my utility bills could double or even triple. I don't know how I can afford to live." Since Democrats started their reckless spending 2 years ago, prices have risen more than 15%. Groceries are up nearly 20%. Kevin from Murray, Utah wrote, quote, "This morning I filled up my work truck. It cost $149. I'm a small business owner, and the price of fuel is a major challenge for our company of 5 vehicles traveling to our various projects." President Biden's energy policies caused gas prices to reach $5 and energy costs to skyrocket. Gas is up 45%, and Biden's budget will crush American energy with $31 billion in new taxes. I said during that speech that if the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results, then spending more money and increasing taxes to reduce inflation certainly meets that definition. This approach is insane, and the President is doubling and then tripling down. Rather than address the spending driving inflation, the Biden administration continues to blame inflation on everything from the pandemic to Putin. We know why. The President won't address inflation because he wants to spend even more. He wants to create the biggest government we've ever had and make it more and more expensive. Look, we've got to get this monkey off our back. But that can't be done in darkness. That has to be done while acknowledging the problem that we have and addressing it head on, not obscuring it. I want to be clear that the Constitution tasks Congress with determining annual spending and revenue levels, not the President's annual budget proposal. And clearly, this is for good reason. We have a constitutional duty here to protect our constituents from the snake oil salesman hell-bent on taking the American people for all they're worth. We'll leave the American people with junk they don't need and a payment they can't afford. Thank you.
Mr. President, over the past few decades, the United States has experienced a steady drop in domestic semiconductor manufacturing. Now, I guess we all might be forgiven for not being experts in what advanced microcircuits are all about. But the truth is these microcircuits or semiconductors are part of our everyday lives in ways that perhaps we don't fully appreciate. Everything from your smartphone to the most advanced weapons that we are providing to Ukraine to defeat Russian aggression, to the Joint Strike Fighter, the F-35. All of these require large number of these mini circuit processors or semiconductors. Well, over these last few decades, we've gone from producing 37% of the world's chips in 1990 to just 12% today. In other words, we're more dependent than ever on supply chains of semiconductors in order to keep our economy going and to defend ourselves from a national security perspective. This obviously is a concerning trend, and one of the things we learned about during COVID is that this idea of globalization, that just because somebody can make something cheaper in China, let's say, than in the United States, that answered all the questions, that checked all the boxes. Well, you might say the same thing about Europe's dependency on Russian oil and gas. Once Mr. Putin decides to invade Ukraine, they realize they are captive of the Russian Federation when it came to their basic energy needs. Well, this same thing is happening in other places, including semiconductors. 30 years ago, China manufactured none of the world's chips, but today it commands nearly a quarter of the global market. And just off the coast of mainland China, you'll find a global powerhouse when it comes to chip making, Taiwan. Taiwan manufactures 92% of the most advanced semiconductors in the world. And given China's aggressive threats against Taiwan, that's a blinking red light. But just like the Europeans found it's going to take a while for them to diversify their energy sources from Russia, it's going to take a while for us to get diversity in sources. And so we don't only rely on imported chips from the Middle East, from the Far East. For a long time, this has been recognized as a problem. And of course, people said, well, something needs to be done. But that something wasn't at the top of everyone's priority list. But then, of course, the pandemic hit, as I said, and we found ourselves dependent on everything from masks or personal protective equipment, which was all made in China, and we couldn't get it when we needed it when the pandemic hit. And now we became more aware of our vulnerabilities when it comes to these supply chains. My constituents in Texas, and I'm sure those in Michigan and New Jersey and elsewhere, were shocked to see empty car lots, for example, because back orders of semiconductors, because of the short supply or the disrupted supply chain, they couldn't even make cars, which are, of course, more and more dependent upon these microelectronics. Suddenly, consumers who never needed to know what a semiconductor was found themselves impacted by this global shortage. So in many ways, this was a wake-up call that we didn't even know we needed. And it's not the last. If you start looking around at other things like rare earth elements, things like the active ingredients in pharmaceuticals, we're dependent on China to produce those, and that is another vulnerability we need to address. But if China were to act on its threats to invade Taiwan and block the world's access to these advanced semiconductors, empty car lots would be the least of our worries. Without chips, we wouldn't be able to maintain the energy grid or communication systems. We couldn't build rocket interceptors or, as I said, F-35s for our military. And our national security missions would take a hit, both on the ground and in cyberspace. So clearly, the time had come to make advanced chip manufacturing in America a top priority. In June of 2020, Senator Warner, the senior senator from Virginia, and I introduced the Chips for America Act to incentivize chip makers to build or expand their operations here in America. Given the significance of this effort to our national security, the Senate adopted adopted this bill as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act with overwhelming bipartisan support, a vote of 96-4. 6 months after it was introduced, the Chips for America Act became law, and a year and a half later, it was fully funded by the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. So it took a little over 2 years from the time Senator Warner and I introduced the legislation until it was finally authorized, and it's going to take another couple of years before the funding that we provided is granted by the Commerce Department to incentivize that manufacturing here. But as in so many other areas, permitting snafus, bureaucratic delays, it's going to be a while before we can totally relieve our dependence on imported semiconductor supply chains. This ought to be a wake-up call, as I said, again, to our other dependencies, one that had been nurtured by the People's Republic of China and where they have actively undermined development of diverse alternatives in other parts of the world, from friendly countries and from the United States itself. Well, 2 years is a long time from a bill being filed until it becomes a law, but that's actually not an unusual pace. It takes a while for this body to act, and we're not known for our speed. So the fact that we were able to stand up the CHIPS program and fully fund it efficiently shows how critical this investment is and how a bipartisan consensus believed that time was not on our side and we needed to act without delay. Well, despite bipartisan support for the CHIPS program, it has not been immune from criticism. Some have criticized it as industrial policy, even comparing it to Chinese Communist Party's intervention in the China economy. But there's a big difference between propping up favored industries in order to protect your domestic industries, as China does. There's a big difference between that and safeguarding an essential supply chain that is vital to our economy and our national security. One of Congress's most fundamental responsibilities is to provide for the common defense. Traditionally, it involves timely defense bills and appropriations, but we no longer live in a world where those tasks alone can cut it. Authorizing the manufacture and purchase of new F-35s, the most advanced stealth joint strike fighter in America's Air Force, authorizing that or appropriating the money for that is meaningless if we don't have the electronics we need in order to manufacture them, including semiconductors. Supporting the development of artificial intelligence or quantum computing or 5G is useless if we can't get access to the technology we need. So we no longer have the luxury of endless supplies of chips, and we have to adjust accordingly. And the CHIPS program is just one way that we have done that. From the beginning of this process, I've had the pleasure of working closely with Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo to ensure Congress and the administration are on the same page. And by and large, we are. I congratulate Secretary Raimondo for the great work she and her team at the Commerce Department have done, and they've been good partners in the actual passage of the CHIPS and Science Act. But I am concerned, and I've communicated that to her, about some of the components of the application guidance that the Commerce Department released last month. The department outlined the application process from eligibility to timelines. It provided details about the types of incentives available and the way they could be used. And it laid out extensive information applicants must provide. For example, a detailed financial model for proposed projects and clear execution plans. So far, so good. The department needs to understand the viability and lasting impact of each of these projects before awarding these financial incentives, again, to bringing that manufacturing back to America's shores. That's how we ensure each project will benefit our national security, which was the main purpose of the legislation. But Commerce laid out additional requirements that have nothing to do with that goal or the congressional intent. One example is the child care mandate. So who could be against a child care mandate? Well, my fear is that this is just the beginning of unauthorized additional requirements that the Biden administration is going to impose for people to be able to compete for the grant funding. The Department of Commerce said it requires applicants that request funding over a specific amount to provide a plan for access to child care. These requirements are not in the statute. That wasn't even part of our congressional debate. And as a practical matter, I'm pretty confident that these sophisticated companies are going to provide a generous package of incentives to their future workforce, including probably child care. But even the New York Times, when they saw these extra requirements, described these strings as, quote, ambitious and unusual. If a company wants to offer child care to its employees, if it needs to do so in order to compete for the kind of workforce that it wants, that's great. And at many semiconductors, of course, companies already do so. The market for highly skilled employees is extremely competitive, and companies recognize they need to offer benefits to attract the best candidates. That's the beauty of the free market. But if the Commerce Department wants to consider that information when reviewing applications, that's fine, but there's a big difference between taking it into consideration and mandating it. We know that some of the debate here on Capitol Hill about child care, we've been down this road before. Some in this chamber would like to outlaw faith-based organizations from providing that child care, or require that if they're going to take the federal money, that they're going to have to hire a workforce that doesn't believe in the same things they do. That's how we go from what seems to be a relatively innocuous requirement into big trouble, and into the executive branch trying to legislate new requirements that were not part of the underlying legislation. Recent reporting indicates that companies of all types are preparing to make the play for CHIPS funding. This isn't limited to chip manufacturers. We're talking to every industry under the sun, so-called ecosystem built around these fabs or manufacturing facilities. The Director of General Economics at the Cato Institute explained why companies that don't make chips could be making a play for funding. Well, for one thing, I think it should be obvious that this money people are attracted to the opportunity of qualifying for these grants, for this funding. But the Director of General Economics at Cato pointed to the Commerce Department's unrelated requirements as a suggestion that the administration isn't prioritizing national security. In other words, this should not be a Trojan horse to pass other policy priorities under the guise of protecting our national security. And we don't want other, perhaps even more concerning requirements to be added, which were not part of the legislation that Congress passed or part of legislative intent. Companies that do not manufacture chips now believe they have a shot at funding as long as they meet the other unrelated requirements. I want to be absolutely clear that that cannot be the case. In order for the CHIPS program to succeed, in order to protect our economy and our national security, this needs to be a merit-based application process with no additional requirements imposed as a condition to receive these grants that was certainly not part of legislative intent or even the debate here in Congress. It should not be used as a Trojan horse to get other policy priorities actually implemented when Congress had no such intent. So these decisions to make these grants should not depend on relationships with labor unions or any other unrelated factors. It should be based solely on how each project will strengthen our national security and shore up this vulnerable supply chain. We can't be in a situation where applicants that provide free child care are favored over those who will do more to strengthen our national security. Again, that's fine if these companies want to do so, and I dare say many, if not all of them, will anyway. But it's a beginning, it's concerning because this is a slippery slope to trying to shoehorn other policy priorities into something which will actually distract the Commerce Department and the U.S. government for doing what needs to be done when it comes to semiconductor manufacturing. The CHIPS program received strong bipartisan support and should remain far above the political fray. The ultimate goal is to boost domestic chip manufacturing, and I'm glad to say we are beginning to move in the right direction. Samsung from South Korea, Texas Instruments, and Global Tech are expanding their footprint in Texas. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is growing its presence in Arizona. Intel is putting down roots in Ohio, and Micron is expanding in New York. These are just a few of the announcements that have been made so far, and I expect more to come now that the CHIPS program is up and running. Texas has already been a leader in the semiconductor industry, and we're cementing that reputation with the addition of new and expanded chip fabs. Governor Greg Abbott is pushing to attract even more chip manufacturers to the Lone Star State. He's been working with leaders in the Texas legislature this session, including Representative Greg Bonin and Senator Joan Huffman, to help bring new semiconductor businesses to Texas. The Texas legislature recently introduced the Texas CHIPS Act, which would support all chip-related activity in the state, from research and development to design and manufacturing. I appreciate their leadership on this front, and I'm eager to see the positive impact of the CHIPS incentives on communities all across our state, and indeed all across our nation. These are just a few of the investments that will support jobs, our economy, and our national security. The CHIPS program is key to that success, and I hope the administration will avoid attaching controversial and additional requirements that could imperil or impede its success. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and Mr. Washington, Sergeant Major Washington, thank you for being here. I have a great deal of respect for your service with the United States military, and I say that as a veteran who didn't do anything nearly what you were able to do as a command sergeant major. You were nominated in July of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And Sergeant Major, I think it's fair to say that you would already be in office, you would already be confirmed if there had not been serious bipartisan questions about your qualifications and your fitness for office. And it gives me no great pleasure to say that. This is, I've been chairman of this committee, I've been ranking member of this committee, and I've been on it for a long time. This is, what is going on with your nomination is not my idea of a good time, but it's a responsibility that I think we have. At the time of your nomination, you had had this CEO position at Denver for about a year. Safety is the top priority of the FAA, and I think really on the both ends of the dais, there have been serious questions about your expertise in that area, and that's been pointed out in some of the questions. On your resume at Denver, you cite specifically success in construction, a renovation program in facilities, and the implementation of a career pathway. Again, I don't think that qualifies you for this position, and in particular with what has been going on the last the last few months with regard to these near misses. It's very, very troubling. There's something, though, that Senator Cruz said that I'm not sure I agree with. He said you might have been confirmed for the Amtrak board had you been nominated for that. And that may be true, but we would still have had to get better answers to these questions about investigations and about allegations that are still out there about public corruption. You have been involved in multiple corruption investigations, accused of retaliating against a whistleblower that exposed this corruption. The investigation relates to involvement with a series of no-bid contracts awarded by LA Metro to a nonprofit to operate a sexual harassment hotline. The investigation found that the hotline cost the taxpayers more than $8,000 per call. Most of these calls were missed dials or spam. The nonprofit awarded the contract was a close friend and campaign donor of an LA County supervisor. The investigation is still pending and has been taken over just recently by the California Attorney General. And in addition, you have been accused of discriminating and retaliating against the whistleblower who received a $625,000 settlement. I'm not sure for any position with those being unresolved that you would have been confirmed. And again, it gives me no pleasure to say this. Just days ago, a lawsuit was filed by the Denver International Airport's former senior vice president of parking, Benjamin Juarez, who left his post last year. The lawsuit alleges discriminatory pay and personnel practices at the airport. Again, there was this matter that Senator Cruz mentioned about the search warrant, including accusations of misconduct and in seeking a record of your communications. And this has not yet been resolved. As we meet today, the California Attorney General's office is still conducting this public corruption investigation. We need a very, very qualified person in charge of the FAA immediately. And for the life of me, I do not understand why the president persists with this nomination based on so many questions from the corruption aspect and also the qualification aspect. And for that reason, I do think the bipartisan opposition will continue, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts is next, and then Senator Shaheen, who's going to preside for a few minutes, and I'll be back after that. Senator Ricketts.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank both of you for attending here today and joining us. Obviously, this is a very important relationship. My state of Nebraska, for example, is an agricultural state. We produce a lot of soybeans. Who else produces a lot of soybeans? Brazil, right? So it's a very important relationship for us. Secretary Nichols, are territorial integrity and sovereignty key tenets of the UN Charter?
Absolutely.
So does the Biden administration support Brazil's ascension to a permanent member status on the UN Security Council, given its lack of support for Ukrainian territorial integrity?
Well, the government of Brazil voted in favor of the UN General Assembly resolution condemning Russia's invasion, and also joined us in a statement when the two presidents met condemning it on February 10th as well. The United States supports the modest expansion of elected members to the UN Security Council. It is a conversation for each region to have as to which countries those would be. But we believe that an expanded Security Council can more effectively represent global interests.
But even though Brazil has come out and condemned the invasion, they haven't been exactly supportive, right? They rebuffed the German chancellor's attempts to get ammunition to be able to help Ukraine defend itself, correct?
President Lula has met virtually with President Zelensky. And again, Brazil has voted to condemn Russia's invasion in the United Nations, as well as some United Nations specialized bodies. The importance of working with Brazil on a whole host of issues is crucial for the United States. And right now, Brazil is a non-permanent elected member of the Security Council until next year, and we're working closely with them in that fora.
All right, great, thank you. So the Monroe Doctrine has been a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy for 2 centuries, warning other powers against interfering in the Western Hemisphere. And over the last 2 decades, what we've seen is China has been allowed extensive access to tighten its grip across Latin America, including Brazil. By the end of President Lula's first presidency in 2010, Brazil-China trade had gone up from virtually none to $60 billion. And in 2009, China became Brazil's top trade partner, and Brazil received a record deal of $7 billion from the China Development Bank for offshore development. In the decades since, China-Brazil economic ties have transformed, and in fact, Brazil accounts for 47% of China's foreign direct investment in Latin America, totaling more than $66 billion in 2010. There's obvious concerns that China will continue to leverage these economic ties to expand influence in the region. Earlier this month, United States Trade Representative Catherine Tai visited Brazil, where she emphasized the improving labor rights and environmental protections as common areas, interest in common areas for the United States. However, there seems to be little interest from the administration in negotiating far more ambitious trade agreements for making significant investments. Secretary Nichols, is the Biden administration doing enough to discourage countries like Brazil from pursuing investments from China and seeking trade with China? Should we be doing more to be able to develop that relationship?
We're focused on demonstrating that the U.S. is the best partner for the countries around the region, particularly Brazil. The United States is the largest source of foreign direct investment in Brazil, providing high-quality job opportunities and growth for the benefit of both of our peoples. We see around the hemisphere that the promises that the PRC makes about the quality of its investments, about the debt associated with its investments, are false. I've been to numerous countries in this hemisphere and had people point out to me stadiums with problems in their construction, buildings with problems, highways that are falling apart, and hidden debts that countries didn't know that they were going to have to assume that are crushing the budgets. Telling the stories of these experiences and bringing others together to say, hey, you took this deal from China, tell your neighbor what your experience was. I think that makes a very compelling case. Obviously, Brazil is a sovereign country and they can make their own decisions, but I think we're putting on the table of the kind of financing, the kind of investment that will help both of our nations prosper and provide a reliable, transparent alternative to what the PRC has on offer.
So are you concerned about what the PRC is doing, though, with regard to Latin America and Brazil?
Absolutely. And I thank this body for the resources that you've recently appropriated to help us compete even more strongly against the PRC.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Nichols. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Young, for being here. I want to start out by correcting the record. One of our colleagues made a comment moments ago suggesting the House Freedom Caucus has proposed and is actively pushing a 30% national sales tax. It's just not true. House Freedom Caucus has one member who asked for a vote on something like that, but the Freedom Caucus itself doesn't do that, nor would the Freedom Caucus support that in the absence of a full repeal of the 16th Amendment, which seems, let's just say, unlikely at the moment. I do, however, applaud the House Freedom Caucus for the work that it's done in proposing ideas to get us on a sustainable spending trajectory. They recently proposed, in fact, that Congress should be responsibly reducing spending growth rates. The biggest problem we've got is the rate at which government spending grows is faster than the rate of increase, the rate of economic growth within our country. And if we took care of that in time, we could get to balance over the course of a few years. They've also identified some areas where cuts would be appropriate, particularly on the discretionary side of the budget, while enacting meaningful regulatory reform to make sure that Congress, and not unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, will have ultimate decision-making responsibility over regulations that affect economic growth and ultimately revenue. I do want to remind everyone, anyone watching this hearing, as well as American taxpayers more broadly, that it's Congress that ultimately determines annual spending and revenue levels, not the President's annual budget. Although required by law, the budget request of the President that he submits annually to Congress has long been a political messaging document reflecting the policy goals and ambitions of the current President's administration. And it should be noted that many of the largest policies embedded in this particular request have zero chance of becoming law, particularly in the current divided Congress, and with good reason. President Biden's FY24 budget message to Congress alludes preposterously to, quote, delivering on his commitment to fiscal responsibility, close quote. And then it quite misleadingly makes a claim in an effort to claim credit for reducing the FY 2022 budget deficit to $1.4 trillion from the record high $3 trillion budget deficits in both FY 20 and FY 21. To provide actual context and to set the record straight on this, remember that FY 20's deficit included roughly $2 trillion in deficit-financed COVID relief from early 2020, something that was passed in both houses with overwhelming bipartisan support. FY 21's deficit included most of the $2 trillion cost of the deficit-financed spending bonanza that congressional Democrats and President Biden enacted without a single Republican supporting. At a time in March 2021 when inflation was still below 2%, and the economy was already well on its way to recovery. FY 22's sharp deficit decline is solely attributable to the expiration of pandemic spending, and yet it was still hundreds of billions of dollars greater than what CBO projected pre-pandemic. I'd further add that I find it curious, if not troubling, that the President claims to be a steward of fiscal responsibility, with a track record on deficit and debt accumulation in the last 2 years, during which there was Democratic control of both the House and the Senate. His claims there don't add up. Director Young, this budget request proposes even more spending over the next 10 years than current law projections would suggest. We obviously disagree on that point, you and I do, but I'd be curious to know what, if any, proposed programmatic spending cuts or spending freezes the last at a minimum on the discretionary side are contained within this budget. Can you identify any of those?
We have an entire fact sheet I'm happy to share with this committee about what spending cuts this president would take on. One, pharma, paying pharma less by negotiating prescription drugs and saving the American taxpayer $160 billion. Also closing tax loopholes for big oil. We have a profit of $200 billion.
Those are tax increases, but
no, yeah. I mean, our tax cuts, do they not cost the American people?
Yeah, we use different accounting terms, different language to describe those. I'm asking specifically about
they add to the deficit, Senator. So we believe the appropriate thing to do is to close those tax loopholes.
Understood. Now, with non-defense discretionary spending, $661 billion in FY19 before the pandemic. The President's budget calls for $1 trillion for non-defense discretionary spending in FY24. This is completely unrealistic as an increase, even from the FY2023 levels. And I endorse wholeheartedly the Freedom Caucus proposal to cap non-defense discretionary spending. Would the President ever consider capping non-defense discretionary spending, and if not, why not?
Well, one, those aren't the correct numbers. Non-defense discretionary in the President's budget for 24 is $688 billion, compared to $886 billion for defense and $121 billion for VA medical care.
Look,
Senator Lee, your time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for this hearing today. And Mr. Nolan, I want to really follow along on what Senator Cruz mentioned about our concerns with Mr. Washington, his lack of experience, the way he has prioritized DEI policies, whether it was at LA Metro or at the Denver airport, and some of the allegations that have been made there. People want to know that they're going to be safe on our planes. And we had a near miss, a JetBlue flight from Nashville to Boston. There again, an issue with Boston, and a plane that was taking off that was not under the command of the air traffic control tower and nearly hit this plane that was landing in Boston. So we are very concerned about that. Couple of questions I do want to go to you on. First, let's talk about experienced pilots. I've joined Senator Graham in raising that mandatory commercial pilot retirement age from 65 to 67. This is because of the number of flights that are being canceled. I know American Airlines has canceled nearly 50,000 flights that were on their docket for the summer. And they're doing it because of the lack of pilots. And I've noted that Canada and Japan have raised their age to let older pilots fly. So my question to you is, do you support this, letting pilots fly until the age of 67 and allowing those younger pilots to gain that necessary experience? And these pilots that say we'll take a medical exam, allowing them, if they pass that medical exam, to continue flying. So where are you on that issue?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. Let me just say on the first point, I do believe that Phil Washington is fully qualified. I support the president and I support the nomination, and we as an agency will be prepared to work and support and work together quite well. On the issue of age is one that is strictly set by the Congress. We will execute any law or any statute that you set before us. So I don't have a personal opinion on whether raising the age to 67 or above is appropriate for me. That's the purview of Congress to set that.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about C-band and 5G signals, because I know the wireless industry and the FAA have been working to meet the deadlines on this, and the first deadline is July 23 and a final deadline of 24. And the aircraft that do not meet the timelines will be limited in their ability to operate in the U.S. And Senator Lujan and I sent you and Secretary Buttigieg a letter today about this, because we're concerned by recent reports that the airlines might not be able to meet that upcoming July deadline due to, and I'm quoting the International Air Transport Association here, and their quote was supply chain issues, certification delays, and unavoidable logistical challenges, end quote. So we've seen wireless carriers delay their 5G deployments to work with the FAA on these interference issues. So what is your plan on ensuring that the airlines are going to be prepared to meet the deadlines so that the 5G rollouts are not further delayed?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. Let me just say that we have we've taken every step to be very communicative. What we've said is that we believe that 5G and commercial aviation can safely coexist. We have some voluntary mitigations that were put in place by the telcos, but we also have another 19 who are coming into the system itself. Our goal is to ensure that airlines can operate safely. We've identified a risk in the NASC, one that must be addressed. We believe we've given the right amount of time to do that, and so we have no plans at this point to change the timing on that, and we've communicated that very much to the industry itself.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Rosen.
Right here? Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. So as I think most Americans believe you have to live within your means. You find out this is how much money I'm going to make, and this is how much money I get to spend. Might want to buy something else, but you don't do it. When you're in business, you know if you don't balance your budget, eventually the banks, whoever your lender is going to walk away from you. They're going to say, oh, you can't do that anymore. Up here, that doesn't seem to be the case. There's a belief up here that there is no limit what we can spend money on. It doesn't make any sense. As a parent and a grandparent, you don't say, you know what, I'm going to leave a whole bunch of debt to my kids and my grandkids. You would never even think about doing that. And when you look at who's getting impacted the most, just look at over the last 20 years as we've just dramatically increased the spending in this country. The rich are getting richer. Wall Street does really well, okay? And who gets hurt? The poor. Gas prices are up, food prices are up, housing prices are up. Look at somebody getting out of school today and try to buy a house. Look at just the cost of housing in this country. But everything is caused by reckless government spending. Now, if you just look at what's happened since the COVID, anybody have an idea what our population increase has been since 2019, since the pre-COVID year? How many, as a percentage, how many more Americans? The number is 1.8%. So there's a 1.8% increase in the number of people living in the country. But if you go back, if you go look at the Biden budget, it'd be a 55% increase. 55% increase from pre-COVID. There's no chance that we're going to live within our budget, live within our means. You can do it. When I became the governor of Florida, Florida had not lived within its means for 20 straight years. Everybody says, oh, the states have to live within their means. Complete fallacy. Just borrow more money. The state of Florida borrowed an additional $1 billion every year for 20 years. We're going in default on some of our debt. So what we did the first year, we said, this is how much money we're going to collect. This is how much we're going to spend. And guess what? We did it for 8 years. We balanced about shocking. A state balanced our budget. And we actually paid off in 8 years a third of the state debt. We can do the same thing up here. Now, here's what I'm appreciative about the Freedom Caucus. They have put out their ideas, right? And if you think about it, there's two things we have to do. We have to say we're going to make some structural changes because up here, if we don't change, this is never going to get better. I've been up here 4 years. It's getting worse. The deficits are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So two things. One, what they've done is they said, here's some ideas that we can do, and let's have a conversation. On top of it, they said, these are some ways, this is some areas where we can take some money back and save some money. Why don't we have a conversation about that? Who am I disappointed with? Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer. They don't even want to have a conversation. So this is wrong. So I'm very optimistic with what the Freedom Caucus has done. We have a great opportunity to start the process of doing what every family in this country does, businesses do, is living within our means. So now let me turn it over to Scott Perry.
Well, thanks, Senator. And I can't tell you what a great privilege it is to be with my colleagues and colleagues on the Senate side as well that share the same vision for our country, which is prosperity. And I just remind everybody that this most recent round started in December, right? December 23rd, a huge omnibus. A lot of people don't know what an omnibus was, but suffice it to say $1.7 trillion in spending that's generally unaccounted for, printed money or money created out of thin air. And then literally 2 weeks later, Janet Yellen comes out and says, hold on, everybody, we're out of money. Hit the credit card limit. You better fix this. Now, you telling me they didn't know that 2 weeks before? They knew it. They knew they were breaking the bank, but they didn't care. That's simply how it goes. They didn't care. Now listen, we're not going to default on America's debt. Now, Freedom Caucus members have habitually not voted for debt ceiling increases because we didn't come here to bankrupt the country. But we understand that the Democrats forced this on us, and we've got to deal with it. We've got to govern. And so we want to be part of the solution. And so where we have never voted for something before, we thought it was important to say, you know what? We are part of the solution. Democrats are often critical of Republicans and certainly Freedom Caucus members of, as they say, not having a plan. Well, we have a plan. The plan is to shrink Washington and to grow America. And we gave them very specifics in the plan just over a Friday ago. But it starts with clawing back money that's already been allocated, so to speak, but hasn't been spent yet. We don't have to spend money that hasn't been spent that's unnecessary. We don't have to act like, oh, well, we can't touch it. We can touch it, and we don't. This is exactly what families do that outrun the money that they make. They just simply stop spending as much, and they don't go out to dinner maybe as much. They curb what they're doing because their situation has changed, and that's where it starts for us. Some specifics that you already know: future top line FY22 for non-defense discretionary. The other thing this all does is allows us to get to where we need to be on our appropriations process to stop the chaos, the literal chaos across the country imposed by Democrats and the Biden administration, to go from crazy to normal, right? The craziness and the chaos on the southern border, still forcing people to get a vaccination to go to work. That's not normal. That's crazy. And so, and then, like I said, we want to shrink Washington and grow America. And finally, with some policies that actually grow America, like the RAINS Act and like reliable domestic energy. Domestic energy and what we can produce at a lower cost and cleaner in America impacts the entire global market. But what it really does is it makes every single purchase that you buy, whether you're wealthy or whether you're poor, it makes it more expensive when the Biden administration makes our energy more expensive and harder to get, and it makes it more difficult on the global market as well. So those are just a couple things. But I do want to address the fact that the president has talked now a couple times about the Freedom Caucus proposal. And he started out with the border, right? Talking about how the Freedom Caucus proposal would harm our efforts to secure our border. Well, that's like a pyromaniac trying to teach you about fire prevention. Like, is he serious? And so obviously I think at some point even the press kind of figured out, and even the Biden administration, that's probably not what we ought to talk about. So then he went to energy. He went right to energy. I'll remind you, President Biden's first act in the White House was to stop the Keystone Pipeline. This is American energy that he stopped. So apparently that didn't look too good to him. So now he's on inflation, saying this is going to cost all Americans more. I'll just remind everybody to a couple years ago, under a different administration, what inflation looked like. We have a solution here, and the solution is to stop the craziness of the Biden administration and get back to normalcy by shrinking Washington and growing America. I would like to now recognize my good friend and your friend, Mike Lee, the senator from Utah. Mike, Senator.
Look, this is tyranny, and we've got to stop it. Out-of-control spending is causing all sorts of problems. For the average Utah family, it's costing about $1,000 a month more every single month just to live, just for basic monthly household expenses relative to January of 2021. All this has come about as a result of excessive, out-of-control federal spending. And it's not limited to inflation. The inflation that it causes, the other forces set off other dynamics that result in things like the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. Just met with a whole room full of bankers just a couple of hours ago who acknowledged the fact that excessive federal spending resulted in other things that caused other things that resulted in that failure. And, we have to be mindful of that. So this isn't just any ordinary debt ceiling increase. It's a debt ceiling increase that's come after more than 2 years of heavy inflation. Inflation that we were told at first was just short-term. It was transitory. It turned out to be rather something not that, quite the opposite of that. This is a longer-term problem for us now, It's going to cause all sorts of other problems. We've got to take it down. While we're on that note of any ordinary debt ceiling increase, keep in mind that over the last half century or so, we have raised the debt ceiling a number of times. And at least, I don't know, it's like 35, 40% of those times, there are conditions attached to it. It makes a lot of sense when you do that. Just as when you were increasing, I don't know, your credit limit, your borrowing limit as a business, as an individual, as a family, you'd want to have some sort of plan to make sure that you kept it under control. When would be a more appropriate time to do that than now? And yet, all of a sudden, our Democratic leaders are pretending as if this is like apocalyptic stuff. This is Book of Revelation stuff. This is men and women, or dogs and cats living together in the streets. That we attach conditions to this. Of course, not acknowledging the fact that attaching conditions to a debt ceiling hike is not anything new. He then said that what those Republicans are trying to do is to cause a default. This is doubly wrong. Doubly wrong, first, because that is not a default. You can blow past the debt ceiling increase deadline, so to speak, and then it just means the government can't borrow more. Yes, that causes problems. Yes, we'd have to figure out what to cut and what to not cut. But that is not itself a default. It's a situation where we'd have to address something. We're not even suggesting that we do that without raising the debt ceiling. All we're saying is, let's deal with the conditions. Secondly, it's wrong for him to say that they're flirting with the default. They're trying to cause a default because he's the one saying he won't accept any conditions, notwithstanding the fact that conditions have, for a long time, been a norm that we've often resorted to. Not enough, in my opinion, but we have resorted to them. So if what he's really saying is, we will refuse, if he really does believe that not raising it equals default, and if he's really saying he's willing to cause that kind of default as he's now defined it, then he's saying that he's willing to cause a default. I really applaud the people that I'm standing with here on this stage. These members of the House of Representatives who on their own initiative have gone out and done some very difficult work to try to figure out solutions for this moving forward. Among the other things that they've proposed doing, including capping spending levels, identifying areas where cuts need to be made, clawing back certain revenues, they've also addressed the fact that it's helpful to us when looking at our debt ceiling package to look at the revenue side, look at economic growth. What is it that we could do to promote economic growth? One of the greatest things we could do in that area is pass meaningful regulatory reforms like the REINS Act, which is what they've suggested that we do. The reason for that is most of our laws, measured by word length, volume, weight, economic regulatory impact, are not made by elected senators and representatives. No, they're made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. This results from decades of Democrats and Republicans for both chambers proposing these laws that say we shall have good law in Area X and we hereby give to Agency Y the power to make and interpret and enforce and adjudicate laws. This is tyranny. James Madison said in Federalist 62, it'll be of little benefit to the American people that their laws may be written by men of their own choosing, if those laws be so voluminous and complex they can't reasonably be read and understood by those subject to them. If the people can't even understand what the law is from day to day, we're there now. Last year's Federal Register, 99,000 pages long. Not only are those laws too voluminous, complex, and ever-changing to provide anyone any semblance of fair notice and due process, they are not even written by men and women of our own choosing. I applaud these brave men and women, and I stand with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Scott, Senator Lee. It's great to be with you as members of the Freedom Caucus talking about something that is actually an existential crisis. And so let's just consider what the House Freedom Caucus proposal entailed. It entailed wanting to cut wasteful, weaponized, and woke spending programs to get this nation back on track. That's all it was. It's a common sense approach. We sit at $31.4 trillion in national debt today. The Biden budget plan, what they propose is a $20 trillion increase to take us to $50 trillion in national debt by 2033. And over the next 2 years, they want to raise the debt ceiling by almost $4 trillion. That's astronomical. So what did the Freedom Caucus do? They said, well, look, you know, none of us have ever voted for a debt ceiling increase, but we would entertain it. We would consider it if we got some conditions, some things that might actually help the country. How about clawing back the student loan forgiveness plan that not only forgave debts but also restructured others for a total of, as I learned this weekend, $609 billion. $609 billion. How about doing that? How about cutting Biden's invasive IRS army? House has already passed it. We need the Senate to take it up. That's another $80 billion. How about elimination of the wacky, crazy Green New Deal tax credits and subsidies? That's $350 billion. Now you're talking real money. You're talking $1 trillion. And in a nation where we have a structural debt every month, structural deficit every month of $100 billion, you can push out that debt ceiling, necessity of a debt ceiling increase by almost a year with some common sense, rational plans. It's real simple. And not only that, we're not proposing anything like I'm filtering here, what our Commander-in-Chief has proposed with regard to the budget. We're not touching Social Security retirement benefits. We're not proposing anything on a reduction in Medicare benefits. And we sure as heck aren't saying let's cut the border security funding. Not like this administration is doing in their budget proposal. We actually will immediately save more than $1 trillion with the cuts and the rescissions that we've proposed. This is the vehicle to get us moving back in the right direction. And in a country where the main driver of inflation is really one thing, and that is the out-of-control federal spending, this is an opportunity to turn back the clock on inflation. And then you throw in the fact that we have an energy policy plan as well and get our domestic energy production going again, and that will reduce costs of about 40%. Because you know who's getting hammered the most? It isn't the White House. It's not the folks that live in that bubble. It's the American citizen, the men and women who live in this country. And it's time we do something to help them and stop playing games. And I tell you what, if we enact the House Freedom Caucus plan, you don't need to raise that debt ceiling tomorrow. You don't have to raise it in August, because we will start bringing down that monthly structural deficit, which drives the increase in the national debt, which in turn drives your inflation. Let's stop it now. With that, I am pleased to stand with my friends from the Senate, and I will, and the men and women of the House Freedom Caucus, and I'm now pleased to throw it to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Chip Roy.
Thanks, Ann. Well, thank y'all for being here. I thank Senator Scott and Lee for joining us here, along with my colleagues at the Freedom Caucus. And but it is great to see my friends. Look, I can't figure out which way the administration wants to have it. You got the director of the Office of Management and Budget who says that our plan wouldn't do anything for deficits or for debt. But then, out of the same mouth, they come out and say, we're cutting everything. Oh my gosh, right? Women and children all across the country are going to be suffering because of what we're cutting. Well, which is it, right? I mean, the truth is what we're doing is trying to address an actual problem, a problem that this administration, and frankly for too long, both sides of the aisle here in this building have refused to actually address, which is a massive spending problem, racking up debt, but more importantly, a spending problem that is empowering bureaucrats to the detriment of the American people. When I go home to Texas, not one person I represent comes up to me and says, will you please give more power to bureaucrats? Will you please give more regulations, give more control to the government to interfere with my life and my well-being? Not one. Not one of them ever comes up to me and says that. But yet, that's precisely what this administration wants to do. Increase taxes, increase regulations, and then say, oh, don't worry, we're reducing the debt over the next decade from 20 trillion to 17 trillion, which frankly isn't even exactly accurate. But they're saying that that's somehow a big win. My question for you guys in the press, like, do you care about the current state of the dollar, the current state of the country? I mean, are you going to go hold this administration responsible for completely destroying the economic health and the fiscal strength of this country? That's a question. You can hold us accountable too. But everybody goes to their corners and they say, oh, they're cutting Medicare and Social Security. Well, as my friend from Arizona just said, we didn't say anything remotely close to that. We're talking about ensuring that we can protect Social Security retirement benefits and Medicare benefits. But I can tell you who's not. It's my Democratic colleagues who in 8 years will ensure that Medicare and Social Security are completely without funds. Because they don't want to actually address the truth. They don't want to look at the American people and speak the truth. We're going to speak the truth to, frankly, both sides of the aisle. It is time for this country to actually have leadership in this town that wants to change it, to do what we actually said we would do, to actually come forward with a plan to cut spending, to reduce the deficit, to save $3 trillion plus over a decade. No, we're not going to balance the budget on the back of discretionary spending. Everybody knows, everybody can do math. But what we can do is prove to the American people that before we're going to have a conversation about mandatory spending, we're not going to be sending money to pro-prostitution LGBTQ groups in Colombia. Because that's what you're doing with your tax dollars right now, right? You've got the Department of Defense spokesperson standing up at the microphone yesterday talking about how one of their #1 foreign policy objectives is advancing LGBTQ. Do you think China gives a rat's rear end about that? While they're building up their Navy and they want to kick our butts? No, they don't. And I can promise you no Texan is going around going, man, I really hope that's your #1 foreign policy goal. We're here to actually do the work of the American people. We're putting forwarding a budget that would actually cut spending, get us on a step forward to balance, and do so responsibly, undermining the woke, weaponized government that's undermining the American people. Last point I'll make is what Senator Lee talked about, is economic growth. You cannot grow this country if you continue to pass regulations and to subsidize the very things that are undermining economic growth. You can't do it. You can't do it. I was just meeting with a formerly august oil and gas company in my office. Now they come in and the first thing they talk about for 10 minutes is green subsidies. I told them, can you make a single dollar on any of these things without federal subsidies? They all said no. We are destroying the economic strength of this country and our core strength of national security by having strong energy with ridiculous subsidies undermining economic growth. You want 3 and 4% economic growth to balance this budget and to make this country great again? Get rid of the subsidies that are subsidizing unreliable energy and making us second to China. That will actually make this country stronger. And with that, I will yield to the gentlelady from Colorado.
So, as you've heard, the House Freedom Caucus has a plan to tackle our nation's debt and the deficit and avoid a catastrophic default. We are here because of the reckless spending from Democrats who held the gavel in the last Congress and the Congress before that. They spent too much money. And now we are here to say that we're not going to default on our debt. We are going to hold to these obligations. But there are some things that we can do this year. There are things that we could do next year even. I'm all for a balanced budget. I have a balanced budget amendment. But that's talking 10, 15 years down the road. What can we do right now to lower inflation, to make it easier for the lives of American citizens, make it easier on their pocketbooks? We want to limit government and we want to grow America. That is what this is all about. We have the economic policies that are right to do that. We have the fiscal strength to actually say, no, we don't need these things right now. Joe Biden, he doesn't have a plan. All he has done is lie about us. He has lied about what we've proposed and demanded that he get his way, which is more debt with no cuts and no reforms. That's more suffrage for the American people. They are hurting. And instead he wants to lie and say that Republicans are going to make the southern border unsecure, that Republicans are going to cause an energy crisis. No, Joe, you already did that on day one. When it comes to the serious issues of meeting America's financial obligations, Joe Biden is acting like a child. Mr. President, the House Freedom Caucus, the only caucus who has released a plan to address this situation created by Democrats, meets tonight at 7 p.m. on Capitol Hill. Instead of avoiding the real work of governing by lying about your plan, I suggest you set down the ice cream and come and join us. Let's talk. Let's talk about how we can move forward. And if you do attend, I hope that you bring some teleprompters. We may be able to provide some, but if that is the case, I would prefer they be turned around so we could just read them ourselves. We'll probably get along a lot quicker if we do it that way. But listen, if there's not a specific plan, part of our plan that you don't like, let's talk about it. But enough is enough. Enough of these games where you send your press secretary to do your political spin games. We know she's lying when she opens her mouth. The American people see it. It's time that we move forward to address these real issues. And I'd remind Mr. Biden that America saw what the House Freedom Caucus is made of in January. Lies don't move us. Media coverage doesn't move us. Attack ads don't move us. Policy moves us, benefiting the American people, doing what we said we were going to do, the promises that we made to be leaders, to be principled, to be strong, to uphold the Constitution, to do what is in the American people's best interest. That is what moves the members of the House Freedom Caucus. And if Joe Biden is unwilling to talk about those policies, then when the shutdown comes, it's on him. When moms and dads get laid off and when unemployment doubles and the stock market collapses, remember, Joe Biden sat on his hands while we urged and demanded action. I want to thank the senators for having us here, and I'm proud to be joined by my House Freedom Caucus colleagues. And now I'd like to turn it over to my good friend from Virginia, Bob Good.
Thank you, Congressman Boebert. I also want to extend my thanks to Senator Lee and Senator Scott joining Chairman Perry and hosting this press conference for us here today. I want the American people to know, we want the American people to know that hope and help is on the way. This is not yesteryear's Republican House conference. This is not the Republican Party of the past that will surrender to the failures of the past and do what we've always done. We intend to do what the American people elected us to do, and that is to bring fiscal responsibility, fiscal stability to Washington. As Congressman Boebert said, we made history in January where you had members of the Republican House put their own political interests, their own political careers at risk to do what they thought was best for the conference, to make history in voting against their presumptive leadership of their party because we needed to reform how Congress worked, we needed to reform how the House worked. And you're going to see us make history again. We're freshmen, Congressman Donalds, Congressman Boebert and I, but the veterans who are here today will tell you they have never been able to cut spending since they've been serving in Congress. We've never cut spending on the House side in modern times. We're going to do that. I'm going to have the opportunity tomorrow as part of the Budget Committee to question President Biden's budget director. It's kind of funny that they even have a budget director, but for the spender-in-chief and for his budget director, Young, I want to try to help them a little bit of basic economic fiscal literacy. When you borrow and spend more, it increases the national debt. When you cut spending, it decreases the national debt, and we're going to do the latter. We're going to cut spending and decrease the national debt. $32 trillion in debt right now. $100,000 per American citizen. An inconceivable number, an astronomical amount. $400,000 for a family of four. That's your share of the national debt. Debt to GDP, 125%, hasn't been that high in 80 years since World War II. And what is this president's proposal to respond to that? To pour gasoline on the fiscal fire with a $7 trillion, more than $2,000 or more than $20,000 per American citizen, $7 trillion, to spend more than $20,000 per American citizen in the next year, borrowing and spending, borrowing an additional $6,000 per American citizen. Every time you say a trillion, that's $3,000 per American citizen. We're not going to let that happen. The House Freedom Caucus is committed to leading helping the Republican House, which is united on this. The Speaker is united on this. The narrative and the conversation has changed, not to will we cut spending, but how much spending we will cut and how we'll cut that spending. That's the new narrative. The House Freedom Caucus is leading on that. I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues today, and I want to introduce Michael Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Bob. You know, it's been often said that you can't fix a problem with the same kind of thinking that created it, yet Washington continues to do that on a regular basis. We continue to reward failure with just more spending. Washington will spend billions on a program, find out that it doesn't have the results and maybe even has the opposite results, and, well, the solution is, well, we just must have needed more money. That is the kind of thinking that must be broken here in Washington and what we're working to change. You know, even Secretary Yellen had to admit under oath that she could not say that the Inflation Reduction Act reduced spending. We know that American families are suffering from massive inflation. Why? Because of huge government spending. Yet what does this White House put out? A proposal that increases spending. It's the circular logic that's just crazy and falls apart under any sort of scrutiny. And the Chicken Little messaging coming from the left is extraordinary. Just, oh, the republic's going to end somehow if we find savings for the American people. And all we're saying really is to go back to pre-COVID spending. Now, most Americans, that's like, well, the pandemic's over. That sounds quite reasonable to me. Only in Washington is that the world's going to end if we go back to just what we were spending just a couple of years ago before a massive pandemic hit our country. We can do this. There's a lot of ways we can find to cut. This government has a massive case of mission creep. And we just think, you know, that maybe there's some things we should stop funding. We should stop sending money to the bureaucracy to do bad things. We shouldn't pay them and give them funds to go after parents at school board meetings. We shouldn't pay them to monitor people's and manage people's Twitter accounts. We shouldn't pay them to do many things. You know, while the CDC was missing the mark on COVID, they were also supporting studies for nail salons. And most American people are like, my tax dollars are going to that sort of thing? No, we've got to bring this government back in check. Let's get back to sound fiscal policy. Let's put this government back to good governing. And the absurdity of the Biden administration, you know, I'm from South Texas. Every day, my district is dealing with what's going on at the border. And for him to somehow say that the Freedom Caucus is out there doing anything, we've been out front in the messaging of the fact and bringing the solutions of what needs to be done to fix the crisis at the border that he has done everything he can to exacerbate. But this is the kind of crazy thinking that comes from the left. They're like, well, we're spending $140 a day per migrant. You know, with inflation, we need to spend $160 a day per migrant. Plus, we might have to plus it up if more people are coming out. This is literally the absurd conversation that they bring to the table. Well, we're like, how about we secure the border? Sounds reasonable. It'll also protect our families. It'll save us. There's a lot of things we can do to bring this government into check, to pull back on the woke and weaponized spending. And before we ask the American people, before we take out another loan using them as collateral for stuff this government wants to do, all we're saying is, hey, let's check under the couch cushions maybe. Let's see if we can find some money that's hanging around somewhere that doesn't need to be spent on maybe some wants, and let's put it towards some actual needs of this federal government. Let's look what we can do to go forward to, again, get back to pre-COVID spending. That'll put us on a strong fiscally responsible path toward what's going on. And, you know, let's do what we can to shrink this government. Let's shrink Washington, and we can grow America, and the American families will be better for it. I would like to invite up my good friend, Dan Bishop from North Carolina.
Thank you, Michael. If you notice, each one of the House Freedom Caucus members here today was part of the 20 on the floor in January. And what we did then is we took the initiative. And if you saw how it was reported in media all across the country, as Joe Scarborough actually was the guy who coined it in an interview I had on MSNBC, which I thought that, you know, kudos to Joe Scarborough. He said it was being catastrophized. And it was a great word. We learned that, oh my gosh, Republican governance is not going to get off the ground. It's going to be a disaster. Democrats are going to run the floor. What will happen if we have a negotiation over the speaker's vote for several days. Well, by the time it was over in 4 days, Kevin McCarthy was speaker, and we also had an agenda that was laid in for the Republican Party, for the House of Representatives, and for the American people. And here's the secret that we're letting you in on today, and why we're over here on the Senate side. And that is that there are courageous United States senators who are ready to take the initiative too. One's right behind me, Rick Scott. Mike Lee has always taken the time to work bicamerally with members across in the other chamber to see to it that we take the initiative on behalf of the American people. That's what we need to do. Now, Joe Biden's the one catastrophizing now, right? Because the last thing he seems to want is taking the initiative to do something new in Washington. The American people are way ahead of us up here. They know that we must get on with doing something new. Frankly, every one of you out there in the media, you know that we must get on to doing something. It must be terribly boring to watch, boring and terrifying at the same time, to watch the same thing happening in Washington every year, wait for the inevitable omnibus, with a massive increase in the deficit, more woke and weaponized government, nothing ever changing. And you know we're heading towards some crash site, as Warren Davidson is fond of saying. You know that to be true. Well, the only way that's going to change is if someone takes the initiative. And that's what we've done. Just one example. How much does the censorship laundering complex that the government is running, how much does that cost? It's not just in the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI. It's not just in the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. It's not only at the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. How much does all of that cost? It's in the Defense Department. It's in the ODNI and the CIA. It's across the federal enterprise. How much does that cost the American taxpayer to fund the censorship of its people? That's what we're talking about when we say shrink Washington, grow America. Thank you to the senators for inviting us over. And I'm sorry, I'm supposed to introduce Byron Donalds.
Thank you, Dan. Dan, you introduced me a lot, by the way. I noticed that. Thank you, sir. First, I want to thank Senator Scott, Senator Lee for joining us. What you have here are leaders, people committed to getting our country back on track. You know, I say to a lot of constituents, we have a lot of elected officials in politics, a lot. We got one at 1,600, but we don't have a lot of leaders in politics. And what you're seeing up here are men and women who are prepared to lead this country. But what we're not going to do is get into the silly political games of throwing out names and shaming other people's plans. I'll be honest about Joe Biden's budget, which is his plan. It's insane. He wants to spend $7 trillion of money we don't have. As a country, we only raise about $4.6 to $4.8 trillion a year. He wants to spend $7. This is like in anybody who at home, if you make $4,000 a month and you spend $5,000 a month, you got a problem. If Joe Biden was your husband, he would say, honey, I know we only make $4,000 a month, but let's spend $7,000 a month. You know that does not work. Every wife in America would shudder if that was her husband. And what we're doing up here is saying we have to get back to basics when it comes to spending. Spending money back to pre-COVID levels only makes sense because COVID is over. Even Joe Biden has finally admitted to that. So let's get back there. And to our colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, we have to get serious about the fiscal outlook of the country. We cannot just continue to follow CBO baselines as if they are the holy grail for how we spend money in Washington. The Congressional Budget Office works for us. We should be looking at the baseline and saying, what can we live with spending today because we don't have money and our future are the people who are really going to suffer as a result. Last piece, to the press secretary over at the White House who said that our plan is to create a 5-alarm fire, you're lying. I wish you would just take an economics course because spending money the way Joe Biden wants to, that is the 5-alarm fire. If Joe Biden truly believes that his border plan, spending more money for this radical asylum process that he has is only going to make matters better in the country. Go ask the mayors of Chicago and New York, because they're asking the federal government for money to take care of the migrant problem that Joe Biden has brought to the United States. We have to be serious. We have to be adults. So like Congresswoman Boebert, I invite the president, come on down, man, let's talk. We'll have a very good conversation. And maybe we finally will get somewhere as opposed to this back and forth between the TV cameras. But we got to get serious. We have to lead. And so I'm glad for my colleagues here. And I challenge the other members of the House and the Senate, let's just sit down and start going through spreadsheets, guys. Line by line, let's figure it out. That's what families do. That's what the American people want us to do here on Capitol Hill. I yield back.
Ralph, you want to close this out before we go to questions?
Yeah, let me just, to Senator Lee and Senator Scott, thank you for being here. And for all my patriots here, I'm not going to repeat what's been said. Let me just say that what these 20 did, what we did, hadn't been done since 1923. We didn't respond to robocalls against us. We didn't respond to the press. We knew what we were doing was right. And folks, I'm reminded, I was on the airplane today and I saw an old Wall Street Journal that had a picture of a drowning child. He was coming up, gasping for breath. And that's how America is. We're gasping for breath. I'm tired of hearing of 10-year budgets. I'm tired of hearing a 5-year budget. What Byron said, and so many have said, we're going to present a budget that actually balances within the 10-year time frame. And we're going to be able to see this year, how spending is going to be cut and how we're going to start the path toward getting on a financial footing. Economic security is national security. The Republicans just got back from a conference in Orlando. It will scare you to death about what China, Russia, and the challenges that we face. And now more than ever, we've got to save this country. We've got to make sure that we're going to survive it. And it's not going to be easy with this administration. When I heard of the Biden budget, it made no difference to me. When he said, a clean debt ceiling with no cuts, that's all I need to hear. But like Byron said, let's talk about it. I'm not sure he's got anything to offer or the cabal that he has running the country. But anyway, we're serious. The 20 are not going anywhere. And I'm just thankful that we've got senators now who are willing to step up and meet the challenge. Because, folks, everybody's feeling it now. You in the media, as Chip says, you know it. Take a look at your pocketbook. What is your pocketbook? Name anybody in this country that has said this has not been affected in a negative way. When you've got dental hygienists calling me like they did the other day that can't buy insulin for their child because of the price of gas, eggs, you name it. Folks, we're on life support. We got to stop it. We got the people around here to do it, and I just want to thank them. Help us do this. You know we're right. We can't continue on this path. And just as each of you are feeling what's going on in this country, let's alert the country, and we're going to have it in black and white so people can see what we're doing, and we're proud of it. Thank you so much, and thank you all for putting this on.
Take some questions. We're on the Senate side, so, ma'am?
If we can stay on, let's talk about the debt
Stay on
ceiling.
topic if we can.
Related question on the debt ceiling, but it does sound like Speaker McCarthy is the one who's really taking the lead for Republicans with policies to be letting him do that with Biden. But after talking to him in Orlando, it sounds like those discussions have sort of come to a standstill. I mean, what's your sense of where McCarthy is in those conversations with the White House? And do you have faith in him to be able to broker a deal that you guys can actually get behind?
Well, we do have faith in him. He's our speaker. But look, the president's the one that said he's looking forward to another meeting. Seems to me the president can schedule the meeting right now. We don't have to wait till this is a crisis. You see members of the House and Senate working together. We're ready to deal with it, tackle it right now. If they want to put a bill up next week, we're all ready to go. So we shouldn't wait until the last, the 11th hour. And President Biden, he can call a meeting with, I suspect that Speaker McCarthy will go over and talk this out when he's willing to do that. But what I really think he's doing is signaling, I'll have another meeting while doing nothing, hoping it gets to the very end, and then making the crisis even worse, and then trying to pin us into a position that's bad. That's what what he's doing.
And by the way, if you look at some of the things they're doing and what they propose is make sure that doesn't happen to us again. We got to stop getting in a position where they can hold us up to force us to pass an omnibus or say, you're going to shut down everything. That's wrong. And so what the Freedom Caucus has proposed is stop this whole process where they hold us up to get more and more and more spending.
Just one follow-up on that. As McCarthy has these meetings, do you guys want to be involved? Do you want the Freedom Caucus to be in the room there, or do you trust that he's going to keep you updated?
Well, look, we're going to be involved anyhow at some point, right? So whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you're in the House or the Senate, you represent people back home. And so you have a vote. And so one of the things that we fought for early in January is to make sure that we get rid of the illusion of representative government and actually have representative government. So you know, we're going to be present to vote. We got to see what we're voting on, what the president's asking for, and what we're asking for, and how that comes together. We're ready to go. Sir.
If you all basically get what you want out of the debt limit deal, how high an increase or how long a suspension do you think would be appropriate?
So that's like asking how long a string is. I mean, it depends. If the more you ask for, the more we're going to have to ask for. But what we're actually proposing is actually lowering the debt ceiling requirement by clawing back things that we've allocated money to and not spent. And we think that that's a healthy, reasonable conversation. We'd like to have that. So if we're going to have a real conversation that includes that, the limit can be much lower. And that's something that makes it easier for each one of us to take in and deal with.
But what we ought to be doing is do what every family does. Go through your budget.
Right.
We're not doing budgets up here. This is the craziest thing in the world. When I was governor of Florida, there was 4,000 lines of the budget. We went through every year. We had a written purpose for it. We ought to be doing the same thing up here, but if you have no conversations and you just ominous cram down your throat at the last minute, we have no ability to control any spending. We can do this.
I was there when he did it. He's absolutely right.
Sure.
I have a question for Senator Scott. Senator, are there specific spending cuts that you would like to see? And also, given the market vulnerabilities that banking failures have brought to light, do you have any second thoughts at all about playing hardball with the
Well, first off, what's causing all these problems is the fact that we're not living within our means. That's causing the problem. It's not that we want to make sure something good happens with the debt ceiling. And the way to do it is we could go example after example. If we went through a budget, why do we have 77,000 empty federal office buildings that we keep funding? If you went through a budget, you would eliminate those every year. We would never get to this point. That's what every family does. You don't just say, well, you know, I just spent like that last year, I'm going to spend it again.
One more question, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
We've got some budget committee members here. You all laid up some specific ideas, but help us with the process going forward. Are you going to require that House Republicans pass a budget first? Do you expect that to happen?
Well, that process continues, but they're not. Yes, ma'am.
And if the Republicans don't do that, then what? That's sort of the first line of defense that you expect it to be.
Republicans are going to pass a budget. You don't have to worry about that. But the debt ceiling issue still looms, right? And so what we're saying, we've put out a plan early on so that we can address it, so that we can show that we want it to not be a problem and that we can move on to other issues as we should. And we're ready to go right now. That's the message. We have a plan. We're ready to go right now. There's no reason this needs to be a crisis, now, or needs to be a crisis in the future. If the president wants to solve this, we're all here, and we have a plan. If he's got a different plan, let's see it. But look, $7 trillion in spending is not that's not going to be acceptable. Now, he's probably going to want something. You know, we're going to want something a little less. He might want something a little more. It has to start with conversation, and the position he's taking generally of I will not negotiate it's unacceptable to the American people. It will not solve the problem. We have a plan. We're ready. Let's get after it. Let's fix it, and let's move on to save our country.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Almost 20 years ago, a family in Idaho purchased a lot in a residential area near Priest Lake. They were looking to build a home. They obtained county building permits and started placing sand and gravel on their property to get it ready for the build. But shortly after the family began preparing their lot, the Environmental Protection Agency, they told them to stop. There was water on their building plot with no surface water connection to any body of water. But because of its proximity to Priest Lake, the EPA said that placing sand and gravel on the property violated the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act prohibits the discharge of pollutants, such as the rocks and sand used to prepare a building plot, into, quote, navigable waters, unquote. navigable waters are ambiguously defined by the Clean Water Act as, quote, waters of the United States, unquote. That's more commonly known as WOTUS. Normally, navigable waters are defined as waters that are deep, they're wide, and they're calm enough for boats or ships to go across. Well, the surface water on the Idaho family's lot certainly doesn't fit that bill. The Idaho family, they tried to challenge the EPA. They sought a hearing, but the EPA chose not to grant them one and instead continued to assert the Clean Water Act jurisdiction over their land. So Michael and Chantel Sackett sued. They've been to the Supreme Court once, and they are back again this year. They still haven't been able to build on the property that they first acquired in 2004. The Sackett versus EPA Supreme Court case centers on interpretation of the Clean Water Act. What counts as water of the United States? In 2015, the Obama administration published an unprecedented expansion of the definition of WOTUS, giving the federal government jurisdiction over a state resource. That is Nebraska's water. It doesn't belong to the federal government. I fought former President Obama's WOTUS rule since my very first term here in the United States Senate. The rule was the federal government at its worst. It encroached on families, on communities, and businesses by its brazen intrusion into the precious water resource of my home state of Nebraska and all the rest of our states as well. The Trump administration rescinded Obama's WOTUS rule, but when President Biden took office, he reversed that. The president issued a new rule allowing EPA officials in Washington, D.C. to make case-by-case determinations of what should be considered water of the United States. Privately owned land containing ponds, puddles, and even dry ditches can now be regulated by the federal government. This needless power grab only places more people under restrictive regulations and rules. The federal government should not have power to regulate Nebraska's water. Nebraskans should. Nebraska has a special system of natural resource districts that empowers locally elected community members to manage water resources based on river basin boundaries. Regular people living their lives at home know better than DC bureaucrats how to use and how to manage their state's natural resources. And that's why I've partnered with my colleague, Senator Capito, in introducing legislation to overturn President Biden's WOTUS rule. The Biden administration is determined to impose an overly restrictive rule right now, and that's before the Supreme Court has an opportunity to decide the Sackett case. We cannot let that happen. In the past, I've co-sponsored a bill targeting the flawed science used by the EPA to expand its definition of WOTUS. I've also helped to introduce legislation that would require presidential administration to consult with states, to consult with stakeholders before they impose these restrictions on our state-owned natural resources. This is essential. States understand the complex geological and hydrological factors that affect their own water resources. There is no way that the federal government can take all of that into account with its one-size-fits-all regulations. I've dealt with these issues during my time in the Nebraska legislature, and I know there are not benefits when the federal government tries to take control of state resources through these onerous regulations. Leave water management to the experts. The states know their own water. The federal government needs to stay out of issues that are handled much better under state jurisdiction. WOTUS is not the issue that everyone wants to talk about it, but it is important to regular Americans in Nebraska and Idaho and many other states. And those Americans, well, they're who we are here to represent. WOTUS has a real, tangible impact on American lives. So let's come together. We can solve this problem that was created by the administration's rash and their reckless regulating. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, over the years, I've heard President Biden share a favorite expression of his father's. He says his dad would tell you, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. Well, there's a lot of wisdom in that statement. A person's budget shows what they truly value, whether that's supporting those who are less fortunate, saving for the future, or achieving a certain type of lifestyle. The same is true for the federal government. It's easy for leaders to say they value a strong military or fiscal responsibility, but a budget shows whether they really mean it. Last week, of course, President Biden released his budget for the next fiscal year, which gave us an unvarnished view of what he truly values. And in countless ways, it stands in stark contrast to what he's told the American people. The president's spoken about the need to rein in out-of-control spending, but he proposed more than $2 trillion in new spending. Given the growing threats from China and Russia, he said he cares about a strong national defense, but he proposed a mere 3.2% increase in defense spending, far below the level of inflation. So it actually is a cut. He's spoken about the importance of growing our economy, but he proposed additional job-killing tax hikes on Main Street businesses and other job creators. He says he's concerned about energy costs, but proposed $37 billion in new energy taxes, taxes that will be paid ultimately by the consumer in increased costs. And despite saying he cares about the border, President Biden's made it absolutely clear he isn't serious about addressing the crisis at our southern border. For 2 years, law enforcement and border communities have struggled to keep up with the overwhelming number of migrants that are crossing every day. During President Biden's first 2 years of office, Customs and Border Protection has encountered 4.7 million migrants at the southern border. That's an astonishing, a breathtaking figure. Well, there's a clear need, there's an obvious need to strengthen our border security, and the President's budget request includes $535 million for border security technology at and between the ports of entry. At ports, this could include advanced equipment to efficiently scan cargo and passenger vehicles. Mexico is our second largest trading partner, and that binational trade is important to both of our economies. But this same technology could be key to stopping illicit drugs, weapons, and currency from coming across the border. Between the ports of entry, this funding could go toward sensors, cameras, and other surveillance tools that allow Border Patrol agents to monitor unpatrolled portions of the border and spring to action when necessary. Given the ongoing migration crisis and fentanyl epidemic,
which is killing 70,000 Americans every year, there could not be a more important time to invest in border security. While the President's request for $535 million may sound like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but when you compare it to other line items in his budget, it starts to look a whole lot smaller. For example, the White House wants to spend $1 billion trying to address, quote, root causes of migration in Central America and Haiti. That's nearly double the amount he wants to spend on border security technology. Over the last few years, we've seen failed attempts to alleviate what are called the push factors, violence and poverty, that cause people to leave their home countries and come to the United States. But don't forget, these migrants are not just coming from Central America and Haiti. They're literally coming from all over the world. Best case scenario, it would take years, if ever, before these efforts would translate into even 1 inch of progress at the border. I've said before what I learned at the Yuma Border Patrol sector in southwestern Arizona when the Border Patrol chief said, in this sector alone, a sleepy little agricultural community, we have people coming across the border from 176 countries speaking 200 languages. This is a global phenomenon, not just isolated to Central America and Haiti. Well, worst case scenario, the administration flushes $1 billion down the drain while the border remains in a state of crisis. The White House wants to spend even more money on the Department of Homeland Security's Climate Resilience Program. Climate resilience. A whopping $4 billion is what they want for that. That's more than 7 times higher what the President has proposed for border security technology. Now, the mission of the Department of Homeland Security isn't to fight climate change. It's to safeguard the American people. It cannot achieve that mission with the meager budget proposed by President Biden and the lack of priorities. You may think that climate resilience is an important matter, but it certainly doesn't rise to the level of the crisis we're experiencing today on the border with an overwhelming number of migrants and illegal drugs that killed 108,000 Americans last year alone. Of course, the funding level requested for technology is only part of the problem. The question isn't just how much do you want to spend, but what do you need to spend it on? As I mentioned, this is one pot of funding that would support 2 purposes: security at the borders and security between the ports of entry. Both of those functions are essential to our security and our economy, but the White House didn't delineate how it would split that funding. Would it be divided 50-50? Would it be distributed based on need? How would the administration ensure that it was closing the highest priority security gaps first? Now, we have the responsibility to taxpayers to ensure that every dollar is maximized and serves the greatest purpose possible. A few years ago, Senator Sinema, the senator from Arizona, and I introduced something called the Southwest Border Security Technology Improvement Act to help understand the best way to do that. It required the administration to assess technology needs at the border and issue a report within a year. Our bill was signed into law at the end of 2020, and the deadline for that final report was December the 27th, 2021. Well, 15 months has passed, and we still have no report. I've repeatedly asked for updates from the administration, but received 0 response. In short, the administration has failed to provide an assessment that is necessary for Congress to determine what the technology gaps are at the border and what the priority should be. Instead, they just asked Congress for $535 million in a blank check. Now, they've offered zero assurance that they plan to use those funds to increase operational control over the border. They haven't even assured us they know what those needs are. Once again, the administration isn't trying to solve the problem just to create an illusion of effort. But technology funding isn't the only problem with the president's budget. It also falls short when it comes to personnel. Now, I've been to the southern border more times than I can count, but I do count 10 times since President Biden took office. And I've spoken with every law enforcement officer and local elected official, nonprofit, and small business owners that I can find. When I ask them what is needed the most to combat this crisis, there is a recurring answer. We need more boots on the ground. We desperately need more Border Patrol agents on the front lines. Now, the administration wants to hire an additional 350 Border Patrol agents, which would be a great start. But the White House isn't taking any action to address underlying barriers to hiring those agents. For years, the agency struggled to meet its staffing goals, and one of the biggest obstacles is the polygraph requirement. And roughly half of new applicants fail the polygraph, which one officer described as high-tech voodoo. Applicants have shared stories of aggressive and condescending examiners. They've talked about being stereotyped based on their background and traveling to other states in hopes of having a different experience. Still, failing a polygraph or receiving an inconclusive result disqualifies a potential agent. So it wouldn't matter if the White House called for 10,000 new Border Patrol agents in its budget. The agency would not be able to fill those spots until the administration fixes the broken application process. And we've seen no indication of their plans to do so. The White House is also calling for 460 processing assistants at Customs and Border Protection and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. These would be the men and women who would help process the migrants. Based on my conversations with folks at the border, I can tell you these additions are desperately needed. But that's only one piece of the solution. A huge part of the solution lies in deterrence. If people with frivolous asylum claims see they'll quickly be removed from the United States, they aren't likely to attempt the journey to our border in the first place. That's why we just can't staff up on processing coordinators. We need more personnel to actually enforce the law and deliver consequences to those who break it. The Biden administration has refused to do so time and time again, and the Biden budget only makes insignificant changes to staffing for immigration and customs enforcement and removal operations, as well as fugitive operations team members. These are the dedicated men and women who do the difficult but important job of removing people who have no legal right to enter the country. But right now, the system is so overwhelmed with migrants who will not be ultimately granted asylum. So what happens when their claim is denied? It's an important question to ask because I can assure you ICE does not have the sufficient manpower to enforce the law given the scale of this crisis. In short, the White House has proposed adding more personnel to process migrants and then release them. But it doesn't want to hire more people who will actually remove people who break our laws. Based on his own assessment strategy, President Biden does not value border security because his budget certainly does not reflect it. His budget is not a serious proposal to gain operational control of the border. It's more talk with no action. Our country is experiencing an absolutely unprecedented migration crisis. The southern border has become an open highway instead of a secure checkpoint. The administration is essentially waving everyone through, from migrants with frivolous asylum claims to the drug runners who are carrying fentanyl that kill our fellow Americans. Based on President Biden's budget, he appears content for it to stay that way. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Huff, you stated in your prepared testimony the importance of appropriately locating nuclear waste disposal locations, if I got that right. And you talked with Senator Cortez Masto just a second ago at some length about this. Can you agree, can we agree that at the very least, wherever we think about locating nuclear waste, probably not a great idea to have it in proximity to school children?
School children are very important, and their safety is very important. Yes, sir.
So you're aware, I hope, that that is unfortunately exactly what happened, however, in my home state of Missouri at Jana Elementary School in the Hazelwood School District in the St. Louis area. We have nuclear material that is not only in proximity to a school, it's actually on school grounds. The school has had to be closed as a result of this. I know that this is not your portfolio at the Department of Energy, but you do work for the Department of Energy. So I just want to register once again my displeasure at the fact that the parents and teachers at this school cannot get any answers from the Department of Energy. I can't get any answers from the Department of Energy. I can't get any answers from the Army Corps. And currently, the Department of Energy and the Army Corps of Engineers are each blaming each other for this situation, which is decades in the making. And as a result, these school kids, who knows what they've been exposed to, and they can't go to school at this location. So I'm just pointing this out. Now, once again, and you can take this message back, that I'm serious about this. I've written to the president about it. I need him to get his administration into line. I don't care whose jurisdiction is what, this, that, or the other. I want this fixed for these school kids. And until we get some answers here, and frankly, some justice for these school kids, I'm going to hold every nomination to the Department of Energy. And I've done this before. We've been down this road before, and I will do it as long as it takes. I want to be on the record. I want to be crystal clear about this. I will do this as long as it takes until we get some fidelity for what happened to these school kids. And just because these kids and their parents are not big-time donors doesn't mean that they can be ignored. And frankly, I'm pretty mad about it. And I'm tired of getting the runaround, and I'm even more mad that they've gotten the runaround for years. So that's just, you can take that message back and say that Senator Hawley was not in a good mood. Let's talk a little bit about China, if we could. Just give me a sense, Dr. Huff, how reliant, to your knowledge, are U.S. nuclear power producers on Chinese suppliers, whether that's for the reactors themselves or for components? What's your sense of this?
Yeah, so it's increasing certainly in the context of components as you think about the amount of supply chain capability that China has. Their ability to supply components for nuclear reactors is increasing over time, but it is pretty limited actually in terms of the fuel, and it's actually possible that Mr. Dominguez might be better at describing this in terms of his own company. But
go ahead, Mr. Dominguez, weigh in on this if you would.
I think Dr. Huff said it right. It's compared to Russia, relatively minor piece of the supply puzzle. I speak principally for our company. Look, we're going to buy from everyone, and we have bought from everyone historically, certainly before this geopolitical event, just from a risk management perspective. So we've got a toe in the water in a lot of places, but China is a very small thing.
Let me come back to you, Doctor, if I could. What steps is DOE taking to move our nuclear energy supply chains out of China so that we don't have any reliance on them?
Thank you for this question. It is important to the Department of Energy that we diversify these supply chains. We've written a supply chain report, actually, on a number of different energy technologies, including advanced and small modular nuclear reactors, that expands on what the bottlenecks are and where industry can contribute to increasing the robustness of those supply chains and which particular components are going to need more, domestic and allied support. So I'd refer you to that report, which is pretty great, actually.
Let me ask you about espionage in this space. Beijing has said that it intends to double China's nuclear power capacity by 2035. We know that they have used, they being Beijing, has used economic espionage to advance all aspects of its industrial agenda over decades now and have had, sadly, quite a bit of success at using espionage to do that. Are you aware of Chinese intelligence services targeting employees or others in the U.S. nuclear industry for purposes of gathering intelligence that Beijing can then use for their own goals?
Thank you, Senator. I take classified information very seriously, and I would sort of refer you to our intelligence colleagues in a maybe more classified setting for some of this specific information, but I will say the following, that it is certainly the case that the United States has indicted one Chinese company in relation to this a couple years ago.
Great. Well, my time's expired. I've got a couple more questions for you along these lines for the record, and I'll get them to you there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, last Tuesday, President Biden formally nominated Julie Su to be the Secretary of the Department of Labor. Now, as ranking member of the committee that oversees her nomination, I felt it was important to express some concerns that have only grown since her previous nomination. Deputy Secretary Su has a troubling record and is currently overseeing the Department of Labor's development of anti-worker regulations dismantling the gig economy. This does not inspire confidence in her current position, let alone confidence that she should be promoted. Ms. Su's record now and in her previous position as Secretary for the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency deserves scrutiny. I look forward to a full review and hearing process for her nomination. In California, Ms. Su was a top architect of AB 5, a controversial law that removed the flexibility of individuals to work as independent contractors. Now, independent contractors, we can call them freelancers. They make their own hours and they choose the type of work they wish to do. I was recently taking a lift. The driver told me that he was able to clear $500 a day. He has Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash on his phone. He flips between the apps. He chooses the job from whichever one is immediately available, and through it all, he clears $500 a day. I said, wait a second, man, you got to pay your gas, you got to pay your insurance, or you still, oh yeah, I clear $500 a day. Now, if he's working 5 days a week, he's doing $10,000 a month. Independent contractors are shielded from forced or coerced unionization that could strip that flexibility away. This, of course, has made eliminating this classification a top priority for large labor unions who benefit from more workers being forced to pay mandatory union dues. Now, it's important to note, even in California, AB 5 is extremely unpopular. 59% of Californian voters supported a measure to exempt rideshare drivers from AB 5. The law is so flawed, the governor and state legislature have had to pass multiple laws to exempt over 100 occupations. The statutory exemptions are longer than the text of AB 5 itself. But Ms. Su has taken her support for this anti-worker, pro-union policy to the U.S. Department of Labor. During her tenure as Deputy Secretary of Labor, essentially the agency's chief operating officer, the Biden administration pushed to eliminate independent contracting via federal executive rulemaking. Now, there was never any hope of getting AB 5-like law through Congress, so they pursued their goals through regulation. And if finalized, the new regulation strips 21 million Americans of their ability to classify themselves as independent contractors and enjoy the flexibility this provides. This regulation would undermine the business model of services like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash that provide valuable services and give drivers the ability and freedom to set their own hours and even hop between states. I go out the airport in New Orleans, Louis Armstrong International Airport, and the guy picks me up's got Maryland plates. Oh yeah, I moved here like 6 months ago, wanted to come down for Jazz Fest. And so I just notified the different, Uber and Lyft, and now I'm down here working instead of back where I started. We're talking maximal flexibility. By the way, it's not just the Uber and Lyft drivers affected. Truckers are severely impacted. Many truckers are independent owner-operators. They own their own trucks. This regulation could devastate the freedom of these truckers. It could potentially impact the supply chain in the process, as trucking moves more than 72% of the goods in the United States annually. Now, as a conservative from a conservative state, but I think as an American from any state, I can say that we don't need the application of a law from one of the most liberal states to the entire nation. A law rejected in California is not a policy to be pursued on a federal level. We need to support the right of workers and their ability to choose what is best for them, not put them in a straitjacket to serve other people's goals. I also want to hear Ms. Su's position on DOL's effort to uproot the franchise model, which employs over 8 million Americans. Deputy Secretary Su has made public comments indicating that she will pursue attempts at DOL to forcefully impose a joint employer classification on the almost 800,000 franchises operating in our communities, the same as any other small business. Saddling franchisors with liability for thousands of franchise owners that actually operate the small business would be a sure way to destroy the system of franchising. A model which has allowed those underrepresented in the business community, women, people of color, to have the ability to live the American dream, becoming successful small business owners as they help create jobs, lifting other workers out of poverty. No one is surprised that the joint employer rule is a major priority for large labor unions. It's easier for them to pressure one company to unionize, to increase their union dues, than to pressure thousands of independent businesses. The priority of the Biden administration should not be to do whatever makes it easier to forcibly and coercively unionize workers while undermining the business models of the establishments they work for. It should be to increase individual freedom and opportunity. It comes to mind, there's a fellow north of Baton Rouge, moved here from West Africa to attend LSU. After he attended LSU, he became a citizen, and now he's a franchisor for multiple outlets of the company with which he does. And he talks about the American dream, coming here from Nigeria as a transfer student, getting his citizenship, and now being an owner, involved in Rotary, running for political office, a better American than most Americans. Somehow this threatens the Department of Labor. Now, in addition to her policies, we should ask questions about how Ms. Su presided over a mismanaged California unemployment insurance program during the pandemic, and why California paid $31 billion in fraudulent claims when she chose to suspend the eligibility determination process. Some of these payments went to inmates and known domestic and international criminals. To put into context, Department of Labor's requested budget is $15 billion and employs more than 17,000 people. This means that Ms. Su lost more than double the annual budget of the agency she'll be responsible for managing in Washington, D.C. This calls into question her qualifications as a manager. Unfortunately, there'll be many reasons to be concerned about Ms. Su's nomination to head the Department of Labor, and I look forward to a full hearing process to further discuss. Now, Mr. President, I request that the following appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today we introduced the Congressional Review Act, a resolution of disapproval to overturn the Biden administration's unfair student loan schemes that transfer the burden of $400 billion in federal student loans from those who willingly took on that debt and took on that debt to get a degree that would help them make more money, to American taxpayers who perhaps never went to college or who already filled their commitment to pay off their loans, oftentimes sacrificing to do so. The resolution would also end the pause on student loan payments, which by August will have cost taxpayers almost $200 billion. President Biden has extended this pause 6 times for a total of 31 months, far beyond the original justification of an ongoing pandemic. I'm joined by 38 of my colleagues in offering this resolution. Last August, President Biden announced his plan to cancel up to $20,000 in federal student loans from most borrowers and to extend the payment and interest accrual pause in student loans via executive fiat. Make no mistake, this reckless student loan scheme does not forgive debt. It does not forgive debt at all. It just transfers the burden from those who willingly took out these loans for college, and again, in order to make more money when they graduate, to Americans who never attended college or who've already paid off their loans. And I would ask, where's the forgiveness for the guy who didn't go to college but bought a truck, went to work, and is now working to pay off that loan. Is his truck loan going to be forgiven? It will not be. And what about the woman who paid off her student loans but is now struggling to afford her mortgage? Does she get a refund to help her with a mortgage? Is the administration providing them relief? And the answer is no. Instead, the administration would have them not only pay their bills, but the bills for those who decided to go to college in order to make more money and then have their student loans forgiven. This is irresponsible and unfair. And by the way, the plan does nothing to address the problems that created the debt in the first place. It doesn't hold colleges or universities accountable for rising costs. According to the College Board, in the last 30 years, tuition and fees have jumped at private nonprofit colleges by 80% and at public four-year institutions by 124%. And it doesn't ensure that students are prepared for life after college. Indeed, it creates a terrible moral hazard that tells students that federal student loans aren't real commitments and tells colleges that no matter how high they raise their prices or what product they produce, the federal government will cover the tab, courtesy of the American taxpayer. Our resolution prevents average Americans, the 87% of whom currently have no student loans, from being stuck with a policy that the administration is doing not to be fair to all, but rather to favor the few. Our resolution also protects the rule of law, which President Biden must know he is violating. During Supreme Court arguments on the legality of the student loan forgiveness in February, Justice Roberts clearly indicated that if $400 billion was to be spent on student loan cancellation, it would and should require congressional approval. That has not been given. It is a clear example of this administration attempting to subvert Congress for what appears to be purely political purposes. It is a wildly dangerous precedent if left unchecked. For Americans who cannot afford their debt or want a proactive approach to paying off their loan commitments, Congress has already authorized, again, let me just say this, for someone who can't afford their debt or who wishes to be proactive to pay off their loan commitments, Congress has already authorized 31 different programs to help pay or forgive student loans. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the list of federal programs already available to Americans who are struggling to repay their loans, work in public service, or who are in high-demand fields.
Without objection.
Thank you. They range from total forgiveness under public student loan forgiveness, the PSLF, Stafford loans for teachers, and Perkins loans cancellations for law enforcement officers, military, early childhood educators, and social workers, to name a few. There are also repayment programs for high-demand fields where education is specialized and the need is a public good. For example, through the Department of Health and Human Services, therapists, behavioral health providers who are needed to help our children as we face a mental health crisis are eligible for loan forgiveness. In addition, there are repayment policies related to the income of an individual. There are 5 different programs to keep payments low compared to an individual's income and to cap the total time for repayment. Quite different from this mass transfer of debt under this reckless student loan scheme, which forgets that these existing programs were set up to target limited taxpayer resources to benefit those using their degrees to serve and to fill broader public needs, or who could demonstrate that they themselves had a personal individual need. By the way, what benefit does the GI Bill hold when students can just wait to have their student loans forgiven? Why contribute to your community by teaching in a public school while getting your federal loans paid off through your service when you can just wait for President Biden to forgive your loans? Irresponsible policies like President Biden's student loan scheme weaken these incentives and discourages Americans from going into public service. President Biden and Secretary Cardona, come to the table. There are real problems in the student loan system and federal financing of higher education. Let's fix them legally through a lasting bipartisan solution. I close by encouraging all my colleagues to join me in supporting this Congressional Review Act resolution to prevent this unconstitutional student loan forgiveness scheme. It's unfair to the hundreds of millions of Americans who will bear the burden of paying off hundreds of billions of dollars of someone else's student debt. With that, I yield.
Senator Schmidt, Senator Schmidt, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, East Palestine is a town that outside of East Palestine and folks in Ohio, people across the country probably hadn't heard of before this terrible tragedy. And there's a lot of towns like East Palestine. I know here in Missouri, where I'm from, Garden City, Bolton, Sykeston, Bridgeton, Missouri, where I'm from, a real blue-collar neighborhood. These are towns that aren't filled with corporate titans or elites. They're working men and women who go to church on Sunday, try to get home for dinner, take their kids to practice, try to play by the rules. And all of those towns matter. East Palestine matters. And instead of showing up in towns like this, and specifically East Palestine, this administration demonstrated that they didn't matter. Joe Biden still hasn't showed up to East Palestine. He's been to Ukraine, but not East Palestine. Pete Buttigieg, it took 3 weeks for him to show up. And I think so much of this, in addition to the things that can be improved, is a lack of attention from this administration that the people of this town, for whatever reason to them, weren't worthy of an appearance of letting them know that we're going to support them. And so I think that one of the reasons, in addition to obviously the toxic chemical spill, that this has become such a big issue, it's demonstrative and shows that this administration is completely out of touch with what I'll refer to as flyover country, places like Missouri, places like Ohio. It just didn't matter, the Biden administration. And what's worse than all of this, I think, is that this accident was foreseeable, avoidable, preventable. And so, Mr. Shaw, I want to ask you, is it true that Norfolk Southern's accident rate has nearly doubled in the last 10 years, and at least 20 of those derailments since 2015 have involved chemical releases? Is that true?
Senator, thank you for your question. East Palestine does matter. I've been there a number of times, and I've visited with the community leaders. I've been in the homes. People have invited me to their business. I've been in the schools, and I've committed the full support of Norfolk Southern.
I hear you. You've said that, and I have limited time, but my question to you was, has the accident rate doubled in the last decade?
Senator, I am not aware of that. I'll be happy to provide you with that info. I know that from 2021 to 2022, many of our FRAs, most of our FRA safety stats improved. We will continue to get better. We are going to learn from this accident, and that's my commitment. Is I will lead Norfolk Southern and the industry to better safety practices.
Well, I would hope so, and you know, I think understanding and we're happy to educate you on those statistics that we have at our ready about how the accident rate is doubled, because there's a lot of folks who live close to railroad tracks. I do. And there's a lot of folks wondering what exactly is going to be done to make sure this doesn't happen again, in addition to the things that need to happen to address the concerns at East Palestine. I did want to, with the remaining time that I have, Chair Hamady, as you know, in the aftermath of this incident, many in the media and in this administration were quick to blame the previous administration, President Trump, for not moving forward or rolling back regulations. However, those arguments have been dismissed by including the USA Today and even the Washington Post, noting that none of the regulatory changes made during the Trump administration at this point can be cited as contributing to the incident. Can you clarify to the committee today, I know you've made statements about this, just to clarify, that whether the regulatory rollback that took place under the Trump administration was responsible for this tragic incident?
I am not familiar with the all of the regulations and actions taken on those regulations from that administration. What I will say is with my comments were with respect to electronically controlled nomadic braking. And there were a lot of comments about how that would have prevented this derailment,
Yeah, I think
which is not accurate.
Right, that was specifically cited by Pete Buttigieg, who, by the way, is not here again. I point out, I have many questions for Pete Buttigieg, and maybe he's taking more personal time, but this is now, we're few months into this Congress with a lot of serious issues involving the Department of Transportation, including this, and he just has refused to appear. And I think that you were very clear publicly saying that rule would not have impacted this at all. Is that correct?
It would not have prevented the derailment.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And Madam Chair, I'll yield back the rest of my time, but I do want to mention the obvious, as I just did, that Secretary Buttigieg is not here. He's yet to appear before this committee. And I think it's incredibly disrespectful, not just to this committee, but the American people, that he continues to hide from these disasters that have happened under his watch.
Senator Rosen. Senator Rosen.
In the budget last year, we have 3 in the budget this year.
Great, thank you.
Senator Hoeven.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, in your testimony, you highlight the significance of the challenge that China poses to our Navy and our Marine Corps. But last fall, the administration released a draft regulation that would require contractors to report on any greenhouse gas emissions linked to the work that they perform on DoD contracts, and then prioritize emissions reductions regardless of the cost or impact on the warfighter. If this regulation's finalized, it will increase costs, it will discourage contractors from working with DoD, and put green mandates ahead of operational requirements. And I would guess China would be pleased to learn that the U.S. is willing to spend more to make weapons greener instead of getting more weapons or more lethal weapons to combat our adversaries. Would you, can the Navy afford to have contractors increase their prices and so forth, and focus on how green their weapons are in the face of the China challenge? And will somehow reducing the emissions of our weapon systems help either the Navy or the Marine Corps to more effectively meet the challenge that China poses, as you outline?
Senator, I'm not exactly sure that the relationship between greenhouse gas emissions were tied directly to the weapon systems themselves. There's a lot of other utilities that the United States Navy depends upon, in which case green technology does make a lot of sense, and we are investing in a lot of green technology. In the Marine Corps alone, we've actually taken Marine Corps Base Albany to zero essential emissions, essentially. And that pays off tremendous dividends in being able to provide us more resources to actually put into combat readiness and to be able to buy more weapon systems themselves.
Have you seen the proposed regulation that I'm referring to?
I'll have to look. No,
I'd encourage you to take a look at it, because that's not what it does. It requires additional focus on making the systems, weapon systems and so forth, the contractors provide more green. And it's hard for me to understand when you're talking about lethal weapons that would be the focus, or how that could not be costly and counterproductive to our warfighters. So I'd encourage you to take
I promise to look
at it.
Get back to you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. And then, Commandant, let me ask General Berger, the U.S. pilot training. In your testimony, you mentioned the Air Force probably does not have the capacity to train the number of MQ-9 officers that you need. So what are you doing to get that training? Are there enough trainers? Have you looked at contract training? Have you looked at alternatives then to address it?
The way I captured it in the written testimony is as accurate as pictures me and General Brown and CNO have. We don't see any shrinking of that, reduction of that demand. So the CNO, we got a couple options here, as you pointed out. One is contract. Two is a naval school for unmanned pilots ourselves. In other words, opening up a UAS school ourselves, which we are talking about. We don't know yet what that would cost, where we would put it. the instructor base, all that sort of thing. But it's pretty clear that the relying on the Air Force, as we have the last couple of years, and they've been really, we wouldn't be where we were without them, is not going to meet the requirement going forward. So it's probably going to be in either a naval UAS school or a contract solution.
I'd like to talk to you about that. We put a lot of time and effort into working with Air Force at the Grand Forks Air Force Base, both to have a technology park, Grand Sky Technology Park, on that base, as well as a test site, Great Plains test site. General Atomics is located there, the manufacturer. They are training their foreign military sales pilots. They have the Brits there right now on the MQ-9. And so I would sure like to talk to you about that. Existing facilities, the ability to fly in the NAS without beyond visual line of sight aircraft, manned aircraft having to chase, all these things that might give you a tremendous head start. I'd like to explore that with you.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, General.
I will.
Admiral, number 1, 2, and 3 things you need to really advance your ability to address the challenge of China in the Pacific.
One is to keep shipbuilding on track. Clear, stable, demand signal.
I think Lindsay might agree with you on that one.
Clear, stable demand signal to industry. We haven't always done so well in the past. We've been sinusoidal. We can't afford to be like that anymore. A continued investment in readiness, so that investment in capacity cannot be at the expense of current day readiness. We have to be ready for today and tomorrow. And then I think a continued focus on modernization. 70% of the fleet today we're going to have 10 years from now. So continuing to upgrade those capabilities, as well as taking care of the material condition of those ships, is really important.
I think you made a really important point earlier. It's not just the numbers of ships, it's having the ships you need to do the job. Absolutely. And I think that was an important point that you did make. I'd like to thank all 3 of you for your service very much. I appreciate it, and for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Baldwin. It's great to have our first kickoff hearing. Appreciate your leadership. We've worked together in the past. There's no reason we can't do that here on the Labor HHS Subcommittee. And so we've both been on this subcommittee for several years, and I know we have a great vision. Speaking of new roles, I would like to take a moment to recognize the Senators Murray and Collins, who are the new chair and ranking member of the full committee, and vice chair. Senator Collins is the vice chair. They are committed to returning to regular order to write and pass appropriations bills in a bipartisan and timely manner. I wholeheartedly support this approach, and this budget hearing is a necessary first step for the process. Secretary Becerra, we served in the House together. It's very nice to see you, and thank you for your communications with me. I appreciate the give and take. This is an important opportunity for us to hear about the HHS budget proposal and better understanding the priorities. First, the success of our process depends on finding common ground, as our chair just enumerated. Unfortunately, this budget appears to be another bloated partisan request that simply spends too much money after the record level of spending that we've seen over the past few years. Simply put, the budget should not be enacted. I don't think it will be. We can't afford to ramp up base discretionary spending by a whopping 13%. At a time when we should be looking at common goals to improve the health of Americans across the nation, the budget further wades into polarizing issues such as repealing the Hyde Amendment, proposing additional flawed climate change activities, doubles funding for controversial gun violence research, and increases funding for family planning by almost 80%. But I'm really disappointed not about what was included, but what wasn't included. Programs and activity that typically enjoy bipartisan support receive little or no attention in this budget and are flat funded. For instance, there are no new resources specifically for Alzheimer's research at NIH. The CDC's Alzheimer's activities, nor the Administration for Community Living Alzheimer's Disease Program. I would note in the audience today, we have a lot of Alzheimer's advocates, of which I am their great champion, and one of their little signs said, more time. I wish I'd had more time with both of my parents as they suffered with this horrible disease. Similarly, the budget stalls funding for the Children's Hospital's graduate medical education program and diabetes prevention. We have a huge problem with diabetes throughout the country, particularly in our state. And I was surprised to see that the budget yet again requests mandatory funding for pandemic preparedness and response. As our nation thankfully moves past the COVID-19 public health emergency, Congress will now need to better understand how HHS is ramping up or ramping down programs that received emergency supplemental and mandatory resources to avoid funding cliffs in the future. Not only that, but this subcommittee also has a responsibility to provide oversight and ensure accountability of the federal dollars that have already been spent. A new mandatory program is basically a non-starter. That being said, there are a few notable areas of the budget that address important national priorities that will have to be explored in more detail. One of these is a focus on biomedical research, which the chairwoman talked about, that has long enjoyed bipartisan support. The budget devotes significant resources for the third year for the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, better known as ARPA-H. Additionally, the budget proposes additional resources for the Cancer Moonshot, a cross-cutting initiative that touches several HHS agencies, including CDC, CMS, and the National Cancer Institute at NIH. Far too many of us have been touched by cancer. West Virginia, my home state, is especially hard hit, ranking above the national average in both new cancer diagnoses and deaths. Substance abuse challenges continue to face the nation, and I don't think have received enough mention in this budget. While the budget repeats many of the unattainable funding levels for substance abuse programs from the previous 2023, the White House budget's overview rarely mentions fentanyl or opioids. My home state has been in the crosshairs of this opioid and addiction crisis for several years now. We continue to lead the country in overdose deaths per capita. Since fiscal year 2018, the subcommittee has increased resources towards opioid prevention and treatment programs by more than $4 billion. I know we need to shape the programs we've got, so I want to know how these funds and programs are moving the needle in the addiction crisis. Without a doubt, our jobs will be challenging, and your job is very challenging, given the economic and financial constraints that we find ourselves in. It is my hope we can come together in a responsible way to find areas of efficiencies and focus in these areas of government. And thank you again for being here
today. And Vice Chairman Collins, I'm certainly committed to upholding your thoughtful and your effective leadership on this subcommittee for the past several years, and appreciate your work there because you have truly been a strong advocate for your constituents and such success on bipartisan working relationships. But I'd also like to thank the Chairman, Schatz, for that kind welcome. Mississippi and Hawaii may be in different time zones and face different transportation infrastructure challenges, but I'm confident that we will find common ground to work together in this subcommittee and address the obstacles facing not only our constituents, but all Americans. And as we work to craft responsible funding legislation for fiscal year 2024, I look forward to continuing the collaborative spirit that you and Vice Chairman Collins have established. I also welcome our witness, Secretary Buttigieg, and I certainly enjoyed our visit yesterday when you came to my office, and I look forward to your testimony, and I look forward to working with you. The department's budget request comes in the wake of, as we've discussed, several serious and troubling incidents across our transportation sectors, including multiple near misses at airports, the closing of our nation's airspace for the first time since 9/11 from an infected file of the Notice to Air Mission Systems, otherwise known as NOTAMs, and numerous derailments, most notably those in East Palestine, Ohio. We must continue to ensure that we have the safest, most reliable transportation network in the entire world, and the appropriations process is the best way to provide oversight and evaluate the funding needs. We also must ensure that our rural communities have adequate support from the federal government. Rural communities face very unique challenges. What works in larger urban areas often does not work in smaller rural areas like those across Mississippi. As such, we must formulate a funding bill that strikes a healthy balance that we can meet the needs of all Americans. The administration's FY24 request in DOT is $108.5 billion, which is 1% increase over the FY23's enacted levels. I'm disappointed to see that even with the proposed increased funding, this request zeroes out programs that are priorities for this subcommittee. Specifically, this budget request zeroes out the RAISE grant program, that the Bridge Formula Program and the Airport Improvement Program supplemental funding. Each of these programs have been very crucial for rural communities, especially in states like Mississippi. Some past projects that I'd like to highlight right now is a RAISE grant award to Yazoo City, Mississippi. Everybody has a trouble pronouncing Yazoo City, which will be used to make much-needed infrastructure updates and to revitalize their main street. And an airport improvement program investment at Keyfield in Meridian, Mississippi, to rehabilitate the runway and install a runway guidance system that will improve safety and it'll allow the airport to operate more efficiently. However, pleased to see that the budget request continues to fully fund the Essential Air Service Program, which ensures connectivity to our nation's rural communities as well as investments to modernize and increase safety at the FAA. Smaller airports like the ones located in Greenville, Tupelo, and Hattiesburg, Mississippi benefit from the EAS program to ensure safe travel for customers needing access to smaller markets. New businesses will rarely locate in areas without dependable commercial air service, so these smaller airports are very vital for the economic development in these areas. Additionally, the budget request includes robust funding for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant programs to develop a safer rail network. So I believe that the funding decisions need to be met with fiscal responsible decision-making that ensures taxpayers are prioritized also. With that in mind, Secretary Buttigieg, I look forward to hearing from you and working together for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any members wishing to make an opening statement?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm doubly glad to be back. And one of the things I missed the most were your smiling faces every Tuesday. Having said that, with all the skepticism about whether anything could be accomplished on a bipartisan basis, it seems to me that the energy bill that the House passed on a bipartisan basis was not given enough attention in terms of potential accomplishments during this divided government. So I would encourage the Majority Leader to take another look at the House-passed energy bill, bring it up, give us a chance to offer amendments, and let's see if we can surprise everyone and actually achieve some important bipartisan accomplishments for the country during this period of divided government.
Well, today is tax day. Of course, for Democrats, every day is tax day, but this is the point in time when people across this country have to get their tax returns in. So it's not, in most cases, a very popular day for the American taxpayer. And the Democrats, of course, in their budget this year proposed increasing taxes almost another $5 trillion, $4.7 trillion in new taxes, and that's on top of the $318 billion in taxes that were included just in legislation that they passed last year. So this is all part of what happens when Democrats control government in Washington. They raise taxes, they increase spending, and they grow government. That's the very simple formula. And one of the ways that they try and do that is to increase funding for the IRS. So the so-called Inflation Reduction Act included $80 billion in new IRS funding to hire an additional 87,000 employees. In 2025, there will be 105,000 employees at the IRS, a 45% increase over this year. New IRS employees. That's five times, more than five times the number of border agents we have policing the southern border. And what's remarkable about all that isn't that they are trying to improve taxpayer services, which desperately need to be improved because, as everybody knows, in the last 2 years of the number of calls that went into the IRS, I think in 21, 11% got answered, and in 2022, got up to 13% of those calls actually got answered, and that's literally hundreds of millions of calls into the IRS not responded to. So what do the Democrats do when they increase all this funding for the IRS and all these new employees? They shove them into enforcement instead of taxpayer services. Today, the ratio of people who are involved in enforcement at the IRS to those who are actually responding to taxpayers, taxpayer services, is 2 to 1, 2 enforcement for 1 taxpayer services. Under this new legislation that has passed, and as I said, the 105,000 employees they'll have in 2025, that ratio goes to 14 enforcement employees for every 1 included in taxpayer services. This is something that Danny Werfel, the Commissioner of the IRS, is going to get questioned about tomorrow in front of the Senate Finance Committee. But I think on behalf of the American people, it's up to us to try and hold this agency accountable and realize that in the end, it's the American people who are paying the price for all this, and what they're going to get caught up in is a lot more audits and a lot less service.
Well, Joe Biden is trying to force-feed American drivers expensive electrical vehicles that they don't need, they don't want, and they can't afford. Joe Biden is trying to put the federal government in the driver's seat as people make decisions on something that is a very personal decision and an expensive decision in terms of what they purchase. And the bad news about these regulations, these come on top of the crushing inflation that so many people in this country are currently living under. So Joe Biden first came after our gas stoves, and now he's decided that by 2023, 2/3 of all the vehicles sold in the United States need to be electric vehicles. Well, I would say to the President, in spite of the mandates, in spite of the very hefty subsidies, people still don't want and cannot afford these expensive electric vehicles, and additional subsidies isn't the answer. On average, electric vehicles last month in this country cost $62,000. That's $16,000 more than the cost of traditional vehicles. Well, expensive electric vehicles may work well for people in big cities who don't drive very far, but if you live in rural America, you're in Wyoming, you're a farmer, you're a rancher, for families all across the country, they want vehicles that are affordable and reliable, and electric vehicles are neither. The batteries themselves are extremely expensive, they're unreliable, they don't have much range, and they take a long time to recharge. So who's the big winner in Joe Biden's policy here? The big winner is China, because they're the ones that sell us the batteries. I would expect in the future the batteries to come with a Made in China label, because that's where the batteries are made. And the reason is that China has cornered the world market on the minerals that are needed to create those batteries. They've done so. And so once again, Joe Biden is selling out America to China. And the reason I say this is even his own White House has said China will be big players in the president's energy agenda. Big players. Well, these big players of China right now are getting richer off of us, getting stronger off of us, as we, through our energy policies, are getting weaker and poorer. So we know why we have this energy policy, because Joe Biden has surrendered America's energy policy to the climate extremists. And with it goes our wealth and our national security. When these regulations come out, I am going to make sure that every senator in this chamber is put on record having to vote on where they stand for this reckless policy. On Thursday, the Secretary of Energy will be with us in front of the Energy Committee, and I'm going to have her answer questions regarding why they continue down this treacherous path while all the warning signs are flashing.
I had a great couple of weeks back home in Iowa, going around the state, talking about the Farm Bill and visiting with a lot of stakeholders. And of course, while I was at home is when Biden's EPA came out with their radical new Green Deal or Green New Deal, whatever they call it now, regulations that are pushing Americans towards those electric vehicles that the chair just talked about. Never mind the fact that the average American can't afford these vehicles. If you look at my hometown of Red Oak, Iowa, I maybe know of perhaps one family in the community that has an electric vehicle. And I don't even know how they charge it. But what we do know, electric vehicle batteries, they depend on minerals including lithium and cobalt. Lithium and cobalt. So let's take a look at the facts. China produces about 75% of all lithium-ion batteries that power those electric vehicles. And over 70% of the world's cobalt mining occurs in the Democratic Republic of Congo, done by child labor, children as young as 4 years old. The remainder of the cobalt primarily does come from Chinese-owned firms. And, of course, to mine all of these minerals, the Communist Party of China relies on slave labor. So all of these greenies out there that are pushing the electric vehicles, they think they have the moral high ground with these vehicles. And I'll remind you all again that we are, one, supporting the Communist Party of China with the efforts of these electrical vehicle batteries, but also supporting child and slave labor. Bottom line, Biden's hurting America with these initiatives. His out-of-touch Green New Deal agenda is increasing our U.S. reliance and on our pacing threat and on the child and slave labor. I can't say it enough. I did fight this last year when we were going through the National Defense Authorization Act to prohibit the DOD from purchasing EVs made with forced labor. And you know what? Democrats agreed, and we won that fight. This year, Republicans are redoubling our efforts to unleash American energy, not reliant upon child and slave labor, and allowing for the mining and refining process right here in the good old United States of America. So again, folks, let's stop handing our dollars to the Communist Party of China and allowing that slave and child labor to continue. Let's focus on American jobs and American energy.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed us not being here and had a nice Easter with your family and friends. And it's great to be back here with you, Leader. We missed you, and we're glad you're here. And so I'd like to talk just briefly about the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. I'm now calling it the Inflation Act because over the last, it was rushed, it was partisan, and it promised all kinds of benefits to states such as mine, of West Virginia, when in reality we see now as it's unfolding that the Democrats, have been sold really a bill of goods. We were told originally it would invest $300 billion in deficit reduction and $369 billion in energy security and climate change over 10 years. But now CBO is saying that the Inflation Act will not even, it adds $60 billion to the debt in the first 5 years and won't even see any kind of deficit reduction until 2029. This is also in addition to the enhanced power of the IRS that Senator Thune talked about it, and seeing how that's going to unfold, because apparently that's supposed to pay for everything in the Inflation Act. But if we look at independent observers of this bill, Goldman Sachs estimated that the law's climate spending costs $1.2 trillion over the next decade, which is 3 times as much as CBO scored it for last summer. The Brookings study estimates that carbon capture tax credits will cost $210 by the year 2040, which is another $167 billion more than was predicted last summer by CBO. Brookings also projects that the law's climate provisions could cost up to $1 trillion through 2031. And lastly, the Credit Suisse report last year estimated that a special tax credit to boost U.S. solar, wind, and battery supply chains would cost about $250 billion. That projection now is 8 times more than what CBO projected. This is filled with spending, filled with unmatched deficits, the Inflation Act, and I think it's going to lead to all of the problems we've seen with more problems with inflation, hurting energy costs, hurting the average American citizen, and you pile on that everybody's going to be buying an EV for how much ever more, I think the American public are waking up and they see what kind of damage has been done.
Well, the weather forecast in Montana is for more snow tomorrow, for those of you who are playing at home, which is a good thing for keeping our snowpacks high. But we've had a really cold winter and a lot of snowpack, and we're grateful for it. It was about time we had it. But I would tell you, the Biden administration has not learned anything about what's happened in Europe as it relates to a green hallucination. We are following, because of Joe Biden's leadership as a nation, taking us off the green cliff. The Biden administration seeks to overhaul this economy to fit its green dream. But I've said this back home, and I'll say it here. As you think about the future of energy in our economy, you can't burn today's bridge until you build and validate the future bridges. Democrats want to tear down and eliminate conventional sources of energy when renewables are not yet ready for prime time. This administration started off by killing the Keystone XL pipeline. That comes right into Montana, 1 million barrels a day from our friends in Canada, banning gas stoves while inflation rages. And now, maybe they made this announcement when we were out of town, but Montanans are shaking their heads. What are they thinking about to mandate that 2/3 of our new vehicles have to be electric by 2032? In Montana, we haul crops, we haul cattle, we haul them long distance. We need reliability. As I mentioned, these batteries don't work that well when it gets real cold, and it'll be snowing tomorrow in Montana, and we're getting into the back half of April. By the way, in Montana, we have 85 charging stations. That is one for every 1,700 square miles. States out in the West, big states like Montana, like Wyoming, cannot make anything that Biden's proposing work. Instead of forcing the heavy hand of government to execute their green hallucination, I would highly urge and greatly urge President Biden and the Senate Democrats to let the free market decide what should be successful and what we do in the future in terms of powering our vehicles.
Welcome back. Since you've been out, you have not weighed in about the indictment of former President Donald Trump. Are you comfortable with the fact that your party's leading candidate for president is facing criminal charges and could be facing a trial in the middle of this election?
Well, Manu, let me put it this way. I may have hit my head, but I didn't hit it that hard. Good try.
Leader McConnell, can I expand on that a little bit? The former president, when he was arraigned, said Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ and FBI. Is that something Republicans in Congress should be doing or something you would support?
I think I can pretty safely say that I've not met any Republicans in Congress who want to spend less on law enforcement. We have a crime wave all across America. We have open borders. The last thing we want to do is spend less. We ought to be looking for ways to spend more on law enforcement.
Leader McConnell, do you have any comments on the reports of the hospitality that Justice Clarence Thomas received from Harlan Crow and the Judiciary Committees plan to hold hearings on the ethical standards of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, the Supreme Court and the court system is a whole separate part of our Constitution. And the Democrats, it seems to me, spend a lot of time criticizing individual members of the court and going after the court as an institution. For example, my counterpart went over in front of the Supreme Court and called out 2 of the Supreme Court justices by name and actually threatened them with some kind of reprisal, I don't know what kind, if they ruled the wrong way in a case that he cared about. The Attorney General seemed to be largely unconcerned with security issues around the homes of Supreme Court members. I have total confidence in the Chief Justice of the United States to deal with these court internal issues.
Leader McConnell, can you talk about
I had a great couple of weeks back home in Iowa, going around the state, talking about the Farm Bill and visiting with a lot of stakeholders. And of course, while I was at home is when Biden's EPA came out with their radical new Green Deal or Green New Deal, whatever they call it now, regulations that are pushing Americans towards those electric vehicles that the chair just talked about. Never mind the fact that the average American can't afford these vehicles. If you look at my hometown of Red Oak, Iowa, I maybe know of perhaps one family in the community that has an electric vehicle. And I don't even know how they charge it. But what we do know, electric vehicle batteries, they depend on minerals including lithium and cobalt. Lithium and cobalt. So let's take a look at the facts. China produces about 75% of all lithium-ion batteries that power those electric vehicles. And over 70% of the world's cobalt mining occurs in the Democratic Republic of Congo, done by child labor, children as young as 4 years old. The remainder of the cobalt primarily does come from Chinese-owned firms. And of course, to mine all of these minerals, the Communist Party of China relies on slave labor. So all of these greenies out there that are pushing the electric vehicles, they think they have the moral high ground with these vehicles. And I'll remind you all again that we are, one, supporting the Communist Party of China with the efforts of these electrical vehicle batteries, but also supporting child and slave labor. Bottom line, Biden's hurting America with these initiatives. His out-of-touch Green New Deal agenda is increasing our U.S. reliance and on our pacing threat and on the child and slave labor. I can't say it enough. I did fight this last year when we were going through the National Defense Authorization Act to prohibit the DOD from purchasing EVs made with forced labor. And you know what? Democrats agreed, and we won that fight. This year, Republicans are redoubling our efforts to unleash American energy, not reliant upon child and slave labor, and allowing for the mining and refining process right here in the good old United States of America. So again, folks, let's stop handing our dollars to the Communist Party of China and allowing that slave and child labor to continue. Let's focus on American jobs and American energy.
President Biden's favorite things to talk about is giving families, quote, a little bit of breathing room, unquote. It's a phrase he uses frequently, just as he also frequently talks about growing the economy, quote, from the middle out and the bottom up, not from the top down, end quote. He used both phrases in a speech just last week. And frankly, Mr. President, it's somewhat staggering to me that he continues to talk like this because the Biden economy is the story of taking away Americans' breathing room. It's a story of declining purchasing power for lower and middle-income families, of wages that don't keep pace with increased costs, of stretched budgets and difficult spending decisions. President Biden has presided over a historic inflation crisis that has left American families struggling just to keep up. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, in February 2023, a cost-effective, nutritious meal plan for a family of four costs $979.40 per month. 2 years earlier, that same family would have had to spend $674.80. That is a 45% increase, Mr. President. A 45% increase. The Biden economy is costing that family of four an additional $304 a month for groceries, or $3,655 per year more. And again, that's just on groceries. I don't need to tell anyone that prices have risen across the board, 15.4% on average since President Biden took office. And American families are feeling the pinch. A recent CNBC survey found that 70% of Americans are feeling financially stressed. 70%. And that the majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And it's no surprise, given that inflation has outpaced wage growth for 24 straight months, meaning that under the Biden administration, Americans have received a de facto pay cut. Americans are cutting back on spending, dipping into savings, or charging expenses to their credit card to help make ends meet. Bloomberg reports on a growing trend of relying on, quote, buy now, pay later, end quote, apps for everyday purchases, noting that, and I quote, U.S. consumers are increasingly using such installment loans to pay for everyday items like groceries, highlighting the financial pain wrought by the worst inflation outbreak in 4 decades, end quote. That's from Bloomberg. Credit card debt hit a record high in the final quarter of 2022. And nearly half of Americans are carrying balances now from month to month. More than 2/3 of Americans are saving less than they did a year ago. And the list goes on. Put simply, Mr. President, if President Biden wanted to create more breathing room for Americans, he's failed. In fact, President Biden has taken away Americans' breathing room. And there's little relief in sight. Now, I don't need to tell anyone that one of the main reasons we're in the midst of this inflation crisis is because of Democrats and the President's decision to pass the so-called American Rescue Plan Act, which was a massive and partisan $1.9 trillion spending spree that flooded our economy with unnecessary government money. Democrats were warned that their bill would cause inflation, and they proceeded anyway. And the economy overheated as a result. Even worse, despite steadily climbing inflation in the wake of their bill, Democrats seemed determined not to recognize their mistake. Instead of acknowledging their oversized spending bill had helped set off inflation, Democrats kept pursuing more spending and more damaging economic policies. There's the $5 trillion big government vision they called Build Back Better, but should probably have been named more aptly Build Back Broke or Bankrupt. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which has done nothing to address inflation, but has imposed a series of new taxes that are driving up Americans' energy costs. The President's reckless student loan giveaway, which could end up costing American taxpayers close to $1 trillion. And there's more. And the bad ideas just keep coming. The President recently released his budget proposal, which would increase spending every year until the federal budget reaches an eye-watering $10 trillion in the year 2033. $10 trillion. For comparison, let me just point out that the entire federal budget for 2019, and that's the last budget before the pandemic, was $4.4 trillion. $4.4 trillion. President Biden wants to more than double that. $4.4 trillion to $10 trillion. And then there's the latest idea from the White House, which is punishing Americans with good credit scores if they purchase a house. That's right, Mr. President. Think about this one. The Biden administration has announced a new policy which is set to go into effect on May 1st that would impose higher mortgage fees on Americans with higher credit scores, and the highest fees on Americans who make a substantial down payment. Now, if you save and are able to make a 20% down payment on a home, you're going to pay more under the Biden administration plan. These higher fees would then go to subsidize mortgages for Americans with lower credit scores. In other words, think about it this way: the Biden administration is targeting hardworking Americans who save, diligently pay their bills, and build good credit in order to subsidize mortgages for higher risk borrowers. It is the microcosm of Biden's big government policies. Punish hard work, punish financial discipline, punish success, and redistribute the wealth. Squeeze middle-class Americans. Force hardworking taxpayers to fund Democrats' socialist visions. You literally are socializing mortgage payments. That's what it amounts to. Nothing more, nothing less. Because let's be very clear, President Biden likes to talk about forcing better-off Americans to pay for his policies. And he likes to claim that he isn't going to raise taxes on Americans making less than $400,000 a year. But this new mortgage policy is going to hit thousands and thousands of middle-class Americans making ordinary salaries whose only crime is that they've worked hard, saved money, and been responsible with their debt. The president can talk all he likes about making wealthy Americans pay their fair share. The truth is that it's lower and middle-income Americans who are suffering as a result of the president's economic policies. Mr. President, this summer, another big economic issue will come into play, the debt limit. Sometime in the next few months, the United States will reach the limit of its borrowing capacity, and Congress will have to pass, and the President will have to sign legislation to raise the debt ceiling to enable the United States to pay our debts. Now, needless to say, that will require negotiations between the President and Congress, something the President has so far refused to engage in. Why? Because the President doesn't want an increase in the debt limit to be paired with any measures that might cut spending or actually do something to reduce the debt. I suppose that's not a surprising position from someone who wants to grow government, increase the size of the federal budget to a staggering $10 trillion, but it's a deeply problematic position, both because it ignores the increasing danger represented by our ever-increasing national debt and because it is an unrealistic position. In a divided government, a refusal to negotiate cannot be an option. And if the President doesn't want to go down in history as the President who forced the United States to default on its debt, he needs to start engaging in negotiations. House Republicans are putting forward a serious bill to restrain excess spending while protecting the full faith and credit of the United States. The President needs to join the Speaker at the negotiating table. Responsible spending reforms might not undo the economic damage the President has done, but they could put us on a more sustainable and less damaging path for the future. And they could spare Americans some of the economic pain that would result from more of President Biden's reckless government spending. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
For over 2 years, the Biden administration has failed to attend to some of the most basic governing duties: stable prices, secure borders, and safe streets are three of the most fundamental responsibilities that any government owes its people. But Washington Democrats neglected the basics for their pet priorities. They spent trillions of dollars on government goodies that nobody asked for, triggered the worst inflation in 40 years, and turned a blind eye to the border crisis and a crime wave, all occurring on their watch. They caused the damage on party line votes without any input from the Republican side. In response, the American people flipped the House and chose a closely divided Senate. The voters dialed up the checks and the balances. The people went to the ballot box and demanded the Democrats start negotiating and compromising. But the president's refusing to engage, even as his own advisors say the debt ceiling is approaching fast. The White House is totally MIA. His position has been no negotiation, no reforms. It's such an absurd position that even fellow Democrats are not buying it. The senior senator from West Virginia, a Democrat, has publicly called on the president to sit down with Speaker McCarthy and negotiate. And listen to House Democrats. Get to work. Get it done for the sake of the country, says one. They've got to do it soon, says another. Just a few years ago, the Democratic leader said debt limit talks were, quote, an opportunity for bipartisanship. And what about President Biden himself? Here's what then Vice President Biden said about the debt ceiling back in 2011. Some of them are still unwilling to budge, taking an absolute position. My way or no way. That's not governing, said the Vice President in 2011. My goodness, that's harsh criticism for the 2023 version of President Biden from the 2011 version of Vice President Biden. The Democrats' reckless policies have already dealt far too much damage to our country. This administration's inflation has hammered working families' budgets. Their anti-energy policies have raised gas prices and utility bills. Their attempt to reinvent cash welfare without work requirements hurt small businesses by worsening labor shortages and hurt families by promoting dependence. So the working people of this country have already paid a heavy enough price for Democrat failures. We should not even come within a mile of flirting with a Democratic debt default on top of all the rest. It's time for President Biden to stop the partisan stubbornness, join Speaker McCarthy at the grown-ups table, and get talking. I suggest that was a quorum.
There's a debate happening among Republicans about a federal role for abortion rights. If you were majority leader again, will there be a vote on the floor of the Senate for some abortion restrictions?
Well, I hope I am majority leader next time. I'll be setting the agenda, and I'd answer a question like that when I was in charge of setting the agenda. Alec?
Leader McConnell, do you have any reaction to President Biden's re-election campaign announcement, and specifically him trying to frame himself as a defender of American freedoms against MAGA extremists, as he says?
Well, I was looking at a poll this morning that said 70% of the people in our country don't think the president ought to run again. I would put myself in that group.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Senator McConnell, to that end, Senator Daines has already endorsed President Trump. We've seen several House Republicans already endorse President Trump. When will you endorse in the 2024 campaign, and are you open to the idea of President Trump as the nominee?
It won't surprise you to know that my principal focus and most of my colleagues' principal focus is on trying to get the Senate. We think we have a good chance. Senator Daines has got an outstanding team over at the NRSC, and we're focusing on trying to switch our title from minority to majority.
Leader McConnell, will you rule out a clean debt?
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, in October of this past year, the parents and students of Jana Elementary School in Florissant, Missouri, it's in the greater St. Louis area, woke to find news of an independent study that had found nuclear radioactive contamination inside the school building at Jana Elementary. Now, sadly, this probably didn't come as a total shock to those residents who've lived in Florissant and the surrounding area, because for years now, this community has had to deal with the fallout of the federal government's own nuclear program and the waste left over from it dating back to the 1940s, which was then effectively dumped in St. Louis, made its way into the water, into the soil, and now into a stream that runs right by this elementary school. So the school board wisely said we should do a study. Let's find out if it's in the school. Independent results came back and said it was in the dust on the windowsills of the school, radioactive material. The school board met, they shut down the school, Parents had kids at home for months. Then come the first of this year, the school board said we can't in good conscience reopen it. Now what's happening? School's closed. The kids are having to be bused to other locations, driven to schools outside of their neighborhood. Mr. President, this is a working class community. These are hardworking folks. They don't have the resources lying around to send their kids to other schools or to pay to move. If they did, they would. They don't. They're just trying to live their lives, work a job, get their kids a decent education, and instead they've had to deal with this. The worst part about it is the federal government refused to clean it up. When this news broke, the Army Corps of Engineers said, oh, there's nothing wrong with the school. We've tested it 1,000,000 times. It's fine. In fact, they held a press conference today in which they said the same thing. Trust us. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think any of them are sending their kids there, but trust us, they say. It's fine. When I and the school board and the parents said to the Army Corps of Engineers, you need to retest, you need to test the entire school district, then they pointed fingers and said, oh no, it's the Department of Energy, it's their problem. So then when we went to the Department of Energy, they said, oh no, we can't do anything, it's the Army Corps' problem. The Biden administration has spent the last 8 months now pointing fingers at each other, saying why they can't do this, they can't do that, the kids are just out of luck. I just noticed this. When that bank in California, full of billionaires who are also, not incidentally, major political contributors, when it had a problem, boy, this government moved lickety-split to bail them out. How many billions did this government spend to bail out the SVB shareholders and stakeholders and depositors? They got their bailout in no time flat. These kids, nothing. Can't even get a response. Do you know the Biden administration won't even respond to me? So, fine, we'll do it ourselves. I've introduced legislation that will order testing in the entire school district, that will mandate a cleanup of the school, and if necessary, building these kids a new school. The federal government caused this problem. The federal government should fix this problem. And just because these kids aren't billionaires or big-time political contributors or connected politically doesn't mean that they can be ignored. It doesn't mean that their lives don't matter. I just note this. Last week, the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, when I talked to her about this bill in a public forum, I asked her in the hearing, she said that she would support the legislation. And who couldn't, Mr. President? Who couldn't support having the federal government clean up its own mess and getting some justice for these kids at Jana Elementary? And I'll just say this. This community in St. Louis has been asked to live with the fallout of the federal government's actions for decades. This is just the latest instance. For decades. The cancer rates, the rates of disease, autoimmune disorders, they're off the charts in this community. And for years, these folks have been told, just shut up and it'll be fine. Well, it's not fine. And today we're going to begin to get some justice for these kids. Today we're going to start the cleanup process that should have happened decades ago. And so I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Environment and Public Works be discharged from further consideration of S-418 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-418, a bill to provide financial assistance to schools impacted by radioactive contaminants and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered laid and made upon the table.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Now, on another matter, today the senior senator from Nebraska will advance a resolution to push back on the Biden administration's war against American energy and American industry. Senator Fisher's resolution responds to the Biden administration's new plan to hike already stringent vehicle emission standards even higher. This latest rule on nitrogen oxide emissions takes direct aim at the sort of trucks and heavy equipment that literally drive our entire economy. Back in 2021, climate activists got the president to invoke, quote, environmental justice, end quote, in an executive order rolling out its so-called Clean Trucks plan. The same bureaucrats who can't control inflation or secure the border want to even more closely micromanage the heavy vehicles allowed on our roads. Never mind that the nitrogen oxide emissions of new trucks on the market are already, listen to this, already 98 to 99% lower than they were as recently as the late 1990s. But the EPA's own estimates, the new technology required to meet the latest arbitrary benchmarks, could jack up truck prices by as much as $8,304 each. Listen to what the truckers themselves have to say. If small business owners can't afford the new compliant trucks, they're going to stay with older, less efficient trucks or leave the industry entirely. Leave the industry entirely? Higher priced trucks, fewer drivers, higher costs for consumers' goods? That's an outcome working families and supply chains simply can't stomach. So I want to express my gratitude to Senator Fisher for bringing this resolution forward. I would urge each of our colleagues to support it.
Senator from Wyoming.
Well, first, Madam President, I'd like to thank my colleagues who are on the floor today, and Senator Tuberville for his leadership, Senator Budd, Senator Ernst for their efforts on the protection of women and girls in sports. I mean, as a doctor, I share their concerns, share their passion in terms of fairness, in terms of safety, and I congratulate them on their efforts and continue to join them in those efforts to provide the protection for women and girls in sports. Madam President, I come to the floor today to talk about the high price of Democrats' misguided energy agenda. It is a high-price crisis entirely of President Biden and the Democrats' party's own making. Last year, when energy prices were already at historic highs, what did Democrats do? Well, they voted 10 times, time after time after time, against increasing American energy production. Instead, Democrats jammed through the Senate and the House the largest climate bill in American history. The climate extremists applauded this. Well, let me just say, hold the applause, because the American public is suffering. Families all across this great land are hurting. Democrats' reckless spending of the past 2 years has driven up the cost of energy, and of course, as everyone knows, this has fueled inflation. Inflation reached a 40-year high because of Democrat spending. Prices today are over 15% higher than they were the day Joe Biden took office. Energy prices have gone up even more than that. Americans are paying 36% more for energy today than they were in just January of 2021. Gas prices to fill the tank, they're up 46%. That's a 5-month high. They're going to continue to go up during the summer driving season. The lower gas prices that the administration desperately and irresponsibly depleted our nation's strategic petroleum reserve to achieve last year has hurt our economy and has hurt our country and has hurt our national security. Democrats were wrong to raid our emergency supplies of petroleum products in a desperate attempt to lower gas prices leading up to the November 2022 elections. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is our nation's emergency reserve. Now it's out of gas. It's down to the lowest level it's been at in 40 years. Not refilling it. Oh, no. Joe Biden knew he needed more energy than that, so he went on bended knee to foreign dictators, begging them to produce more oil to help lower gas prices here in America, but not letting us produce it here at home, and we have plenty. The president did everything he could to try to lower gas prices, except the thing that the American people know would work, and that's to produce more American energy. So American families are once again facing that double whammy of an energy crisis coupled with an inflation crisis. Democrats are doing absolutely nothing to help solve the problem. Remember, the Biden administration began working on day number 1 to choke off America's energy resources. Killed the Keystone XL pipeline, canceled oil and gas leases. America's energy revolution turned us into the world's energy superpower. Our economy had a wonderful competitive advantage. It's good for families, good for workers. We challenged dictators without having to worry about our energy supply. We had affordable, reliable, and available American energy. This administration and the Democrats in this body squandered the gains that we had achieved. They attacked American oil, natural gas, and coal at every turn along the way. Then they raised taxes to make it even more expensive. They instituted burdensome regulations to make it more difficult to produce the American energy. They put up roadblock after roadblock on every type of American energy. And yet, Joe Biden and the Democrats, open-mouthed, looked with surprise. Why had the prices skyrocketed? Anybody could have predicted that choking off our energy supply would lead to record-high energy prices and to increased dependence on our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela. Last week, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm testified before the Energy Committee. I specifically asked her about the administration's plan to lower gas prices and energy prices across the board, because they're up across the board. They're up for heating energy, they're up for driving energy. Her solution: government mandates. Phase out anything powered by oil, natural gas, or coal. Take away our gas stoves, take away our gas-powered water heaters. Force feed us expensive electric cars that don't work for many people across the country. They may be okay for rich people in the big cities who don't have to drive very much, who can afford to pay $16,000 more for a vehicle than for a traditional car. But for Wyoming families and Wyoming farmers and Wyoming ranchers, they just don't work. People want affordable, reliable vehicles, and for people all around rural America, electric cars are neither. Americans don't support the Democrats' climate extremism. Look at the polls. Nearly 2/3 of Americans say they don't want to buy an electric car. They don't want to be force-fed by Joe Biden, don't want to have the government in the driver's seat. They say the price is too high, $64,000 on average. The batteries are unreliable. Charging them is inconvenient. It's time-consuming. It takes a long time to get a battery charged, and it can't go all that far. And then who benefits from all of this? China. That's because most of the critical minerals that are needed to build these batteries come right out of China. Just look for the Made in China sticker on the batteries of the electric vehicles. This country should be focusing on strengthening our energy independence, not finding ways to become more dependent to China or Russia. So the reality of Secretary Granholm's so-called solution to lowering prices is that Americans will just pay more. Not really concerned about affordability. I didn't hear that word at all. The way to lower prices is to unleash American energy. Now, the House recently passed legislation to do just that, and I support their efforts. Senator Capito and I are going to soon introduce our own legislation in the Senate. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee is going to hold a hearing on the critical issues in the coming weeks. We can only unleash American energy if we fix our broken permitting system and process. Right now, new energy projects are bogged down by a maze of red tape and lawsuits. Our legislation is going to include enforceable timelines on environmental reviews and filing legal challenges. We're going to move forward faster with an all-of-the-above American energy agenda. We need it all. My Democrat colleagues have stated before that they do want permitting reform. Well, we'll see. They're going to have an opportunity to speak up and to vote, because if they're serious, real reform is possible. If they're serious, we can tell the American people that real relief is on the way. We do need a long-term commitment in this country to American energy. Making life more affordable for every American should be a bipartisan priority. It hasn't been for the first 2 years of the Biden administration, and now going into the third. We need to get back to a point where we can make energy affordable, available, and reliable, instead of focusing, as the Democrats do, on only renewable energy, regardless of the cost and regardless of the consequences. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor. This weekend, I was in Wyoming at the Bridger Valley Rural Electric Association, their annual meeting, and their mission since 1938 has been to provide safe, affordable, reliable energy and electricity for their customers. Well, that mission is becoming mission impossible because Joe Biden's energy policies is so terrible. Energy is now unavailable, unreliable, unaffordable. Joe Biden has taken an axe to American energy, attacked American energy, and as a result, we've had massive inflation and an increase in energy costs that have affected the country. The President has rejected the idea of American energy being affordable, available, and reliable. As a result of that, people all across the country have been suffering the pain of high inflation in the Joe Biden economy. Energy prices since Joe Biden took office are up 36%. Gasoline prices since Joe Biden's been in the White House are up 46%. Gas prices have gone up every month for the last 5 months, and with summer coming, there is no end in sight. You remember last year, before the election, a desperate President Biden tapped into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in an effort to lower gasoline prices. Can't do that again this summer because the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, our emergency reserves, are at a 40-year low. What we ought to be doing is tapping into American energy that is in the ground, and Republicans have a plan to lower energy costs for the American people. It's the permitting reform, it's the cutting red tape, it's the sort of things that Senator Capito and I are working on. We're having hearings on that. It's necessary for our economy to move forward there for more affordable energy and more American energy. Right now, over half Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And over the last 24 months in Joe Biden's presidency, American families, due to Biden inflation, have actually had a pay cut each of those 24 months, which is why it is no surprise that Joe Biden's approval number are also in the tank.
Thank you, Madam President. Last month, I continued my annual 95-county tour with a swing through East Tennessee. Over the past few years, this area has experienced both economic growth and a population boom. So the people who live there have seen firsthand what can happen when Tennesseans are allowed to build and nurture a community free from the heavy hand of government. But they also know how fragile that stability can be, and they are just baffled by Joe Biden's determination to ruin what they and millions of other Americans have worked so incredibly hard to build. In just over 2 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats have sabotaged our national defense, our border security and public safety in the name of dangerous woke agenda items that prioritize mandates and intellectual conformity over the safety and security of the American people. Tennesseans are worried about the rise of the new axis of evil. Joe Biden is allowing Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea to cross one line after another, and that's not going over very well. Neither is the Biden administration's neglect of a security risk that hits much closer to home. So far this year, Border Patrol and other law enforcement officials have reported almost 500,000 encounters with migrants trying to illegally cross our border over the course of this fiscal year. Now, Madam President, the numbers I'm going to give you are for this fiscal year. They have recorded 332 encounters with people that are on the terrorist watch list. That is right. 332 have been apprehended at the border. These are people that are terrorists. They are on the watch list. Means if you catch them, they cannot come into this country. They have apprehended 330 dangerous gang members. That's MS-13. That is other of these gangs that are trying to get into the country, and they have seized almost 19,000 pounds of drugs. Now, this is what we know, and we can only estimate how many other terrorists or gang members or criminals escaped into the country and how much deadly contraband did they bring with them, because they are all in the category of gotaways. They're the people that you see on surveillance, but you cannot get to them. They're gotaways. Or they're people that after the fact, you don't see them, but after the fact, you find things that they have left along their path as they have escaped into this country. So think about those numbers and who might be coming in. Now, when you look at it, this is a total neglect of our most basic line of defense. And it might be easier to comprehend were it not for this administration's betrayal of local law enforcement. The president has denied that he supports the anti-police movement. But I would remind the president and my Democratic colleagues that acting on anti-police sentiment behind the scenes is still anti-police. Making the job of law enforcement harder to do every day is anti-police. Using the bureaucracy to undermine access to grant funding and life-saving resources, that is anti-police. And deliberately leaving our border wide open to the drug mules bringing fentanyl into our backyards, that is anti-police. Allowing the cartels and the human traffickers to run rampant, turning human trafficking from a $500 million a year business, which it was in 2018, to a $13 billion a year business, that is anti-police. The damage that this administration has done in just under 2.5 years will take a lot longer than that to repair. But simply answering one sweeping policy change with another won't magically reverse the ripple effects of this complete breakdown in orderly governance. Yes, we have to reverse policy, but we must also pay attention to the problems that have left local leaders, law enforcement officials, and families begging for help. So, Madam President, let's kind of work through these issues because they're of concern to Tennesseans. Tennesseans feel like this administration is seeking to normalize lawlessness. They feel they're seeking to normalize lawlessness. because of that open border, because of the sentiments and the actions that are anti-law enforcement. They're seeking to normalize lawlessness. Now, at the border, the immediate solution, of course, is to eliminate incentives to illegal immigration, to fund the Border Patrol and invest heavily in both a physical barrier and enhanced technology. Now, these are two things that the Border Patrol has been asking for about 3 decades. Give us a barrier of some type, and where you can't have a barrier, give us better technology. Now, we also need to address the plagues of drug smuggling and human trafficking. The Biden administration's refusal to stand up to the cartels has turned every town into a border town and every state into a border state. Between August of 2021 and August of 2022, the United States lost more than 107,000 people to drug overdoses. Now, 66% of these deaths were due to fentanyl. 107,000 people lost their lives to drugs. They're coming primarily over that southern border. Talk to any law enforcement officer. They will tell you the majority of the drugs they apprehend, they're coming across that southern border. The majority of those drugs are fentanyl. Now, I want you to think about this. We all know about World War I, the lives that were lost, precious lives, World War II, the lives that were lost, the Vietnam War, the Gulf War. Here's some stats for you. In World War I, you had 116,516 U.S. citizens that lost their lives. In World War II, it was 420,200. In Vietnam, 58,220. The Gulf War, 383. So think about this and what we did to protect those lives. And think about what is happening with these drugs coming over that border and this administration not willing to close that border. And in 1 year, 107,000 lives. Think about that. Why will this administration not step up, man up, and work to secure that border? Maintaining the Title 42 order will help us keep what little control we have over the cross-border drug trade. Tens of thousands of migrants are waiting for May 11th to roll around so they can flood the border, and we are watching that footage right now. I would encourage any of my colleagues who are not watching this footage, you need to log on and look at how people are coming up. El Paso, I think they've had 15,000 people over the weekend that have come to that border. The numbers are staggering. We are not ready for this. Last week, my Tennessee colleague, Senator Hagerty, and I reintroduced the Stop Fentanyl Border Crossing Act, which would preserve the continued use of Title 42 authority to remove illegal border crossers and interrupt drug smuggling operations along the border. The Save Girls Act, which is a bipartisan bill I introduced with Senator Klobuchar last month, has a similar goal of thwarting human trafficking operations. Now, here's another stat for you. These are not my numbers. These are the administration's numbers. The State Department estimates that between 14,500 and 17,500 people are trafficked into the U.S. every year. Most of these people that are trafficked across that southern border, that's what we're talking about here, that's the universe. And they're looking at between 14,500 and 17,500. Most of them are women. And it's upsetting to realize that 90% of these women and girls become the victims of sexual exploitation. The Save Girls Act would authorize an additional $50 million in grant funding to prevent the trafficking of women and girls and protect children who have been smuggled across this border. Why are we doing this? Because it is our local law enforcement. They're the ones that are on the front lines in this. They're the ones who are conducting rescues and pulling these women and girls away from these traffickers, away from these pimps that are rescuing them and getting them to safety. Madam President, we all know that no bill, no matter how effective, can stop these criminal enterprises entirely, just as no amount of policing or community support can eliminate local crime. Still, our police departments, they are in trouble. Tennessee is no exception. In April of last year, the Knoxville Police Department was 10% understaffed. As of last December, the Nashville Police Department was 193 officers short. Morale is a problem, but so is a lack of funding and resources. So in March, Senator Ossoff and I introduced the bipartisan Filling Public Safety Vacancies Act to provide a one-time emergency boost in funding to help departments hire officers and sheriff's deputies. The bill conditions this funding on the implementation of new vetting procedures not currently required by federal law. I've also introduced a series of bills that would protect schools from becoming key targets for criminals. The Safe Schools Act would establish a $900 million grant program to train and hire safety officers and to increase physical security at our schools. The bipartisan Enhancing K-12 Cybersecurity Act would provide resources and information to schools that will help prevent cyber attacks and establish a better system for tracking cyber attacks nationally. I want to emphasize again that many of these bills are bipartisan. We could pass them this week, and they would each make a difference right away in places like the state of Tennessee. There are things that our citizens want to see done. There is no good reason to delay these bills. They would help to make our community safer. It would be another tool in the toolbox for our local elected officials and citizens who want to see our schools and our communities safer, who want our law enforcement agencies to be able to hire and train more police. They would be pro-law enforcement, pro-safety, pro-security principles. This administration's refusal to govern and their neglect of our most basic institutions has left Tennesseans really unsettled. They've worked so hard to build what they have, and they cannot believe that they're looking at an administration that would seek to tear it down. They're frightened of how quickly things have become so out of control. They deserve better than an uncertain future controlled by a president who is asleep at the wheel and a Congress that refuses to put politics aside and work in the best interest of the American people. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Double Chair. I agree with just about everything my colleague said, except for the part where she criticized Republicans. But other than that, she did say some. I want to thank all of you for being here. I just wanted to share a few general thoughts with you. in America, you can believe what you want, but I'm a big believer in free will and responsibility. A French philosopher of the last century, very famous, tough to read, but if you plow through his works, he had a lot to say, called Jean-Paul Sartre, said to be is to act. He said all we are is the sum of our actions. And so despite what we say, what you do is what you believe. And frankly, everything else is just cottage cheese. Now, in government, where you spend your money is what you believe. Forget the rhetoric. Look, follow the money. Follow the money. I'm a big believer in using, and I think it is the answer to many, not just of the problems of the United States, but our neighbors' problems across the world, at least in terms of energy. I believe that we should use technology to make all forms of energy more available, cheaper, and cleaner. All forms of energy. I support green energy. I support nuclear. I support hydroelectric energy. I support geothermal. I support oil and gas in terms of trying to provide for a cleaner environment. I think that it's worth pursuing geoengineering. And I say all of that because I look at your proposed budget, keeping in mind that what you do is what you believe, and in government, where you spend your money is what you believe. You're proposing that we increase funding for green energy by 38%. I support green energy. I think it's going to have to learn how to stand on its own 2 feet, but I support it. But you only increase funding for fossil energy by 2%, and you actually cut nuclear energy funding by 12%. Now, pull up that first slide for me. Here, I'll just hold it. This is from your website, okay? Nuclear power is the most reliable energy source, and it's not even close. And that's true, particularly in terms of capacity factor. Okay, so how come you're not funding it that way? How come? I mean, these advanced small modular nuclear reactors have an enormous potential. And if I read this part of your website, I would say, wow, the department agrees. But your proposal for funding falls millions and millions and millions of dollars short. LNG. LNG, you know what most countries do when they don't have natural gas? They use coal. They burn wood. We should be encouraging LNG. I'm hoping to hear today what you're doing to cut some of the red tape. But those are my general thoughts. I don't want to end on a negative note. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to your testimony. And I'm thinking about Senator Feinstein and Secretary Granholm. If they're listening now, I'd tell them both to get a life, okay? But I just want them to know that I hope they're feeling better, and I look forward to seeing both of them back soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Kennedy. I will now.
He can't do that. And by the way, I mean, I just don't get it. Why didn't he just do his job? I mean, We all know how the Constitution works. There's, the White House has to negotiate with the House and the Senate. We don't get to pass just what we want. I mean, do his job, show up. Yes, sir.
The idea of a 30-day short-term deal here, how realistic is that?
Why would you do that? If you can't do it now, I mean, why? First off, this didn't come up today. They've known this for months. I mean, they held off and didn't tell us before the omnibus passed, but even since that was January. What has Biden done since then? He sat on his butt and done nothing. I mean, if he wants to get something done, he could get it done on Monday. We're all here supportive of doing something.
Yeah, I just want to. The 30-day clean debt ceiling increase is a terrible idea. And the reason it's a terrible idea is because, as these guys talked about, Joe Biden did absolutely nothing for 3 months. So 3 days, a week after House Republicans pass a good package, and before Joe Biden has even sat down to talk with them, they're already preemptively trying to get a clean debt ceiling increase. That's not negotiation in good faith. That's kicking the can further down the road and hoping that the political winds change a little bit. What they need to do is take the time that we have right now, which is about 30 days before the X date, and pay off the country's debts. House Republicans have advanced a package that does exactly that. It's time for Joe Biden to do his job.
All right, the most important thing I want to do is I want to thank all of our Republican colleagues for coming today. We all realize that this debt ceiling is a significant issue. I'm very appreciative of what Kevin McCarthy did. I'm very appreciative that the Freedom Caucus in the House put out a proposal early on and they worked with Kevin McCarthy. I'm proud of all the House Republicans that voted for a debt ceiling increase. And I'm proud of all my Republican colleagues that care about this issue, and we're here to support what Kevin McCarthy is trying to do. I'm disappointed in the White House. They're missing in action. This should be the biggest issue they're dealing with every day. They should be having daily meetings with Kevin McCarthy to figure out how we get this done. Chuck Schumer should be talking to all of us in the Senate, because it takes 3 groups to get this done. Biden has to sign something. The House has to pass something, and the Senate has to pass something. I'm very proud of what they did in the House, because they focused on, 1, we're going to get people back to work. 2, we're going to responsibly raise the debt ceiling. 3, we're going to start the structural changes to get our fiscal house in order. We're going to start down the path of figuring out how we get fiscal responsibility. So I know everybody here is going to work hard to work with the House to get something responsibly done. Now I'll turn it over to Senator Barrasso.
In the past several years, I have come to this Senate chamber to discuss my constitutional oversight of the Justice Department and the FBI. In many of those floor speeches, I've discussed legally protected and unclassified whistleblower disclosures that were made to my office relating to the Hunter Biden criminal investigation. These disclosures were made public in the interest of transparency and accountability, because the public's business should be public, and we should know, as senators or congressmen and congresswomen, whether the executive branch of government is faithfully executing the laws as the Constitution requires. Those disclosures that I've made have a very common theme. The Justice Department and FBI have allowed political infection to take root within each agency's decision-making process. Such an infection is an existential threat to any government agency, but to a law enforcement agency that can interfere with our constitutional rights, such an infection is catastrophic. After Crossfire Hurricane, which was the definition of a political investigation, the whistleblower disclosures demanded congressional attention more than ever. So, I wrote public letters asking questions. I directly asked the same to the Attorney General and the FBI Director at committee hearings. I've asked them about allegations that politics infected the Hunter Biden investigation. This sort of political bias erodes trust in government and prevents the equal application of the law as required by the Constitution. I've also asked them about allegations that the FBI used false claims of Russian disinformation to bury potential criminal investigations about Hunter and James Biden. Also, I asked them about allegations regarding specific records within the department's possession relating to potential criminal conduct by the Bidens. I've asked about allegations regarding specific records that show Joe Biden may have been involved in Hunter Biden's business arrangements. The allegations my office has received are very precise, very direct, and very consistent. Accordingly, they're highly credible. These credible allegations raise important and fundamental questions, like these questions. Did the FBI follow normal investigative procedures to vet these claims? Did the FBI follow the facts wherever they led? Or did they improperly shut down credible leads in advance of the 2020 elections? Remember, I've been raising these questions for a long period of time. I've done it through many venues, letters, in hearings, in private calls with agency leadership, and like today, right here on the floor of the United States Senate. The Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation had plenty of opportunities to respond to all these questions I've raised. Not once, so let me emphasize, not once has the Justice Department ever substantially disputed the whistleblowers' allegations that I have made public. I've given the Attorney General Garland and Director Wray every opportunity to put our worst fears to rest and assure the American people, as they should, that everything has been done by the book. Both agencies have failed to do so. Just think how simple it is to say that everything was done right way, if they could say that. And that ought to tell you something. Even with their credibility online, the FBI and Justice Department has refused to cooperate when asked for basic information. So as you know, if you've been following all this stuff, and I don't expect people to have time to do that, but yesterday, House Chairman Comer and I issued a letter accompanied by a subpoena from the House committee demanding one FBI document. Based on protected and highly credible whistleblower disclosures, the unclassified document exists, and it's allegedly referencing a criminal scheme involving then Vice President Biden. Notably, it's a crime to provide false information to Congress during a congressional investigation. Most important, this very document was generated by the FBI themselves. It's time for the Justice Department and FBI to come clean to the American people. What did the Justice Department and FBI do to investigate the information in the document at issue? The answer goes to the heart of whether taxpayer-funded government agencies proceed normally or whether that agency cuts corners. Simply put, did the Justice Department and the FBI treat this information like they would if we, the people, were implicated, or did they sweep it under the rug to protect then-candidate Biden and President Biden now? If the Justice Department and FBI have any hope of redeeming their once trusted position, and that is what the American people have long held, to trust the FBI, Attorney General Garland and Director Wray must answer. Their credibility is on the line. I yield and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Well, thank you, Senator Rick Scott, for your leadership on this issue. Look, no one standing here today, no one standing behind me wants this country to default on its debt. But at the same time, just like any responsible parent, we will not give the White House another credit card and throw more diesel fuel on the inflation inferno that they've created with their reckless spending policies. The American people and even the national media know that the ball is in Joe Biden's court. Speaker McCarthy and the House GOP have put together a responsible deal. They placed it on the table that claws back reckless government spending and hopefully will slow inflation while taking care of the debt ceiling for a year. This bill is a good solution. The Republican GOP bill is a good solution. And let me be clear, there are absolutely no cuts in the VA or the veterans benefits in the House Republicans' proposal. If Democrats bothered to read the bill, they would see no cuts to veterans benefits in the text, and it would protect Medicare and Social Security. Coming from a family of veterans and a veteran myself, and also as the father of an enlisted soldier, I'll always make sure our veterans and their benefits are protected. Democrats' fear-mongering and scare tactics using our veterans as political pawns is beneath this office, and we've been elected to serve. Across the country, hardworking Americans are struggling to buy groceries that are up in rural America by 20% since Joe Biden took office. Gas and groceries are up 30%. High interest rates have made the American dream of owning a home unaffordable. This economic crisis has been created by the Biden administration and is a direct consequence of their radical agenda. Our country has not kept up, racking up, piling up debt on the backs of hardworking Americans. We must face this head on. Joe Biden can stay in his basement and continue to pass the buck, strapping our children and grandchildren with crippling debt. Or we can take responsibility to solve it now. Kansans did not send me to Washington to run from issues. They sent me to solve them. I'm proud to stand with the folks behind me today. We look forward to solving this problem. Next up is the senior senator from Texas, John Cornyn.
Sure.
Thank you. What level of spending cuts are you willing to accept in order to raise the debt limit? Let's say you pass a compromise. What's to stop future? What would stop members of Congress from waiving that requirement? Like that could be done under the PCA.
Yeah. Well, first off, I think we ought to be passing the House bill. Okay, that's the only thing we ought to be talking about now. And I think I think it is important to always make sure it's not something that's easily waived in the future. And I think that's one thing they tried to do, is make sure that's not what happens.
And again, I want to push back on this phrase spending cuts. Again, 2019, 4.4 trillion. And we spent way in excess of 6 trillion during the pandemic. 2022, 6.3 trillion. Biden wants to spend 6.9 trillion. I mean, understand how insane that is in terms of growth in spending. So all we're trying to do is limit the growth of spending, put us back on some reasonable glide path. Had we gone back to just a baseline in 2019, grew it by inflation, population growth, which would be a reasonable way to budget, right? Last year we spent $5.1 trillion. We spent 6.3. So let's not talk about budget cuts. Let's not let the Democrats get away with that. We're trying to rein this in and put us on a more reasonable and sustainable spending glide path.
As the last one to speak, it's worth repeating. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say two more. It's not over yet. Maybe everything's been said, but it's not been said by everybody. So here I stand before you. But I do think it's important to note that this is a united conference in the idea that we have to have meaningful spending reforms. And the House has sent something over. You hear Chuck Schumer with his fiery rhetoric on the Senate floor. The truth is he has no plan. And Joe Biden needs to, put his aviators on, get off the couch, and get to the table. And that's what we're here to amplify. And I will point out one other piece of this package I think is really important. It doesn't get as much talk. The REINS Act was included in this. So we talk about spending reforms, but we also need reforms in the administrative state that foist these burdens on the American people to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every year with burdensome regulations. If it's such a good idea, if these unelected bureaucrats think it's such a good idea, Congress should have to vote on this stuff. And I think that's a meaningful reform that's included too that I certainly support. Thank you.
I hope you're enjoying some Montana weather today, except we call this July in Montana. I'm struck by the fact that as we talk about the debt ceiling, the Democrats don't want to talk at all about debt. It's one of the two words that's being talked about every moment right now across the country, the debt ceiling. There is one party in Washington, D.C. that's standing between the American people and default on the debt, and that is President Biden and the Senate Democrats. There's one thing standing between responsible spending reforms and the American people, and that's President Biden and the Senate Democrats. There is one thing standing between increasing energy production with responsible permitting reforms and the American people, and that is President Biden and the Senate Democrats. We are united as Republicans in governing responsibly. It is time for President Biden, after 90 days of silence on this ticking time bomb, to finally engage. He needs to come to the table with serious reforms, get on board, and negotiate a deal here to avoid this crisis. Not doing so is the height of irresponsibility.
In the teeth of the Great Depression, America built the tallest structure in the world, the Empire State Building, and we did it in 13 and a half months. Today, major infrastructure projects wait an average of 4.5 years just for an environmental impact statement before they can break ground. Beginning in the middle of the Civil War, the Transcontinental Railroad took 5 years and 7 months to build from first rail to Golden Spike in the middle of the Civil War. Today, it can take roughly twice that long just to get the permit to open a mine. The American people have heard a lot of talk from Washington about permitting reform. But our nation's builders, refiners, miners, and job creators know what they need is a lot less Washington getting in the way. America is facing down strategic competition with major rivals like China that will shape the next century of world history. We're in a race for security, prosperity, and influence. But even as Washington Democrats say they want to help America build things, make things, upgrade our infrastructure, and win that competition, they keep making it harder to do exactly that. After the bipartisan infrastructure bill became law in 2021, the Biden administration had unelected bureaucrats at the Federal Highway Administration urging states, listen to this, not to spend infrastructure funding on common sense things like expanding highway capacity, and focus on equity and sustainability sideshows instead. After the CHIPS Act passed in 2022, the administration's Commerce Department tried to rewrite parts of the law after the fact to maximize the benefits for Democrats' big labor allies. Secretary Raimondo marketed the bill as an urgent national security priority, securing the supply chain for microchips. But the left wants to turn it into a Trojan horse for miscellaneous left-wing demands related to workplace HR. By one measure last year, the number of natural gas pipeline projects that were canceled dwarfed the number that were completed. On the Biden administration's watch, we're canceling more gas pipelines than we're building. In this administration, canceling more pipelines than we're building. And last April, the Council on Environmental Quality issued a rule that would open new infrastructure projects, listen to this, to even more frivolous litigation from radical activists by redefining whole categories of potential environmental effects. So, Mr. President, this week, the Democratic leader announced that he wants the Senate to pass even more legislation related to competition with China. But our Democratic colleagues give the game away when they continually obstruct real, honest-to-goodness, common-sense reforms to our permitting process. We cannot and we will not outcompete China by rewarding radical activists' bad behavior. We will outcompete China if and when we decide we're going to help builders actually build. Our colleagues, Ranking Member Capito of the EPW Committee and Ranking Member Barrasso of the Energy Committee, are the experts in this space. Consider the case our friend from West Virginia recalled just yesterday on the floor. The Mountain Valley Pipeline was designed to help heat 10 million homes across Appalachia. And it was supposed to be completed, listen to this, 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Construction is more than 90% completed. But thanks to predatory legal challenges, the builders have now literally spent more time in court than on the job site. And a project that was supposed to cost $3.5 million now has a price tag almost twice that size, thanks to legal delays and legal fees. It's actually mind-boggling to think that in the world's most advanced economy, we simply let our critical infrastructure crumble, our skilled workers stay home, and our brightest ideas languish until radical environmentalists run out of legal challenges and unelected Washington bureaucrats decide they're finally satisfied. Thankfully, our colleagues from West Virginia and Wyoming are teaming up to introduce two bills that deliver real permitting reform. The Capito and Barrasso bills are designed to create a streamlined fast track for energy and infrastructure projects, set enforceable limits on bureaucratic reviews and legal challenges, and give builders certainty that changing political winds won't hamstring their projects. Unleashing American energy, harnessing American resources, and investing in the American workforce. These are the crucial priorities. And led by Senators Capito and Barrasso, Senate Republicans are on the case.
Well, Joe Biden is playing Russian roulette with the American economy. It's dangerous, it's reckless. He's fear-mongering and threatening to default on the debt. And he thinks you can just continue to spend money and borrow money that we don't have. The American people deserve better than we're getting from the Democrats and from this administration. This reckless spending, this spending binge that the Democrats have been on for the last 2 years has brought us 40-year high inflation. People are suffering. Our national debt is now $31 trillion. That's why 2/3 of Americans believe that if we raise the debt ceiling, it has to be tied to reforms in spending. That's what happens with American families. If you max out your credit card, you have to have reforms in spending, and that's exactly what the Republicans in the House of Representatives have done. They've come out with a reasonable, responsible proposal, things that people agree with, clawing back unused COVID money, making sure that for welfare, people who are able-bodied adults without children will work for that. It's time for Joe Biden to take his head out of the sand and sit down and negotiate with Kevin McCarthy. Perhaps the president doesn't think there's anything that's out of line, but there's waste and fraud and abuse. We have to get the spending under control. And it's interesting because in the 8 times that we've raised the debt ceiling and have tied it to spending reforms, Joe Biden, either as a senator or as vice president, has supported 6 of those 8. So it is time for Joe Biden to end his debt ceiling madness. Now, Senator, go ahead.
Go ahead. Now we're going to hear from
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Just to follow up on yesterday's meeting down at the White House, I think it was a good time to remind everyone that 7 of the last 10 times we've raised the debt ceiling, it's had something attached to it, almost always related to spending, not surprisingly. So the notion that this is unheard of is nonsense. As you may recall, I've consistently said since February, the way this dilemma is dealt with is determined by the American people. They gave us divided government, just like they did in 2019, when I had to tell President Trump something he was not anxious to hear, which that he needed to reach an agreement with Nancy Pelosi on this issue. And you may recall he designated the Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, who negotiated a deal, and Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi, 2 bitter enemies, entered into a 2-year budget cap and an increase in the debt ceiling. This can be done, and it must be done. America is not going to default, and for whatever may have been said publicly after the meeting yesterday, the fact of the matter is, ultimately, an agreement will be reached between Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy, and the country will not default.
President Biden has overseen the worst crisis at our border in our nation's history. Literally over 5 million people have been apprehended trying to come across the border illegally since he took office, and that doesn't include all the gotaways. Now with Title 42 expiring, you're going to have a major catastrophe that is a crisis entirely of his own making. And if you look at just the raw numbers, under the previous administration, that number of people trying to come across the border illegally on a daily basis was 1,800. Under the Biden administration, it has been 6,300 per day trying to come across the border illegally. And last weekend, they were saying it was 8,700 up to that number, and they're predicting that it could be up to 13,000 per day when Title 42 is officially off the books. That is a disaster. That is a catastrophe for the Border Patrol. It's a catastrophe for the communities along the border, and it's a catastrophe for the American taxpayer. The President, again, certainly has at his disposal the authority to re-implement or come up with a Title 42-like proposal that he could do on his own. He doesn't need Congress to do that, but he has been unwilling to do that. And this is just an example, in my view, of a broader pattern of areas where the president has failed to step up to the plate. First being the no plan to withdraw from Afghanistan, no plan to deal with the effects of spending and inflation and higher interest rates. And most recently, going for literally 90 days without sitting down and talking to Speaker McCarthy about how to end this debt limit crisis. The president, when he was a senator, was opposed to raising the debt limit, and he described it as being an utter disregard for our financial future. So he had a very different view when he was a member of the United States Senate, and now he wants to do this without any discussion or conversation about how we might achieve some spending reforms, some budgetary restraints that would do something about the debt. This is a crisis of his own making, and if in fact the country goes over the cliff, he will be the first president to preside over a default of our American government. And I certainly hope he comes to his senses. He's got time to do that. I hope the next couple of days are constructive, and that when they meet again on Friday, there will be a meeting of the minds about how to resolve this crisis in a way not only that deals with the debt limit, but also in a way that deals with the debt and the out-of-control spending that's contributing to it.
We have a dangerous and deadly national security crisis unfolding at our southern border, and the crisis is soon to become a catastrophe. And this has Joe Biden written all over it, because on his first day in office, he started rolling out executive orders that rolled out the red carpet for illegal immigrants to come to the United States, to the point that now 5 million illegal immigrants have come, and yesterday over 10,000, which is the highest number ever. Now, so much of this is orchestrated by criminal cartels. In addition to the very big numbers, we're talking about very bad people who are coming across, including criminals, murderers, gang members. And if you're a drug dealer with Joe Biden in the White House, it has become a dream come true. At the same time, it's become a national nightmare for families who have lost family members to fentanyl. Even in Wyoming, 1,000 miles from our southern border, we've had triple the number of fentanyl deaths since Joe Biden has become president. Look, I've been to the border many times. It is now worse than ever before. And with rolling back Title 42, the president is essentially sending engraved invitations saying, come to America. It's a catastrophe. The caravans are lining up at the border, and it is going to be an invasion like we have never seen in the history of this country. At the same time, the president and his malicious secretary of Homeland Security look straight in the camera, lie to the American people, and do nothing to secure the border of our nation. Astonishingly, on Friday night, the president did a television interview where he told the people, and he looked dazed and confused a bit during the interview, but he told people that he knew more than the vast majority of people. Well, Mr. Know-it-all, if you know more, you ought to start listening to the Border Patrol, because they know what works. They have been telling us. It is follow the law, finish the wall, and finally bring back the Remain in Mexico policy. You know why? Because it worked.
Well, I was home over the weekend, and I was able to get to 9 more of Iowa's wonderful counties. And top of mind for all of our folks back home, just in the conversations and the town halls that I had, was, of course, inflation and Washington's spending. And folks, Iowans are very common sense people, and they know that their wallets are shrinking because of what's happening in Washington, D.C. So again, they look to the nation's capital and they see this reckless spending, and all they feel is the impact to their own pocketbooks. And let me tell you, folks, they are not surprised. I am not surprised. None of us should be surprised when we see today that the cost of food and, of course, home cooling and heating, fuel prices, all of that continues to go up. So what we do know, again, being common sense folks, and so many people said it back home, they're like, you know, President Biden just needs to get to the table. He really does need to negotiate. They pointed out that this is the president that on day one said he was going to be the president that brings the parties together. And yet he refuses to actually negotiate, have those discussions with Speaker McCarthy. So Iowans are pretty smart. Just sit down, work it out, Mr. President. Come on, you can do that. So only in Washington, D.C. do we know and look to the future and think we can pay our bills with IOUs. And Iowans know better. They're not being duped. They need the president to work this out with Kevin McCarthy, and we need to focus on reining in our spending, at the same time easing the pressure on Americans' pocketbooks. So let's get to it, Mr. President. Let's bring the parties together.
Well, thank you all for being here. And I would say on the heels of Title 42 going away, that's a human tragedy, human trafficking, and as we see the glut of people, it really pulls at your heartstrings as an American, but just as a human being. It's an unmitigated disaster. But I come from a state that has unfortunately been very touched by the influx of drugs on the southern border, and particularly the fentanyl issue. As several have already mentioned, just recently there was a CDC report that came out that said deaths in this country from fentanyl have gone up 279%. You all probably know friends and neighbors, people that you've known, acquaintances who've lost a child, a family member to this an overdose of fentanyl. I certainly can put myself in that category. And what do we see? We see over 10,000 people coming across the border. What's our Border Patrol going to do? They have to meet the challenge of stopping the human immigration into the country, and it takes their eye off the ball of the drugs that are coming through. We know they're coming through Mexico as the ingredients for fentanyl are coming in from China into Mexico and then up into our country, then formed into pills, very deceitful to those folks that are in addiction. They don't know what they're taking a lot of times, and it has tragic outcomes at the same time. So as this is going on, we have a new phenomenon. It's called tranq. It's xylazine. They're mixing xylazine with fentanyl, and it's presenting just a deadly combination and killing people. So if for no other reason, which I can think of about 10,000 yesterday, for no other reason to get a hold of the border crisis and to make sure that the president is facing this, to stop this illicit drug trafficking that's killing Americans everywhere in this country. That, to me, is a driving force for the president to get on the ball and his administration to find a better way.
If Secretary Yellen's correct with her forecast, we're 3 weeks away from today from facing a potential default on the American credit. A default would throw financial markets, not only the United States, into turmoil, but the global markets as well. When banks at this time in our history are already concerned about stability, when banks are having to fight the sudden increase in interest rates, and what that's meaning right now in terms of ensuring they keep their balance sheets in good shape and liquidity. So where are we at this moment in history? I'm proud of Speaker McCarthy, who didn't take a look at this looming crisis and say we're going to wait until we get up to the edge of the cliff and do nothing. He pulled Republicans together in the House and passed a responsible bill that lifts the debt ceiling in exchange for some spending restraints and reforms to the way the government spends money. 65% of the American people in a Harvard-Harris poll are on the side
of that principle, you can't raise the debt ceiling without having some sort of responsible spending and budget reforms put in place. The president and the Democrats are in the minority as it relates to the public opinion in this country. He's playing a very, very dangerous game. And the fact that he literally shut Kevin McCarthy out for 90 days, kind of hoping he may back Washington, D.C. into a crisis and perhaps get his way, is irresponsible. It's reckless. The adult in the room has been Speaker McCarthy and the House Republicans. It's childish to not negotiate. It's irresponsible not to negotiate. Failure to do so could push the United States and the global markets into a place we've never been before and hope to never go.
Leader McConnell.
Yeah, Chad.
Thank you. Help me understand something. Your CRS says that there was a default during the War of 1812. Depending on who you talk to, there were defaults in the 1970s here. You say this has never happened before, but explain in detail why you're so convinced that they would not fault. Now, what do you know, or is this just a feel thing based on, for the most part, history?
Well, the history of this issue is that the negotiating partners understand default is not an option. And that's why we always ultimately settle on some agreement. That has happened every time in the past, and it will happen again this time. The agreement is made by those who have political power. Those are given by elections. We have divided government. There has to be an agreement between the Speaker and the President, and there will be. And the sooner they get started talking directly or through their designees, the sooner we'll get an outcome.
Leader McConnell, do you accept as legitimate the verdict in New York finding that Donald Trump was liable for sexual abuse and defamation?
That's about presidential politics, and that'll all be settled in the primaries next year.
What about the verdict itself, the merits of the verdict?
It's all, I don't have any observations about it. The American people are going to have to decide, particularly Republicans and Democrats, who they want to run for president next year.
You've always been a staunch supporter of the military. I wonder what you made of General Austin is out today with really stern warnings about readiness, also talking about profound confusion and disturbance for service members and their families as a result of Senator Tuberville's blockade of defense nominees. Do you still support that, or what's the way out?
You have to ask Senator Tuberville about that.
Do you support him?
No, I don't support putting a hold on military nominations. I don't support that, but as to why, you need to ask Senator Tuberville.
Leader McConnell, do you feel like this verdict, this E. Jean Carroll verdict, makes it harder for for Trump to win in a general election? Does it make it harder for you to win your Senate races in 2024?
Well, there's no question the presidential race is going on pretty early, and the Republican primary voters are going to determine sometime next year who they want to be the nominee, and I don't have any advice to give them.
Would you support him? Will you support him?
Mr. President, later today we will be voting on legislation I introduced with 20 of our colleagues, Senate Joint Resolution 23. This resolution rescinds the Biden administration's 2022 rule that rolled back a common sense and necessary definition of habitat under the Endangered Species Act from the previous administration. When Congress passed the Endangered Species Act, it granted the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce, through the Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Services, respectively, the authority to designate areas as critical habitat. Section 7 of the Act prohibits the destruction or adverse modification of these critical habitat designations. There is no doubt that habitat loss is a contributing factor to species decline. So protecting habitat that is necessary to the survival of species is appropriate. The problem that has arisen, however, is that these designations have on occasion been weaponized to the detriment of landowners, the American public, and the very species we are trying to protect. 2/3 of all endangered species are located on private lands. For these species to be recovered, private landowners must be part of the solution and not treated as the enemy. Unfortunately, through aggressive critical habitat designations, as well-intentioned as they might be, private landowners are penalized and harmed instead of incentivized to help with species recovery. A recent study that examined more than 13,000 real estate transactions for land within or near critical habitat for 2 listed species in California found that a designation resulted in a large and statistically significant decrease in land value, specifically 48% for the red-legged frog and at least 78% for the bay checker spot butterfly. This is true across the country. Let me tell you a story from Louisiana. In 2001, the Fish and Wildlife Service listed the dusky gopher frog as an endangered species. After litigation by the Center for Biological Diversity, in 2010, the service proposed to designate critical habitat for the species and included 1,544 acres on a Louisiana site owned by Weyerhaeuser Company and a group of family landowners. The service included the site even though the frog was last seen there in 1965. Additionally, the site would require substantial modification to support a sustainable population. According to the service's own report, designation of the site could cost the landowners nearly $34 million in lost development value. Weyerhaeuser sued Fish and Wildlife Service over the designation, arguing, among other things, that the site could not be critical habitat because the frog, which did not exist at the site, could not survive there without the site being transformed from a closed canopy timber plantation to an open canopy longleaf pine forest. In other words, their land could not be critical habitat for the frog because it was not habitat at all. In a unanimous 8-0 decision in 2018, the Supreme Court agreed. It said the ESA does not authorize the Secretary to designate an area as critical habitat unless it is also habitat for the species. Now, the problem is that the term habitat itself is not defined within the Endangered Species Act. Prompted by that unanimous Weyerhaeuser Supreme Court case, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service finalized a rule in 2020 that defined the term habitat for the purposes of designating critical habitat under the ESA. The definition is simple. Habitat is an area that, quote, currently or periodically contains the resources and conditions necessary to support one or more life process of a species. Seems pretty reasonable. In 2020, the Biden administration caved to radical groups that wanted to return to free-for-all designations and finalized a rule to rescind this very reasonable common sense definition. So we're now operating under an ad hoc system that creates decreased property values and predatory legal challenges for American families and businesses. In fact, it incentivizes landowners to make sure their land could never be habitat for threatened or endangered species. With the Trump-era rule rescinded, there is no regulation to bind federal agencies in determining habitat of an endangered species from which critical habitat can be designated. Without certainty of what habitat actually means, development of any type can be blocked, including necessary infrastructure projects that the majority of this body recently spent hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to support. It is for this reason that a huge group of outside groups endorsed this resolution, including the American Road and Transportation Builders Association, the American Farm Bureau, the National Water Resources Association, the National Association of Counties, the Public Lands Council, the National Association of Home Builders, and many others. In closing, the only way to recover endangered species is to enlist the help of private landowners in our efforts. Overly broad critical habitat designations do just the opposite. My friends across the aisle have argued these designations are necessary for species recovery. The facts simply don't back this up. Among the 60 species delisted from the ESA because of recovery as of July 2020, 51 of them never even had critical habitat designations. By lowering private landowner opposition to conservation efforts, which will happen if we pass this rule, our nation can help recover threatened and endangered species while simultaneously supporting our private landowners and public land users in their worthy goals of providing food, energy, jobs, and homes necessary for the survival of our own species. I urge my colleagues to vote yes in support of this resolution. And Mr. President, I yield back.
A beautiful day here in Washington, D.C., but right now on our southern border, it is total chaos that's happening right now. It is May the 11th, the day the president has declared the end of the pandemic, but this day is also the end of Title 42. So let me just set the stage. If we go back a decade ago, at that time, Secretary of DHS Jay Johnson announced if we have 1,000 people that cross the border in a day, it's a very bad day for us if we have 1,000. Fast forward to the earliest days of the Biden administration, and they stopped doing border wall construction. They announced a change in Title 42 policy to turn it down. At some point there, announced a shift in how they're handling family policies, and they suddenly had 4,500 to 5,000 people a day. Yesterday, there were 10,000 people a day that illegally crossed our border. This bad situation where we've got 2.5 million people crossing our border now and abusing our immigration system and our visa system has now accelerated to a pace literally we have never seen. If you're a Border Patrol agent right now along our southern border, you literally don't know what the policy is. The old policy goes away at midnight tonight with Title 42. A new policy has been put in place today that has not been tested. And at the same time, the administration is stepping up and saying, we're very aware that we may have bad days to weeks to months coming ahead. The reason for that is because of the end of Title 42, because they had not put a new border policy in place in time to be able to make a difference. We have over 600,000 people just south of our southern border in shelters awaiting to be able to cross in the days ahead. 600,000 people. So what has happened is the administration has sent 1,500 military individuals to be able to go down to our border, not to be able to enforce the border, but to be able to handle transportation and processing people into the country. This is a chaotic situation that Americans do not like. Americans like legal immigration. They do not like illegal immigration, and they certainly don't like what's happening right now on our southern border, where they're doing what they call street releases. Street releases are just what you would think they are. These are individuals, they come in, literally fingerprint them, get a name and information. They send them into the country and ask them to turn themselves in to an ICE agent in any location that they want to be able to pick. So they literally tell the agents on the border which city they want to go to. They say, when you get there, go to this community and turn yourself in. Then they can then get in line for a hearing dealing with asylum. In many places across the country, that line is now 10 years long. Street releases also mean these individuals are in these small communities and they literally have nowhere to go, no transportation, no direction, and it's overwhelming the small communities. The chaos on our southern border continues to accelerate. This administration has not done what it needed to do. This was a very predictable crisis. And may I remind everyone, there was conversation about the end of Title 42 in the very first weeks of the Biden administration's term. We're now 2.5 years in, and they're showing they were not prepared for this moment. We have got to enforce our border and to be able to manage these crises in a way that just honors the law and honors the American people. This whole group of folks all is passionate about this. Most every one of them been down the border multiple times to be able to engage. They want to be able to also share what is happening in their particular states and what they're doing practically to be able to make this situation better.
Thank you, Senator Langford. And I want to thank the colleagues that we have here today as well to talk about the border crisis and what the end of Title 42 means to their particular communities. And just as Senator Langford said, every single day now we will see 10,000 immigrants illegally crossing our border. This is already happening. I think of my home community of Red Oak, Iowa. 10,000 immigrants every single day. That's twice the number of people that live in my community, Red Oak, Iowa, coming across the border every single day. Now, Iowa is over 1,000 miles away from our southern border. I get that. But it is impacting Iowa. It is impacting our communities. And what we have seen, when you think of the southern border, you think of the illicit activity that happens there. Number one that comes to mind, of course, is the fentanyl crisis that we have. And in Iowa, what we have experienced because of this border crisis is a spike in fentanyl overdose deaths from Iowans under 25%, a spike up to 120%. These are Iowans who are losing their lives because of this border crisis and an uncontrolled border. Biden has failed our American people, utterly failed, and put us at the mercy of these drug cartels that literally control our southern border. But folks, I just am here to say, in spite of what's going on at the border, Republicans do actually have solutions that Democrats and President Biden have turned a blind eye to and a deaf ear. My Build It Act would put already purchased materials, federal government has purchased them, would put them to work by allowing our states to obtain those and continue building the border wall. And for the safety and security of our nation, we must, number one, secure the border. That comes first and foremost. Second is reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy that was put into place under the Trump administration. And then finally, end this reckless catch and release program. Again, you know, Iowa is not considered a border state, but all states are now becoming a border state. Thanks, Senator Langford, and thanks to the team here.
Mr. President, it is May the 10th. May the 10th. If the President's Treasury Secretary is correct, in 3 weeks, the United States could reach the limit of its borrowing capacity. And absent an agreement between the President and Congress to raise the debt ceiling, begin to default on its debts. But if you think that means the President has gotten serious about reaching a debt ceiling agreement, you'd be wrong. The President did invite the Democrat and Republican leaders of the House and Senate to the White House yesterday, presumably, one would think, to finally begin negotiating. But as it turned out, the meeting was apparently little more than an occasion for the President to reiterate his position that he won't negotiate. Mr. President, here's the political reality. The President can't raise the debt ceiling by himself. He has to work with Congress. And more specifically, he has to work with Speaker McCarthy and the Republican-controlled House of Representatives. That's just the reality. The American people sent divided government to Washington last November, and divided government requires compromise. It requires negotiation. And frankly, Mr. President, it is the height of arrogance for the President and the Senate Democrat leader to think that they are somehow the exception to that, to think that they should be able to simply decree what they want, in this case, an increase in the debt ceiling with no spending reforms, and have everyone else just fall in line. That's not the way our system of government works. I get that the president would like things to work that way, but they don't. And the sooner he accepts that fact, the better, because the fiscal stability of our country is hanging in the balance here. And unless the president comes to the negotiating table for real, he's going to be responsible for the United States defaulting on its debts. Mr. President, let's talk for a minute about why the president doesn't want to negotiate, why he is insisting on a clean debt limit bill. Well, it's really quite simple, Mr. President. House Republicans want to pair any increase in the debt ceiling with spending reforms, and the president doesn't want anything that will restrain his ability to spend. He is intent on expanding the size and reach of the federal government, and spending reforms would get in the way. What President Biden does not seem to realize, however, is that our nation is on an unsustainable spending trajectory. Spending under the Biden administration has reached staggering levels. The total federal budget for fiscal year 2023 is up approximately 40% from 2019, the last budget before the pandemic. 40%. And under the president's budget over the next decade, the federal budget would reach a staggering $10 trillion, a 125% increase from its pre-pandemic level. Think about it. 125% increase in the cost of government from the pre-pandemic level. Our country and our economy cannot take that level of spending. Between October and March, the federal government borrowed $6 billion a day. A day. That's more than the entire 2023 budget for my state of South Dakota. The amount of money that the federal government borrows in a single day is more than the entire budget for the state of South Dakota for the entire year. Mr. President, debt at that level threatens economic growth. It jeopardizes our national security and leaves us excessively dependent on other countries who hold our nation's debt. And it sucks money away from essential government spending on things like Social Security and Medicare and our national defense. Just paying the interest on our debt is taking a toll on our nation's budget. According to the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, 50 cents of every dollar our country borrows in the next 10 years will go just toward paying interest on our national debt. By 2028, we will be spending more on interest than on national defense. By 2044, we'll be spending more on interest than on Medicare. And by 2050, we'll be spending more on interest than on Social Security. How in the world are we going to be able to pay for these programs and other essential government functions if we're spending that much money just meeting the interest alone on that massive, going on $32 trillion debt? Mr. President, negotiating over the debt ceiling is hardly new. 7 of the last 10 debt limit increases have included some mix of policy or budgetary changes rather than a simple, clean increase. And the Democrat leader of the Senate, the same Democrat leader who's now insisting on a clean debt limit increase, is on the record during the last administration talking about using the debt ceiling as leverage to achieve Democrat priorities. So the president and the Democrat leaders' outrage that they might have to yield to the realities of divided government and actually have to negotiate over the debt ceiling is a little hard to swallow. And it is profoundly disturbing that with a national debt in excess of $31 trillion and growing every day, the president and the Democrat leader can't be brought to consider even the mildest spending reforms.
Mr. President, House Republicans have proposed reasonable spending reforms. The Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, where the President's own Treasury Secretary used to sit on the board, I might add, called the Republican bill, and I quote, a serious package and a realistic and extremely welcome first step, end quote. But if the President doesn't like the House's proposed spending reforms, he should put forward his own spending reforms. What he should not do, however, and cannot responsibly do, is continue to refuse to engage in negotiations. If he continues to reject compromise, if he continues to insist that it's his way and no other, then come June, he will be responsible for our nation defaulting on its debts. The President's already spent us into an inflation crisis. Let's hope he can see his way to negotiating before he plunges us into a default crisis as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Senator Langford, thank you for organizing this today. I appreciate it very much. And I want to welcome all of you to the next chapter in the horror story that is Joe Biden's America. Joe Biden has decided that it's best to cede control completely of our southern border to cartels, multi-billion-dollar criminal organizations that work in partnership with the Chinese Communist Party to flood fentanyl into our country, to kill our youth. In fact, the #1 killer of young Americans today between 18 and 45 years of age is overdose. Most of it fentanyl coming across that southern border. This is the next chapter in Joe Biden's America. The national security crisis that he has created here in America is, as my colleagues have said, like nothing we've ever seen before, but it goes beyond our borders. I met with the president of Guatemala. He told me that he would like to tell me what the root cause of the problem is in his country. He said he's lost all control of his southern border because there are now caravans of people moving through his country. He has no idea who they are. He's lost control of his sovereignty as a nation because of what Joe Biden has done to invite people from all over the world to illegally enter our country. Joe Biden is destabilizing the entirety of Latin America as a result of the policies that he's adopted. It's leading to deaths in my home state of Tennessee. It's turning every town into a border town. And this chapter is going to turn out to be the worst chapter in America's history if we allow it to continue. Republicans have solutions, but Democrats continue to block it. Yesterday, for the 4th time, I brought my legislation to the floor of the United States Senate to stop fentanyl border crossings, to modify Title 42, to make it permanent. And when drug smuggling is suspected, as it constantly is happening, our border agents would have the ability to turn people back. Democrats blocked it yet again last night. So we're about to witness another tragedy here in America, again, courtesy of President Joe Biden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to stay with the Pillar 2 topic and talk with you all about that. I think one of the things that has concerned me is how this administration has entered into these negotiations. They've done it without congressional consultation, and they really have strayed from a lot of the bipartisan objective of the OEDC. And I am concerned about these provisions when you look at what is happening with OECD. A lot of these provisions are going to run into conflict with what Congress has passed, how we've acted on tax treaties, and it's also going to lead to double taxation. Now, this UTPR really allows foreign entities to come in and tax us. They're not paying their share. We did a chart breaking it out just to have a better feel for actually what would happen to U.S. companies under this structure. And American companies earn almost 39.6% of all the income that is targeted under the rules of Pillar 2, and it will disproportionately impact American companies and exceed our share of global GDP, which was 24% in 2021, according to the IMF. When you look at other countries and how those countries are going to fare, Chinese multinationals account for 7.6% of the income that UTPR could target. French multinationals, 2.9%. German multinationals, 1.6%, respectively. They account for 17.9%, 3.1%, 4.5% of GDP. No other foreign country has a more disproportionate share of income targeted by GDP share. The U.S. has the greatest environment for business formation in the world, and that is because we have chosen not to use the tax code to punish our businesses. The damage that this plan could have on American businesses is laid out right in front of us. And I'm not sure about you all, but I do not see how anybody would think that this is a good idea for productivity and business formation and innovation in the United States. So, Mr. Morris, I know as the former chair of the OECD Business Tax Committee that you've been a part of these negotiations from the beginning. And during the negotiations, was it ever mentioned that these proposals would lead to American companies receiving a disproportionate share of the tax burden?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you also for this very helpful chart. The answer to that is, at a number of points during these negotiations, a number of disadvantages to not just the United States, but to some other countries as well, who have a system like the United States, was pointed out. I think, to come back to one point that you made at the beginning of your remarks, one of the problems with this project is that at no point has the Congress been meaningfully involved. And therefore the concerns that you've raised, which could have been raised during the negotiations, have not been raised. And therefore in my testimony I suggest a way of doing that. The point that you make here, however, is incredibly important. As you say, the amount of income that US corporations have at stake is disproportionate as it relates to GDP. But this also brings us back to this important point that we've been discussing, which is that the way that the other rules operate, and in particular in relation to non-refundable credits and the UTPR, means that that can be taxed elsewhere.
Yeah, let me follow on. Mr. Bunn, let me ask you, have you all done any work on how this type scheme, what kind of effect it would have on incentives and subsidies to U.S. companies? And also, have you all looked at the effect of this GMT, the effect of this chart on businesses in particular states, like businesses in Tennessee? Because when I'm out and about in Tennessee, I hear a lot about the fears of GMT, the fears of Pillar 2, the fears of the UTPR, what that is going to do to companies.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Our work is ongoing. We are trying to identify the U.S. tax base risk or at risk to the UTPR. And I'd say another set of challenges that companies are facing right now is just the complexity of it. The amount of data that they have to pull together that they currently do not have in the tax department to be able to comply with these rules, or to potentially report no additional tax, but just to file, is immense. And that's something that I think is, just the sheer complexity of it and the risk to the U.S. tax base, and we are currently working on products that will highlight those.
Thank you. We'd like to see those as you come.
Number one, Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about Americans. And why would I say that? 70,000 Americans died of fentanyl overdose. Why? Joe Biden doesn't care. He has a completely open border. We've got criminals, we've got terrorists coming into our country. Just last week, a family was murdered by an illegal immigrant into this country? And have you seen anything that Joe Biden's done to secure the border? I just went to Del Rio, Texas last week. It's the third time I've been to the border since Biden got elected. Here's how it works. We did an aerial tour. There's people just walking across, coming across the Rio Grande. They're just walking across and coming in. Border Patrol has no right to do anything other than pick them up, take them to a processing center, and release them. And then when they're released, with your tax dollars, they're flown all over this country. They're flown all over Florida. All right, so what do we have in Florida? We have crime, we have fentanyl, right? We have terrorists, and we have Chinese spies coming across. It's not that hard to secure the border. I mean, it was secure when Trump left office. What should we do? Do exactly what other Republicans have said. Finish the construction of the wall. Put up the technology. Support our Border Patrol agents. If we need more Border Patrol agents, get them out there. Enforce the existing asylum laws in this country. But the bottom line is, for whatever reason, I don't think anybody can understand why Joe Biden's doing this. Joe Biden has decided he wants an open border where anybody can come across the border and you're just flown anywhere you want in this country. This is despicable what he's doing to American citizens. We are losing people daily to fentanyl, to crime. This is wrong.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here. I want to talk about the Americans that were in Sudan as well. Help me understand, because it seems to me that once again the Biden administration was caught flat-footed by the events that were developing, similar to Afghanistan, that this changed in a way that you did not anticipate. And what were the steps that you were taking, or what plans you had placed to be able to help Americans? So if I understand correctly, the fighting started on April 15th. You evacuated our embassy on the 22nd. But the overland route didn't start until April 28th or 29th in that area. And so help me, because Britain evacuated 1,573 people by air, France and Germany over 1,700 people by air. Yet initially we were told that the security situation made it so that it was too dangerous to be able to evacuate Americans while other nations were evacuating their people. And then days later, you're organizing a ground convoy instead of an air convoy. Did you not do contingency planning with regard to this? Why did it take so long to be able to start evacuating Americans out?
Thank you, Senator Ricketts, and good to see you as on this committee. Let me break it down in time and space. So, as I said, first of all, we had in place a broad warden system that captured about 5,000 Americans, so we were able to push messages to them. We initially, for those Americans who could get to the airport, because one of the reasons that we did our first embassy evacuation at the embassy grounds was in those days between the U.S. evacuation by helicopter and our allies beginning to fly into the airport was too dangerous. So by the time the airport was more safe, and I can talk to you in another setting about how that was enabled with U.S. support and help, we were able to put Americans who could get to the airport on Allied flights. So UK, Germans, others began taking Americans who could get to the airport, but a number of them still could not do that, which is why we determined that arranging an alternate route over land would provide another option not only for our citizens, but for other countries. So as our allies began flying, enabled by us, I will say, we also provided this second route for those who couldn't get to the airport. So 700 over land by the land convoy, but in total 1,300 Americans, some of them who took the Allied flights, some of them who took our land route.
So what I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the news reports saying that while other nations like France, Britain, Germany were able to evacuate their citizens by air, the United States had coordinated with them to evacuate people by air, and we were going to take the overland route and would take their citizens. It was so the media was really misstating what was going on, that we had a plan here where they were going to do the air, we were going to do the overland? Because the reports I read made it seem like the United States had no plan to evacuate people by air, and that we did this overland route that happened, on April 28th or 29th, much, almost 2 weeks after the fighting started. So is that accurate, that you were actually, the media got it all wrong, and what's going on here is America took the overland route and the other allies took Americans out through the air route? Is that what you're saying is what happened?
Yeah, it was a division of labor, if I may say, after when the airport first opened, where allies were doing the flying, Americans were going on those flights if they could get to the airport, and we were doing the land route, and both we and allies were getting.
And how about how many Americans went out on the flights?
So if you do the math, if we got 1,300 Americans out and 700 were by, I don't know how many, more Americans got out on Allied flights, I think, than got out on the land route, because the math would lead to that. So probably 700 Americans got out on Allied flights, and we're grateful to them for that.
Now, was this a plan in place that you had prior to April 15th, working with the Allied nations? Had you done contingency planning that if the generals started fighting, here's what we were going to do to evacuate Americans?
We do continual planning with our allies and partners, largely based at our military commands, and we can do a classified briefing for you if that would be helpful, for all high threat posts and various contingencies. With regard to this decision on the division of labor, it had to do with various concerns about who was best positioned to do what at the time, and it was negotiated and arranged in real time at AFRICOM in Djibouti, as well as in AFRICOM in Stuttgart with our allies.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you now, are we on a quorum call?
No, we are not.
We are not. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the following interns and fellow in my office be granted floor privileges for the remainder of this Congress: Margaret Finnegan, Garrett Fry, Charles Morrow, Ryan Fortani, Benjamin Bridges.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The dangers that children encounter when they go online have increased exponentially since social media platforms took over our lives. Just a few years ago, cyberbullying dominated our conversations about kids and the virtual world. Now, those cyberbullies are joined by drug dealers, sex traffickers, pedophiles, and influencers who glorify mental illness, eating disorders, and self-harm. Last week, the Biden administration decided to pay some attention to this pressing issue. And while I'm glad to see the White House get behind us on this issue, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that they are far behind. Over the past 2.5 years, the Senate has dedicated an incredible amount of time and energy to investigating the harm these threats have inflicted on young people. When Senator Blumenthal and I led the Commerce Committee's Consumer Protection Subcommittee, we hosted 5 separate hearings investigating the inherent dangers children encounter online. The Judiciary Committee hosted a 6th this past February. During those hearings, we produced more than 500 pages of testimony. Mr. President, this is just the testimony from witnesses who have come before us in those hearings. Now, in addition to this testimony, we've collected hundreds more pages of evidence illustrating the devastating impact that big tech has had on the lives of children and teens. We also found proof that these online companies knew they had lost control of their platforms, and still, even knowing it, still, they made the affirmative choice to not
protect their users. They did this knowing children were at risk. On top of that are the additional hours we spent talking to parents who tried to protect their children. We also independently confirmed just how easy it is for predators to target young people with dangerous content. I would implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to confront what is in these pages of testimony. Familiarize yourself with what we heard during these hearings and in conversations, heartbreaking conversations with families and stakeholders. And as you do, remember that the examples we discussed in committee weren't just available for children to access. In many cases, there was no hiding from it, which seems unbelievable until you actually speak to young people about how pervasive this harmful content, and many times illegal content, is. This is why Senator Blumenthal and I spent time talking to kids and teens about their firsthand experience with dangerous content. Mr. President, you know this issue well. You have worked on kids' online privacy. You did that when you were in the House. You've done it in the Senate. So you know the importance of the steps we've taken, not to limit the conversation just to grown-ups. Talk to teens and children, and that's what we have done, because no one has a better understanding of what's happening to teens online than teenagers. So we invited them into the room and asked them, what can we do to be helpful? What they told us that they need was something that is more proactive and more enforceable than what the Biden administration has chosen to offer. According to the White House announcement, HHS and the Commerce Department will lead an interagency task force on kids' online health and safety. Their job will be to identify harms to minors from online platforms and then develop voluntary guidance, policy recommendations, and a toolkit for industry. That sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? We've been doing that here in the Senate for more than 2 years, and yet the White House wants to start from scratch. What's the point in that? We know what the harms are. The harms have been articulated. We also know that voluntary guidance will do nothing to make online platforms safer. We tried that kinder, gentler method, and it failed. It does not work. Social media platforms have proven to us they are incapable of self-regulation. Why is that? Because when our children are online, our children are the product. They are data mining our children. They're selling that data to the highest bidder. The second item I want to highlight is a good development, but one that will complement rather than replace work we've already done here in the Senate. According to the White House announcement, DHS and the Justice Department will work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to create combined image repositories to help identify victims of online trafficking and sexual abuse. This is promising because it puts law enforcement on the front lines. That is an important distinction. But this effort needs our support, which means staying the course on existing legislation to bolster both law enforcement and NCMEC's legal authorities. On that front, this week the Judiciary Committee will consider the REPORT Act. It's a piece of bipartisan legislation I sponsored with Senator Ossoff that will require online companies and social media platforms to report known instances of child sex trafficking or enticement on their platforms. It will also substantially increase the fines imposed for failure to report this abuse to NCMEC. Importantly, the Report Act also includes another one of my bills, the End Child Exploitation Act, which requires online platforms to preserve reports to NCMEC's cyber tip line for a period of 1 year. By extending this retention period, we can ensure that law enforcement has enough time to access evidence and to prosecute these crimes. This bill will also make it easier for NCMEC to transfer these cyber tip line reports to law enforcement, which will in turn help law enforcement prosecute cases faster and put more offenders behind bars. No more excuses. You know, it is so interesting. When I talked to Tennesseans, they thought this would already be the law, that these social media platforms would have to report these sex traffickers, these pedophiles, these drug dealers, these child sexual abuse images and things that were online. And they're surprised that they don't, and that they don't take them down. So, no more executives coming up here to the Hill to give us excuses for why they are not able to do this and complaining about how hard it is to tackle criminal perversion on their platforms. They need to get busy with this. The policies laid out in the Report Act are critical to helping Silicon Valley and law enforcement stop predators. Mr. President, as I said, they ought to be the first ones to stand up and say, we've got some bad actors over here. We're going to take them down. There should be bipartisan agreement on this. Everybody should say, let's do this, and let's do it now. I know I can't be the only person in this chamber wondering why these big tech companies haven't kept their own promises to make the online world safer for kids and for teens. The White House plan for voluntary guidelines and toolkits gives these companies far too much credit. As I said, they have proven to us they are incapable of self-governance. Why are they incapable? Because they need the eyeballs of our kids on their sites for longer stretches of time. That means the data is richer. That means they sell that money. They are putting profit before the safety of our children. Go talk to these parents that have lost their kids. Go listen to these teens who are recovering from social media addiction. This is why earlier this year, Senator Blumenthal and I reintroduced the Kids Online Safety Act. It has 34 bipartisan co-sponsors and the endorsement of more than 200 bipartisan organizations. First, it would force platforms to give families the ability to protect minors' information, disable addictive product features, and opt out of algorithmic recommendations. Next, it would give parents the safeguards needed to protect their children's online experiences, as well as a dedicated channel to report harmful behavior. Those are things that currently do not exist. And most parents are shocked when they go onto these platforms and they're trying to report cyberbullying and they can't hear a word back from the platform, or maybe months later they get an email that says, this content does not violate our community standards. How disgusting. Many of these parents know what is going on, and they are trying to help. They know what their kids are seeing. They know predatory content and content that promotes self-harm, suicide, eating disorders to minors will now indeed be a problem for these platforms to deal with when we pass the Kids Online Safety Act. Parents are tired of the denial, the deflection, and the disrespect that is shown to them and their children by these social media platforms. Our kids deserve better than what these platforms and big tech companies are dishing out to them. They deserve protection on these sites. And Mr. President, as you well know, there are things that are illegal in the physical space, but they are allowed in the virtual space on these platforms, and these platforms do nothing to take down this. In addition to making it difficult for these social media platforms to skirt the provisions of COSA, we're requiring in that legislation a requirement for an annual risk assessment and access to data sets we can use to access and assess safety threats to underage users. It is time to make certain that safety is there, that it is safety by default, safety by design for our children. Both the Report Act and the Kids Online Safety Act have earned the enthusiastic support of bipartisan policymakers, advocates, medical professionals, tech experts, and families from across the country. It is time we pass this legislation. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you for hosting this committee. And I want to focus a little bit on perhaps the unintended consequences of some of our Russia and Ukraine policy of the last year. And I'm going to direct my question to you, Ms. Rosenberg, and thank you all for being here. So I've known this committee before. Our sanctions policy in Russia has been a complete and total failure. We thought that we would shrink the Russian economy by 10, 20, 30, even 50%, yet we've shrunk the Russian economy by very little. And if you compare it to the performance of other regional economies, and let's say in terms of the performance of its currency, it's actually doing pretty well relative to other world currencies. So the foreign policy establishment claimed that one of the strongest sanctions measures was the disconnection of Russian banks from SWIFT. Scholars claim that this would kneecap the Russian economy, but while the Washington foreign policy establishment was preoccupied with crafting a sanctions regime, they failed to consider that Russia had been developing their own alternative to SWIFT, which is, of course, the SPFS. Ms. Rosenberg, I want to ask first, has the SPFS grown in response to being cut off from SWIFT, and by how much has it grown?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We are aware of and looking at the Russian payments rails system, if you will, the SPFS, which grew significantly earlier on in the prior stage of Russia sanctions in 2014, when it saw some of the writing on the wall about its inability to access certain international financial institutions or partners, and began developing at that time.
Yeah, so my understanding, at least the Russian claims, are that they've integrated about 50 foreign banks just in the last couple of years onto the SPFS system. And to your point, it sounds like they integrated a lot more before, from maybe 2014 to 2020, perhaps 2021. The other really concerning thing, of course, is that India and Iran seem to be getting closer and closer to the Russian financial system, even as they're getting further and further away from the American financial system. And in particular, India, which we should all recognize as the most important geopolitical counterweight to China in the region, it's a very bad thing for them to be getting closer to Russia and China and the Russian financial system. Just for my edification and anybody else who's listening, could you speak a little bit to the national security importance? So what do we get out of cooperative organizations like SWIFT as the dominant global bank power? And what kind of access does our law enforcement have that they wouldn't have if you had major foreign powers shifting off of SWIFT?
Thank you for the question. I have also noted with great concern some of the developments and expanding efforts by Russia with several specific partners to have direct and bilateral financial flows. You mentioned India and Iran. Those are not the only ones. There are other countries where this is a great concern. And as you pointed out, this is designed to be an effort to relieve and mitigate its dependency on international financial systems. So the reason why Russia, as we see it, is seeking to do this is because it has less and less connectivity with international financial architecture. It's not just SWIFT, it's also the correspondent banking relationships that have been cut off so significantly by the European and US and British sanctions that have severed designated number of banks and severed those relationships. But the concern that I hear you expressing is concern we also have. We cannot rest knowing that we have designated over 80% of Russia's financial system and restricted their access to SWIFT systems. That is insufficient if they are still able to move around them and gain access to international financial channels.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and certainly agree with the emphasis there. My concern, I guess, is that our Ukraine policy has had this massive unintended consequence. And if we had gone into this 18 months ago knowing that we would maybe be pushing India closer to the Chinese, not to say nothing of Russia, we're pushing Russia and India closer to the Chinese. We're encouraging the creation of an entirely alternative financial system. It's really important that our law enforcement has access to some of these financial transactions. It's one of the ways we catch international crime. It's one of the ways that we prevent international terrorism. If the consequence of our Ukraine policy is weakening that financial system and strengthening an alternative financial system, I think it's one of the many consequences for our country that our policymakers haven't fully incorporated, and frankly, that the American people are not fully aware of, because you don't see the effects of this stuff right away. We may be dealing with the consequences for years or even decades to come. But I appreciate your work on this and appreciate your answer to the questions. Thank you, Ms. Rosenberg, and thanks to everybody else. I yield.
The bill negotiated by Speaker McCarthy is a first step on the road to common sense conservative governing. It is clearly an important change in direction from the reckless tax and spending that the Democrats have been engaged in the last 2 years. President Biden and the Democrats really went on a major spending binge, and that ignited a flame, an inferno of inflation. 40-year high inflation that is still burning members of the people and the citizens all around this country. So anyone with an ounce of common sense knows that this dangerous path must be changed. We can't continue in this direction. People across the country have been saying clearly any raising of the debt ceiling must be coupled to reining in dangerous high spending. 60% of Americans say now is the time to rein in spending, and this bill does that. So many of us wished it could have gone a lot further, specifically with cutting spending. When there's a bipartisan bill like this, there are missed opportunities in terms of getting government growth under control and putting us on a sustainable path. This is a first step. We need many more steps if we're going to be able to tackle the debt and beat back inflation. And an important thing to do is reignite American energy production. The reforms that we see in permitting, we need more. We need real regulatory relief for affordable American energy. If you really want to grow the economy, get people back to work, and lower prices, affordable American energy is the solution.
So a group of us are going to speak about this budget deal. And if you believe that the number one job of the federal government is to defend this nation, then we have made a serious mistake in this bill. I've heard House leaders suggest this bill fully funds the military. For that to be true, you'd have to believe that the military is okay if you cut their budget $42 billion below inflation. The party of Ronald Reagan would never allow inflation to reduce defense capabilities. This bill The top line number locks in less ships for the Navy at a time China is going to expand dramatically. In 24 and 25, we're going to cap spending at a level that we cannot expand the Navy. And in the same period of time, China's going to go from 310 ships over a 10-year period to 440. Less money for the Marines, less money for the Army, less ships for the Navy at a time of great conflict. Not a penny in this bill to help Ukraine defeat Putin. They're going on the offensive as I speak, and we need to send a clear message to Putin that when it comes to your invasion of Ukraine, we're going to support the Ukrainians to ensure your loss. If we don't do that, then we're going to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory. Senator Cotton is, I'm going to yield to him. He has a time problem. But we're going to take some time here to explain to you why those of us who believe that the number one job of the federal government to defend the nation, that concept has been abandoned, and that we are going to insist and fight until we find a way to rectify some of this harm. Okay? With that, I'll yield to my good friend from Mississippi.
Madam President, over the last few years, President Biden and Washington Democrats have unveiled a large range of socialist-inspired policies. The ill-fated Build Back Broke plan, for example, would have driven up daycare costs for countless working families. Thankfully, that bill couldn't get enough votes to pass. Then there was electric vehicle socialism, which actually did become law as part of Democrats' misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, did not reduce inflation. So, thanks to them, today, families earning up to $300,000 a year can receive a taxpayer handout to buy an electric vehicle made with batteries from China. Seems like a bad idea to me. And last fall, President Biden rolled out his plan for student loan socialism. Over the last few years, liberal activists have called on Democrats to cancel student debt. But those calls were largely ignored until President Biden came along and decided to try it on his own. Not by coming to Congress, not by passing legislation, but with the stroke of a pen. Last August, he announced he would cancel student loans for millions of borrowers. Well, ask any family with a mortgage, a car payment, a credit card debt. They all understand there's no such thing as canceling debt. Every dollar that was borrowed will eventually have to be repaid by someone. It's just a matter of who that someone is. Well, you can look around at the person you're sitting next to. You will be the ones to pay it back, the taxpayer. Traditionally, the responsibility falls to the borrower, the person who agreed to repay the debt, the person who willingly took out tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. The president decided to throw tradition and personal responsibility out the window in favor of a socialist approach where everyone chips in, whether they want to or not. In other words, the American taxpayer. He said he would erase up to $20,000 in student loans for tens of millions of borrowers, thereby sticking taxpayers with the tab. Well, to state the obvious, the vast majority of Americans do not benefit here. 87% of Americans have no student debt. Some people didn't go to college. Maybe they didn't want to, maybe they couldn't afford it. Many worked while pursuing a degree. Many paid off their loans after graduating, just as they agreed to do. Still, President Biden expects every person without college debt to shoulder the cost for someone else. In total, his plan would cost taxpayers more than $400 billion, even though only 13% of Americans would reap the benefit. A college degree is not a shared experience. It's not like roads, hospitals, or police departments, which benefit everyone. Individuals in debt made the decision to borrow the money, and they alone will reap the benefits of that degree, whether it's in form of increased compensation or other opportunities. It is fundamentally unfair to expect taxpayers with zero student debt to cover the cost of someone else's degree. To state the obvious, the president does not have the authority to stick the taxpayers with this debt, and I hope the Supreme Court rules on that in the near future. In the meantime, this is irresponsible overreach at its finest, and I'm glad the Senate will have an opportunity to vote to overturn this reckless rule. Senators Cassidy, Ernst, and I introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn President Biden's student loan socialism. Our resolution would prevent the president from transferring the burden of student loans from willing borrowers to unwitting Americans. It would also end the pause on student loan payments, another renegade act by President Biden for which he has zero authority. This is costing Americans $5 billion a month. This first went into effect March of 2020 as the pandemic took hold. Now, more than 3 years later, it's time for borrowers to resume payments. Even President Biden has finally accepted how destructive this never-ending pause is for our country. He agreed to reinstate student loan payment requirements through the bipartisan debt ceiling deal that will soon be voted on by the House. President Biden's student loan socialism is unfair and it's irresponsible, and I hope it will soon be overturned by the Senate through this resolution. I want to say again how much I appreciate Senator Cassidy's leadership on this, and I encourage all our colleagues to support it.
The Senate will soon vote on the Congressional Review Act, a resolution of disapproval to overturn the Biden administration's unfair student loan schemes. These schemes transfer the burden of $400 billion in federal student loans from those who willingly took on that debt to American taxpayers who never went to college or who've already fulfilled their commitment to pay back their loans. The resolution would also end the pause on student loan payments, which by August will cost taxpayers almost $200 billion. President Biden has extended this pause 6 times for a total of 31 months, far beyond the original justification of the ongoing pandemic. Make no mistake, these reckless student loan schemes do not forgive debt. They transfer burden from those who willingly took out the loans to go to college, to make more money when they graduated, to Americans who never attended college who already paid back their loans. These policies are as unfair as irresponsible. Where is the forgiveness for the guy who didn't go to college but is working to pay off the loan on the truck he takes to work? What about the woman who paid off her student loans but now struggles to afford her mortgage? Is the administration providing them relief? No. Instead, the administration would not only have them pay their bills, but the bills of those who decided to go to college to make more money. President Biden's plan does nothing to address the problems that created the debt in the first place. It doesn't hold colleges or universities accountable for rising costs. According to the College Board, in the last 30 years, tuitions and fees have jumped at private nonprofit colleges by 80%. At public four-year institutions, they've jumped 124%. According to the Center for a Responsible Federal Budget, if the student loan transfer goes into effect, students and taxpayers will be back in the same situation in 5 years. In 5 years, we'll be right back where we are now because we're not reforming that which got us here. And total debt will again reach $1.7 trillion. What is the plan for 5 years from now? This scheme does not ensure that students are prepared for life after college. It creates terrible moral hazard that signals to students that federal student loans are not real commitments. It tells colleges that no matter how high they raise their prices or how low the quality of the education they provide, the federal government will cover the tab, courtesy of the American taxpayer. This is not leadership. We cannot spend our way out of the problem of ever-increasing cost of higher education. For Americans who cannot afford their debt or who want a proactive approach to paying off their loan commitments, Congress has already authorized 31 different active programs that help or forgive student loans. That's 31 different programs already in place to help forgive or offset student loans. They range from total forgiveness for teachers to loan cancellations for law enforcement officers, military, early childhood educators, and social workers, to name a few. There's also repayment programs for high-demand fields where education is specialized and the need is a public good. For example, through the Department of Health and Human Services, a variety of different healthcare providers, including therapists, behavioral health providers, and those needed to help our children as we face this mental health crisis, are eligible for loan repayment. In addition, there are 5 different programs already to keep payments low compared to a person's income and which cap the total time for repayment. The mass transfer of debt, though, under this reckless student loan scheme forgets that these existing programs were set up to target limited taxpayer resources to benefit those using their degrees to serve and to fill broader public needs, or who could demonstrate that they themselves had a personal individual need. Our resolution prevents average Americans, 87% of whom do not have student loans, from being stuck with a policy that the administration is doing not to be fair to all, but rather to favor the few. Our resolution also protects the rule of law, which President Biden must know that he is violating. During Supreme Court arguments on the legality of the student loan forgiveness in February, Justice Roberts clearly indicated that if $400 billion was to be spent on student loan cancellation, it would require congressional approval. That has not been given. This is a clear example of this administration attempting to subvert Congress for what appears to be purely political purposes. It sets a wildly dangerous precedent if left unchecked. President Biden, Secretary Cardona, come to the table. There are real problems in the student loan system and federal financing of higher education. Let's fix them legally through a bipartisan, lasting solution. I will close by encouraging all my colleagues to join me in voting to pass this Congressional Review Act resolution to prevent these unconstitutional student debt forgiveness schemes. It is unfair to the hundreds of millions of Americans who will bear the burden of paying off hundreds of billions of dollars of someone else's student debt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for organizing this hearing. Thanks to each of you for coming here to enlighten us. You know, it's become very popular to talk about the negative impacts of using coal and natural gas, but we really should have a conversation about the extent to which we rely on them and about the positive impacts of using them. The fact that the American people benefit from them in ways that can't simply be overlooked and dismissed. The reality is that human beings are able to survive and thrive much more readily, much more comfortably, much more affordably because of affordable and plentiful and reliable power, primarily coming from natural gas and from coal. And so the advantage that fossil fuel electric power generation provides isn't something that we can just ignore. It's something that makes it not only affordable but also available on demand as baseload power on a consistent basis. We all benefit from that, from being able to walk into a room and turn on the light switch and know that the lights are going to come on and it'll be affordable and reliable. Now, sadly, we're seeing an all-of-government approach war on reliable power waged by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats in the Biden administration. Just as one of many examples, the Biden EPA has been on a crusade against coal-fired power plants, imposing crippling new regulations, what seems like every single week. Mr. Robb, I'd like to start with you. NERC, the organization that you lead, is the reliability watchdog for the grid. Is that fair to say?
That's a fair characterization.
And I think most of us can agree that coal-fired power plants are being retired prematurely, which is especially alarming when you look at the realities on the ground, when you consider things like the fact that when replacement baseload power supply has not been brought online. We need to be worried about this. Tell me why this trend should be troubling to us, or is it troubling to you?
It's highly troubling because we're retiring these plants before their attributes are being fully replaced. And their attributes are more than just the energy that they produce. One of the important things, it's a little esoteric, but one of the important things that these plants provide is the ability for the grid to maintain voltage and maintain frequency and to resist disturbances. Other resources can't do that nearly as well as large spinning mass generation. And that's why the loss of coal plants and natural gas plants and nuclear plants is so concerning from a grid reliability perspective.
Okay, so it goes beyond cost. It's about reliability, and without reliability, we lose some significant benefits. Now, requests for future generation published by the large regional transmission organizations, or RTOs, show that the vast majority of projected future generation additions are going to come from wind and from solar. For example, within MISO, one of the largest RTOs, solar and wind comprise 64% of new generator requests, while natural gas comprises only 3% of those requests. But given the retirement of dispatchable power, will this ratio of new wind and solar projects, on the one hand, to natural gas-fired projects on the other hand, be sufficient to meet the need, the demand for reliable power in the coming decades?
It'll be highly problematic without reinforcing the natural gas system, which is very, very important for integrating renewables, and or the eventual development and deployment of long-duration energy storage, which as yet does not exist at scale.
Right. Mr. Tudor, you lead a large electric cooperative, and I've been very interested in your work, and I'm interested in your thoughts on why coal power plants are being forced to retire as they are, and why investment in new natural gas plants is seeming to be stifled. Tell me, do regulations like the EPA's good neighbor rule, do they make blackouts more likely or less likely?
More likely. Any premature retirement of something that works without having something that doesn't work to replace it seems dangerous to me and logical. So yes, there has been a continuous push to retire fossil fuel plants, mainly coal, and now move on to natural gas plants. And what it's done is it's
move on to them, meaning moving on to them to retire them,
yes,
force their retirement,
or not even build any. And people are afraid to try and build something that's fossil when the EPA regs continue to come out that are negative to an investment of any kind in fossil fuels. So if you're sitting here going, am I going to build a windmill or am I going to build a gas plant? I'm going to build a windmill. Why? Because you can. It will be very difficult for that 3% that we're talking about here of new natural gas plants to get permitted, get in the queue and get connected to the grid and actually get built and completed. And it takes now 5 or 6 years to build a brand new natural gas plant where it used to take 2 to 3.
In the meantime, they're not replacing that with nuclear power, traditional or small modular nuclear. They're not replacing that with geothermal or hydroelectric.
They can't yet because the technology is not there yet. I mean, there's a big difference between capacity, which is the ability to deliver energy, and energy. So if you take a wind product, which I'm not against wind, but wind in general gets about 15% capacity credit in the RTOs, where a coal plant gets around 80% capacity in an RTO. What that means is the coal plant produces and runs 80% of the time, and the wind farm runs 15% of the time. When it's windy, the wind produces a lot of energy, which is a good thing. When it's not, they virtually have nothing, and you have to rely, as Mr. Robb's saying, you have to rely on something that is base load to maintain the integrity of the service, basically to our consumers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, we got some good news over the weekend with the announcement that the President and Speaker McCarthy had reached an agreement on debt ceiling legislation. The bill they agreed on, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, will increase the debt ceiling and finally, after 2 years of out-of-control spending, begin to rein in our nation's budget. And I'm tremendously grateful to Speaker McCarthy and to House Republicans for their tireless work to make sure that any legislation to raise the debt ceiling was paired with meaningful spending reforms. The Fiscal Responsibility Act cuts discretionary spending next year and then limits discretionary spending increases to 1% each year over the subsequent 5 years. It claws back unspent COVID funds, repeals excess IRS spending, and ends the student loan repayment moratorium, which is currently costing taxpayers $5 billion a month. In fact, the bill rescinds more unobligated government money than any bill in American history. It also places into statute pay-go rules on the executive branch, which would require government agencies to accompany new spending proposals with proposals that would save taxpayer dollars. On top of all this, the Fiscal Responsibility Act makes a down payment on permitting reform to help get energy projects off the ground more quickly, which will help encourage domestic energy production and drive down energy prices for American families. It also strengthens work requirements in federal programs to help able-bodied Americans move from welfare to work. And while this legislation doesn't go as far as it should, and as Speaker McCarthy wanted, when it comes to funding for needed military modernization and readiness, the bill does provide an increase in defense funding and avoids a continuing resolution while leaving open the possibility of supplemental funding as needed. And it's worth noting that this is the first time in recent history we have increased defense spending while decreasing non-defense spending. Perhaps just as important as what's in the bill is what's not in the bill: tax increases. Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans held the line and ensured that the debt ceiling increase was not used as a vehicle to collect more taxpayer money. And they also ensured that the bill did not contain any new government programs. Now, Mr. President, is this a perfect bill? Does it have everything Republicans would like included to get our nation's fiscal house in order? No, it doesn't. But perfect bills are rare, and they're even more rare in a time of divided government. This is a good bill, and thanks to the efforts of Speaker McCarthy, a better bill than we might have hoped for. And let's not forget that Democrats wanted to pass a debt ceiling increase without any spending reforms at all. This bill may not be perfect, but it makes a real start at getting spending under control. Now, Mr. President, our efforts can't end with this bill. Our national debt has already exceeded the size of our economy, and the interest on our debt is going to consume a greater and greater share of the federal budget. On our current trajectory, within a few short years, we're going to be spending more just meeting the interest on our nation's debt than we will on national defense. By 2044, we'll be spending more on interest than on Medicare. And by 2050, we'll be spending more on interest than on Social Security. Think about that for just a minute. More on interest than on Social Security. Mr. President, Social Security is the largest line item in our nation's budget and consumes approximately 1/5 of total federal spending each and every year. The very fact that our national debt is on track to grow to the point where we are paying more just on interest than on Social Security should be a wake-up call to lawmakers in both parties that spending reform has to be a top priority here in Washington. And let's be very clear. We have a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Tax revenues in 2022 reached a multi-decade high of 19.6% of our gross domestic product, which is well above the historical average. We are not suffering from a lack of revenue. Federal spending, however, has soared to unsustainable levels. The federal budget for 2023 is up approximately 40% from 2019, the last budget before the pandemic. 40% increase going back to 2019. That's just not sustainable, Mr. President. It's not. And whatever Democrats may say, we are not going to be able to find or to fund that kind of reckless spending by taxing better off Americans. We just flat have to get spending under control. Now, Mr. President, any American who has ever found himself or herself mired in credit card debt knows that serious debt has serious consequences. Our national debt is already reducing the economic growth that we could otherwise achieve. And if our debt continues along its current trajectory, the consequences will be severe. Diminished economic opportunities and growth, and increasing difficulty meeting our government's most basic responsibilities, from national defense to Social Security and Medicare. The best thing that we can do for the future of our country and for hardworking American families is to get our nation's spending under control. And so, Mr. President, I want to once again express my gratitude to Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans for ensuring that the debt limit increase that we'll be voting on is matched with real spending reforms. They've achieved an important victory, and I hope that the Fiscal Responsibility Act will be just the first step in a larger campaign to get our nation's fiscal house in order and ensure a better economic future for the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Last week, Congress successfully passed legislation, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, to raise the debt ceiling and avert a default. And I'm pleased that the final legislation paired an increase in the debt ceiling with real spending reforms. But I don't need to tell anyone that things came down to the wire. President Biden wasted months refusing to negotiate on a debt ceiling deal before finally yielding to the political realities of divided government and coming to the negotiating table. And while we got about as good of an agreement as we could have hoped for in this situation, again, including meaningful spending reforms that Democrats initially rejected, things didn't need to come to this crisis point. Had President Biden come to the negotiating table sooner, we might not have been passing the Fiscal Responsibility Act just days before our nation would have defaulted. And, Mr. President, this isn't the first crisis of inaction in this presidency. President Biden has made a habit of ignoring or failing to meet crisis situations with predictably problematic results. The border crisis is one notable example. It took 2 years of record-breaking numbers of illegal crossings at our southern border before the President made any real move to even begin to address the crisis. 2 years. 2 years in which he mostly pretended that the border crisis didn't even exist. The President didn't want there to be a border crisis, presumably because he knew that it would serve as an indictment of his open border policies, and so he simply ignored the reality. Unfortunately, Border Patrol agents and our nation's overwhelmed border communities didn't have that option. They've had to spend 2+ years now dealing with all the ramifications of unchecked illegal immigration at our southern border. And while it's a good thing that the President has finally made some moves to address the crisis, his inaction has taken a terrible toll on Border Patrol agents and our border communities and on migrants themselves. Mr. President, we've seen a similar situation with inflation. Even as it became clear that Democrats' so-called American Rescue Plan had helped set off a serious inflation crisis, the President and his administration dismissed the problem. And they didn't just dismiss the problem. They doubled down on the strategy that got our country into this mess in the first place. And while the President was eventually forced to at least half-heartedly acknowledge our inflation crisis, he still can't bring himself to acknowledge what caused it, and that's Democrats' big spending priorities. And he's continued to pursue new government spending, from his nearly $1 trillion student loan giveaway to a budget that in a few short years would have us spending $10 trillion annually. Mr. President, perhaps the most devastating example of the President's failure to recognize and act on the realities of a situation came with his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Even as it was becoming appallingly clear that Afghanistan was headed for takeover by the Taliban, the President delayed or simply failed to take the necessary steps to withdraw American citizens and the Afghan allies who aided us. The result was a chaotic evacuation that saw the deaths of 13 U.S. service members and scores, literally scores, of Afghan civilians and left both U.S. citizens and thousands of our Afghan allies behind as the Taliban took over the country. Mr. President, it is fortunate that the months President Biden spent refusing to acknowledge the need to negotiate on a debt ceiling agreement did not result in serious consequences for our country. Things were not looking good for a while, but the President ultimately recognized that divided government requires negotiation and compromise. But a lot of his other leadership failures have had serious and permanent consequences. The President's failure to acknowledge and address the reality of the border crisis has allowed hundreds of thousands of individuals to evade law enforcement and enter our country illegally, left border communities in American cities struggling to provide for the massive influx of migrants, and undoubtedly facilitated the flow of cross-border criminal activity like fentanyl trafficking. And as I said, the President's failure to recognize and acknowledge the reality of the situation in Afghanistan, including by ignoring the State Department dissent cable, resulted in the deaths of American service members and Afghan civilians. Meanwhile, the President's persistent failure to fully recognize the realities of inflation and its roots in Democrats' reckless spending continues to leave our economy and American families vulnerable to more of Democrats' big spending priorities, or policies, I should say. Mr. President, there are around 18 months left in the President's current term, and a lot of challenges for our nation to address. I hope that the debt ceiling negotiations mark the start of a new era, one in which the President spends more time dealing with things as they are and less time pursuing an agenda divorced from the reality of the economic and security challenges that our nation faces. Because our country and the American people cannot afford a repeat of the first 2 years of this President's administration. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Folks, as we're approaching our $31 trillion of debt, we need to rethink how we are spending our hardworking taxpayer dollars. One of President Biden's policies that has been enacted recently is the forgiveness of student loans. And what President Biden is doing is transferring those student loans and those student loan debt onto the backs of hardworking Iowans and others. And I'll give a couple of examples of this. My brother did not have the pathway into college. He chose to enter the workforce straight out of high school. He is a union laborer. He's a union laborer, and yet President Biden is asking my brother, who went straight into the workforce, to pay for the student loans, hypothetically, for some man or woman who got student loans and is now working on Wall Street in a six-figure job. It's unfair. My sister went to community college. She worked her way through school to get her associate's degree. Now she's being asked to pay for someone who chose to take out a student loan and sign on that dotted line that they would repay their student loan. Now my sister is being asked, with her 2-year degree, to pay back somebody else's obligations. President Biden has to stop this. And if he won't, well, we will. This afternoon, I am really proud to be able to co-lead an effort to overturn President Biden's socialist student loan transfer program. And I hope that all of our Republicans join on this effort, and I hope that our Senate Democrats do as well. The House passed this very same measure last week in a bipartisan effort. So I hope again today that we see it pass through the United States Senate. I hope that the President will sign it into law, and it will save our hardworking taxpayers, just like my sister, just like my brother. It will save them $300 billion.
Many, many Americans view the Biden administration as working against them rather than working for them. And with the Biden administration teaming up with a climate extremist, it's making it even worse on American energy. and the minor changes that were adopted in terms of permitting during this debt ceiling vote, they're not going to do what the Americans need in terms of energy. People know what they want. They want energy that is available, affordable, and reliable. And yet Joe Biden has now commanded the EPA to prioritize climate change over energy that is available, reliable, or affordable. The EPA is now the evil empire as it attacks American energy prosperity, American energy production. The EPA is aggressively attempting to shut down coal-fired power plants, natural gas-fired power plants, while there is no other source of energy to replace it. Trying to shut down something that has worked for a long, long time when there is nothing available to replace it is foolish. It's harmful. Even the bipartisan members of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission have all testified in the Senate that this is undermining the grid of power in the United States, and it is their job to look after the grid. All across the country, we're seeing areas, and this is a chart of summer grid reliability risk, elevated risk, large swaths of the country, elevated risk to our grid as a result of the administration, and what the President is doing is making it worse. The EPA, with their incredibly painful regulations, is undermining our ability, sabotaging American energy. And the American public are going to be paying the price and suffering the pain. If you want to keep the lights on, you want to keep the country secure, you need affordable, reliable baseline power. And that's why every Republican on the Senate Energy Committee has joined me as co-sponsors of a permitting reform bill called the SPUR Act. And it unleashes all American energy, which is exactly what we need for affordable, available, and reliable energy for our nation.
Now, on an entirely different matter, last week, Senate Democrats backtracked on plans to confirm Dale Ho to the Southern District of New York. Apparently, our colleagues didn't yet have enough votes for the self-described wild-eyed leftist President Biden would like to give a lifetime appointment to the federal bench. I've talked about Mr. Ho's criticism of the Fraternal Order of Police, his history of attacking our colleagues on Twitter. I've discussed his apparent dismay that fidelity to the Constitution as it was written doesn't really produce progressive outcomes. But as you might expect, the rap sheet on a nominee too radical for Senate Democrats goes on. Mr. Ho has also vocally opposed laws that ban ballot harvesting. He's railed against common sense voter ID requirements that 80% of Americans support. Senate Democrats will have to think hard about whether they're ready to ram Mr. Ho's nomination through after all of this. But in the meantime, two more of President Biden's left-wing nominees are up for a vote this week. First is Hernan Vera, nominated to the bench in the Central District of California. Mr. Vera's nomination comes with the ringing endorsement of the left's dark money operation, and a review of his record certainly shows why. Throughout his legal career, Mr. Vera has made no effort to hide his willingness to pick progressive activism over the rule of law. He's asserted publicly that the need for greater security at our southern border is actually a myth, and supported efforts to prevent ICE from conducting enforcement operations in county jails. In other words, Mr. Vera doesn't just oppose enforcing immigration laws, he opposes enforcing laws illegal immigrants have broken after they've arrived. The Senate will also vote this week on the nomination of Patrick Pitts to the Northern District of California. Mr. Pitts helped to organize student protests against military recruiters on campus when he was at Yale. but he publicly fawned over a leftist judge who later faced a reckoning over his decades of sexual harassment. Apparently, the Army was unseemly, but a notorious harasser was an inspiration. And aside from being a bad judge of character, Mr. Pitts has spent his legal career making his life easier for Democrats' big labor allies. He worked to give union bosses more political influence over American workers, especially those who would rather be free from union thuggery. So I'll be opposing each of these nominations and will urge our colleagues to do the same.
Madam President, the Biden administration has spent the better part of 3 years claiming that its border policies are humane and just. We know this isn't the case. Under Joe Biden, the Mexican cartels are acting with impunity because the president would rather cave to the desires of the far left than admit that a country without a border is indeed an open border because it has no borders at all. Because of this open border policy and the fact that they are not recognizing the southern border as a border, they have turned every town into a border town, every state into a border state. And this has made us vulnerable to drug smugglers, human traffickers, and violent criminals looking for their next victim. In April, Border Patrol reported more than 182,000 encounters with migrants trying to cross the southern border. 182,000. When you combine that with the numbers from the first quarter of this year, you come up with more than 602,000 encounters. That doesn't include the tens of thousands of gotaways who disappeared into the country before they could be apprehended. When you add that to the 22,000 pounds of drugs that have been seized, almost 40,000 criminals that have been caught, and 49 suspected terrorists apprehended, you must conclude that the Biden administration hasn't just lost control of the border, they have relinquished it. As I said, Madam President, the border policy is to have no policy, to have an open border. Interesting. And it is something that my colleagues across the aisle refuse to admit is taking place. Our southern border is wide open. The people benefiting are the cartels who are in control of the border on the Mexico side. 49 suspected terrorists, 22,000 pounds of drugs, 40,000 criminal, illegal aliens apprehended. And as I said, that is just in the 602,000 that have been apprehended so far this year. That's right, so far this year. And in the gotaways, the tens of thousands of gotaways, how many more pounds of drugs? How many more criminals? How many more terrorists have come into this country? While our border is open, the cartels are monetizing Joe Biden's refusal to secure the country. They have turned human trafficking into a $13 billion a year business. It's amazing. $13 billion on human trafficking alone. For years, illegal immigrants have taken advantage of the fact that if they cross the border with a minor they will more likely than not be released into the U.S. while their immigration cases are processed. But under Joe Biden, human traffickers have made this complacency a part of their expected business model. They're now engaging in a practice that is horrendous. It is called child recycling. It is a disgusting process. In this child recycling process, the same child is exploited repeatedly by illegal aliens attempting to enter the United States. Once one criminal escapes into the country, they ship the child back across the border and into the hands of another abuser. The Trump administration fought back against this practice and mandated that asylum seekers with accompanying minors take DNA tests to prove that they were indeed a family unit. And like many of the Trump-era border policies, this worked. We have the data to prove it. Just ask the Border Patrol. In one pilot program, 30% of those rapid DNA tests showed that the adult trying to enter the country bore no relation to the child they brought with them. 30%. The DNA testing program saved a lot of lives. So I would ask my colleagues this question. Is it fair? Is it fair to ask the Biden administration, is it worth saving the lives of these children? This administration ended DNA testing of illegal immigrants last month, 2 weeks after Title 42 ended. So, Madam President, is it fair to ask why they will not implement DNA testing? Why will they not agree to save the lives of as many as 30% of the children that are being presented at the southern border? See, it wasn't a policy decision. You've just got to believe that. It had to be a political decision, and we just cannot allow this to stand. Earlier this year, I introduced the End Child Trafficking Now Act. And that would criminalize child recycling. It would reinstate the DNA testing program and create harsh penalties for migrants who try to skirt the law. This legislation would require adult migrants trying to enter the country with a minor to prove that they are indeed the child's relative or guardian. They will be able to do that by providing paperwork and sworn witness testimony, or by taking the DNA test. Now, if their paperwork doesn't check out, Madam President, and we know the cartels have started to forge documents and do fraudulent paperwork, we're aware of that. That's why if their paperwork doesn't pan out, the DNA test is mandatory. If the DNA test proves that migrant is lying, HHS would step in and process the child as an unaccompanied minor, and the trafficker would face a maximum 10-year prison sentence for falsely posing as a family. This legislation would also require DHS to deport illegal aliens who refuse to take the DNA test. This is a common sense bill that every senator in this chamber should get behind. I call on my Democratic colleagues to either join me in moving this important legislation forward or explain to the American people why they would stonewall a program, a test, and it only takes 45 minutes. Why would they stonewall this when it would keep children out of these human trafficking rings. This horrific practice will not stop unless we stop it. And if we don't catch it at the border, we need to catch it as these criminals move across the country. Child recycling is a problem, but I think we all know that not every child forced across our border is sent back home. Labor and sex trafficking within the United States is real, and it is happening in our communities. This horrible reality particularly affects girls and young women, which is why I introduced the Save Girls Act. This bipartisan legislation, which I introduced with Senator Klobuchar, creates a $50 million grant program to provide states, localities, and non-government organizations, our nonprofits, with the resources they need to catch traffickers and to support the children, the women that survive this horrific practice. This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is a human rights issue, and I am so grateful to my colleagues for working with me to put the safety of these women and girls first. I hope the rest of the members of this chamber will follow the lead and help us pass the Save Girls Act and the End Child Trafficking Now Act. Because if we don't, things will get much, much worse for these children and these women that are being trafficked. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will. Last week, I came here to speak to my colleagues about the Biden administration and the FBI playing games with the American people by hiding the FBI-generated 1023 document from Congress and the American people. Director Wray was going to be held in contempt for refusing to produce the 1023 that I told Chairman Comer about, and I think I had that first conversation with Chairman Comer about 3 weeks ago. Then, instead of contempt, the FBI committed to showing the 1023 and related documents to the whole Congress. By the way, I thank Chairman Comer for his cooperation with me and how he's pursued this issue, because we know a heck of a lot more now than if he hadn't been involved in this whole effort. So the FBI showed, after the FBI committed to showing this document, they showed, but it didn't provide possession of the 1023 to the House Oversight Committee last week. And by the way, 1023 is unclassified. So why shouldn't the entire country know about what's in this 1023? As the public knows, that 1023 involves an alleged bribery scheme between then Vice President Biden, Hunter Biden, and a foreign national. The same allegations that Chairman Comer and I made public on May the 3rd of this year. And on the very same day that the FBI provided a redacted version of the 1023 to the House Oversight Committee, the Justice Department then announced that former President Trump had been indicted and charged with 37 crimes related to his alleged mishandling of classified records. Attorney General Garland signed off on prosecuting Trump for conduct similar to what Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton engaged in. Two standards of justice in this country will turn our constitutional republic upside down. Thanks to the political infections within the Biden Justice Department and the FBI, we were well along the road for that to happen. This senator will do all that he can to fight political infection in the Department of Justice and the FBI. And you fight it then by bringing transparency to what this government does. The public's business ought to be public. Transparency brings accountability. With respect to the 1023 shown to that House Oversight Committee, from what I've been told by folks who've reviewed it, it's filled with redactions. Now, the document that Comer and I read had maybe 2 or 3 half-inch redactions, not whole sentences redacted, as I'm told the document in the SCIF is. So, Director Wray placed redactions on a document that's already unclassified. As I've said before, unclassified. More than that, the FBI made Congress review a redacted, unclassified document in a classified facility. That goes to show you the disrespect that the FBI has for Congress. On a previous time on this Senate floor, I think I told my fellow senators that what's so unusual about an unclassified document being given to the public when, I think it was May the 18th of this year, there was leaked to the New York Times a classified document and even the name of a confidential human source. So, we're kind of in a strange situation here. Classified document can be leaked to the New York Times, but a non-classified document can't be made public to 300 million Americans if they're interested in reading it. Now, accordingly, Congress still lacks a full and complete picture with respect to what that document really says. That's why it's important that the document be made public without unnecessary redactions for the American people to see. Can you believe redacting an unclassified document? So now, let me assist for the purposes of more transparency on this subject. The 1023 produced to the House committees redacted reference that the foreign national who allegedly bribed Joe and Hunter Biden allegedly has audio recordings of his conversation with them. 17 such recordings. According to the 1023, the foreign national possesses 15 audio recordings of phone calls between him and Hunter Biden. According to the 1023, the foreign national possesses 2 audio recordings of phone calls between him and then Vice President Joe Biden. These recordings were allegedly kept as a sort of insurance policy for the foreign national in case that he got into a tight spot. The 1023 also indicates that then Vice President Joe Biden may have been involved in bereavement employing Hunter Biden. Based on the facts known to the Congress and the public, it's clear that the Justice Department, the FBI, haven't nearly had the same laser focus on the Biden family. Special Counsel Jack Smith has used a recording against former President Trump. Well, what is U.S. Attorney Weiss doing with respect to these alleged Joe and Hunter Biden recordings that are apparently relevant to the high-stakes bribery scheme? Getting a full and complete 1023 is critical for the American people to know and understand the true nature of the document and to hold the Justice Department and the FBI accountable. It's also important for asserting constitutional congressional oversight powers against an out-of-control executive branch, obviously drunk with political infection. Remember, Congress has received 1023s in the past, and they've been made public. So asking for this 1023 to be turned over to the American people to read is not an unusual thing that goes on with 1023s. Congress owes it to the American people and the brave and heroic whistleblowers to continue to fight for transparency in this matter and make this document public without unnecessary redactions. And I want everybody to remember that I have read the unredacted version, except for a couple or three half-inch redactions, I'd say. Thank you very much. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Okay. Mr. Abate, I'd like to have you describe for me the process and procedure that the FBI should normally follow when receiving criminal allegations from a trusted FBI source that an office holder engaged in bribery. For example, if the allegations include reference to evidence that would prove or disprove the bribery scheme, would standard procedure, operating procedure require the FBI to seek out that evidence?
Senator, in any instance where we receive information, an allegation, or a complaint, we apply the standards on the Attorney General guidelines and our DIOG and determine whether the information received, the allegation, the complaint, meets the threshold for the opening of an investigation. We consult appropriately with our field office, with our program management elements at headquarters, with our Office of General Counsel, and then we take it from there based on the information, whether it meets the standard.
So that's the investigation process that should have been followed with respect to the 1023. Apparently that process wasn't followed. For the sake of restoring credibility, the FBI must explain itself sooner rather than later. Mr. Olson, this is my
statutory changes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Ossoff. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, every day when I'm home in Texas, I hear from Texans who are deeply dismayed about the growing politicization and weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI. If you are not, every one of you should be deeply concerned about the damage being done to the integrity of the institutions in which you operate. My office hears regularly from FBI agents and from assistant U.S. attorneys who are likewise concerned about the politicization and weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI, and this is profoundly damaging to the rule of law in our nation. Last month, a whistleblower brought to light the existence in the FBI of a report, an FD 1023, in which the informant alleges that President Biden and his family members engaged in a $5 million bribery scheme during his time as vice president. Deputy Director Abate, is it true that the FBI has a report making those allegations?
I'm not going to comment on that, Senator.
And why is that?
I'm just not going to comment on information we received, investigations, or
Do you owe an
ongoing matters.
obligation to the American people to be candid about evidence of corruption by the President of the United States?
This is an area that I'm not going to get into with you, Senator.
Well, I understand you don't want to, and that's why people are mad at the FBI, because you're stonewalling and covering up serious allegations of evidence of corruption from the president. Yesterday, Senator Chuck Grassley stood on the Senate floor and alleged that there are 17 recordings of this informant from Burisma, Ukrainian natural gas company. 15 of them are recordings, voice recordings of him talking to Hunter Biden. 2 of them are voice recordings of him talking to Joe Biden. Deputy Director Abate, does the FBI have 17 voice recordings laying out evidence of a bribery scheme?
Senator, I would add also that we've worked with the House Oversight Committee
Yeah, this is
provide
the Senate. We're the other
document that
side
you
of the Capitol. This is the Senate. Do you have those 17 recordings?
I'm not going to comment on any investigative matters, Senator.
See, that's the problem. The FBI, and I've had this conversation with Chris Wray too, this is why you are damaging the institution. The American people have a right to know whether there is serious, credible evidence that the President of the United States took a $5 million bribe. And by the way, if it's false, Chairman Durbin just rolled his eyes. If Chairman Durbin were interested in the rule of law, we would have a hearing on these allegations. But of course, the Democrats don't want a hearing on these allegations. And to be clear, if the allegations are false, you know who could disprove them? Joe Biden. He could call for this to be released publicly. But the FBI is stonewalling. Would you agree?
Two things, Senator. No
Sure.
one's stonewalling. The 1023
You just said you refused to answer the
was provided
question.
in response to a subpoena.
Okay,
to the
then why'd
House
you refuse
Oversight
to answer
Committee.
my question?
The pertinent information is there, and I reject your assertion that the
Why
FBI
did you
is
refuse to answer my
politicized.
question?
I just answered your question.
Okay, so yes, you have a 1023. Do you have the 17 recordings? Yes or no?
I'm not going to get further into that.
So you're stonewalling. You can't say I'm not refusing to answer your question, but I won't answer your question.
I'm going to answer within the parameters that we operate in. here.
That's the problem. The FBI has right now an unlimited hubris that you believe you are unaccountable. You don't believe you're accountable to the United States Congress, and you don't believe you're accountable to the American people. And you are doing damage. The FBI is a great institution. When I go home to Texas, people ask me, should we abolish the FBI? Now, I tell them no, because you have heroes and patriots working for you that are catching child predators, that are catching terrorists. But you're sitting there happily erecting a wall to protect Joe Biden. Will you provide to this committee, not the House, the Senate Judiciary Committee, will you provide the FD 1023 and will you provide the 17 recordings so we can assess what is the evidence, the specific credible evidence that Joe Biden personally took a $5 million bribe from a foreign national?
Senator, we will work with this committee, you and other members, to provide the information within the parameters of the process.
Will you provide the FD 1023, yes or no?
I will take that back, and we will work with our
So
team.
you're not answering that. Will you provide the 17 recordings?
We will take that back, and we'll work with you.
So you're not answering that either. Did you investigate in any way, shape, or form these allegations?
Senator, once again, I'm not going to comment.
So
on
you're not going to say
investigative-
whether you did your job?
We do our job to the very best of our ability.
Well, not here. You're not answering a single question to the American people. And you may think this is esoteric. I promise you, millions of Americans are concerned. You know who isn't concerned? Not a single Senate Democrat. We're going to go through this whole hearing. Not one Democrat will ask a question about this. You know who else isn't concerned? The corporate media, who is joining with the Democrats in covering up this evidence. If Joe Biden is innocent, the evidence should be made public and demonstrate that he's innocent. But if he is not, is it true this informant who alleged that he personally took a bribe was an informant the FBI had relied upon previously in other investigations? Yes or no?
Senator, in each and every investigation that we have, all the work that we do,
I asked you
the
a yes or no
expectation
question.
is that every logical avenue investigation be pursued
I asked you a
to
yes
its
or no
fullest.
question. Are you going to answer it?
Yeah, I'm answering your question.
Was the informant one you had relied on previously in other investigations? Yes or no?
Senator, we run down every piece of information, every
You're not
lead,
answering it then. You're refusing to answer
objectively,
it. So you're refusing to answer the
to
question.
the fullest extent possible.
You're refusing to answer the question.
relentlessly,
Is that correct?
aggressively in all instances.
Senator, your
It's
time is
disgraceful.
expired.
It's disgraceful, Deputy Director Abate. Disgraceful.
Senator, your time has expired. Senator Tilts?
Chairman, I think Senator Blackburn goes before me, or Senator Welch. I appreciate the opportunity, but
Thank you, Senator Tillis. It's Senator Welsh is next.
Joe Biden and the Democrats seem hell-bent on destroying this country. With the 4th of July Independence Day just around the corner, I had a chance to visit in Wyoming with our Veterans of Foreign War and our American Legion. These are the people who fought for our freedoms. And they believe that under Joe Biden and the Democrats, this country is a nation in retreat. They see a military that is weakened because they are forced to focus on liberal ideology instead of military strength and strategy. They see a southern border that is wide open as fentanyl and felons flood our cities and kill our children. I also had a chance to visit with our delegates to Boys State and Girls State. These are the best and the brightest in the future of our nation. Wyoming is the equality state. We believe in equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Outcome based on effort, not existence. We see the economy as a ladder to climb, not a line to wait in. And all of these groups that I met with believe in the American dream and American exceptionalism. They believe we are a country of greatness, not of grievance. So when Joe Biden took office, gave his inaugural address, he pledged to bring the nation together. That's not what happened. Instead, it seems that Joe Biden and the Democrats spend just about every day stripping away our freedoms and undermining the things that have made this country great. They've undermined American energy security and our economic strength. They've worked to make us more dependent on our enemies and dependent on the government. So it is no surprise that the American Legion and the Veterans of Foreign War and at Boys State and Girls State, people all believe the country is heading in the wrong direction. Republicans are focused on getting our nation back on track. And to do that, we need to stop inflation, cut wasteful Washington spending, and unleash American energy once again.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I rise in support of Senator Kennedy's resolution of disapproval of the ATF's stabilizing brace rule. This rule is a dangerous attack on every American's Second Amendment rights. I want to start by telling you why this is important. Where I live in Kansas, typically we'll have one sheriff or a deputy on call at a time, and he's covering an area of 60 by 40 miles. So often the nearest law enforcement officer is 45 minutes to an hour away. Like many states, we're seeing an uptick in the rise of crime. With fentanyl flooding across our border, 20 tons of fentanyl have been seized. We can't imagine how much came across this open border. But along with the fentanyl and the open border, we're seeing crime on the rise. And more families feel afraid that they're not secure. Even my own wife, 2 weeks ago, asked me to take her out to our family gun range and give her some lessons on how to handle a weapon as well. You know, and by the way, women's favorite weapon for self-protection is a short-barreled rifle. It's what they feel comfortable. It's not loud. It's easy to control. Why are we trying to punish Americans who just want to defend themselves and practice their Second Amendment rights? In complete disregard for Americans' constitutional rights, President Joe Biden enacted an unlawful rule banning stabilizing braces, known commonly as pistol braces, allowing the ATF the full authority under the law to prosecute millions of Americans for firearms they purchased perfectly legally. Through Biden's rule, millions of responsible gun owners suddenly have become felons. And as law-abiding Kansans get the book thrown at them under this Second Amendment power grab, the president's own son commits an actual gun violation felony, and he walks away with a sweetheart deal. I ask you, what type of message does that send to law-abiding Americans, gun owners across the country? This is wrong. Americans realize this is a double standard. Sadly, this egregious policy uniquely impacts our nation's disabled veterans who use a pistol brace to handle their firearms. For some of these individuals who risk their lives for freedoms, for our freedoms, a pistol brace is the only option for safe and effective firearm use. But under this ruling, the constitutional right to bear arms is null and void if you use a stabilizing brace to operate a firearm. Now that's why the president bypassed Congress and carried out his gun-grabbing agenda through the regulatory state, demanding his ATF use a misguided interpretation of the National Firearms Act to enforce this heavy-handed policy. Let me be clear. The National Firearms Act does not does not give the ATF the authority to ban pistol braces. Congress has not, nor should it ever, give the ATF this power. Mr. President, this rule represents the largest gun grab in American history, potentially impacting as many as 40 million responsible gun owners. We refuse to accept the supersized ATF's unconstitutional power grab, and I'm proud to stand here with Senator Kennedy and defend Kansans and Louisiana's Second Amendment rights. I continue to stand firm here with all of my colleagues and oppose this executive overreach by the ATF. I yield the floor.
Unanimous consent that the following interns in my office be granted floor privileges until the end of the Congress: Neil Palumbo, Reagan Fieldback, John Orantes.
Not objected.
Thank you, Mr. President. For almost 3 years now, the American people have watched the Biden administration and their Democratic allies in Congress burn through trillions of dollars of their hard-earned money. Early on in the administration, when one of their radical proposals made its way to the Senate floor, I would hear from Tennesseans wanting to know who the Democrats expected to actually pay the bill for these programs. But as time has gone by, the Democrats confirmed, as they have every time they've been in power, that their plan was to keep squeezing taxpayers for as much money as possible for as long as possible. Indeed, the federal government has a ceaseless, non-ending appetite for taxpayers' money. I don't think I have to tell you how discouraging this is for Tennesseans. It is confirmation that their president knows what is happening to them, but he just does not care. They're in pursuit of a goal. They see this as a means to an end. Now, when I am at home in Tennessee, as I was this weekend, people don't ask me where all the money went because they know the Democrats have wasted it on handouts and Green New Deal schemes, trillions of dollars down the drain. All they want to know is, when is this going to stop? They can't plan ahead. They can't save for special occasions. Even something as simple as a holiday cookout has slipped out of reach for so many families. Independence Day is coming up, but what should be an exciting time for everyone has turned into a source of stress, because in 1 year, the price of a bag of chips up 7.9%, ice cream and popsicles 8% more. Potato salad will cost 7.1% more this year, and that's only accounting for the cost of the potatoes. Hot dogs, hamburgers have gone up, but when you account for the almost 16% hike on ketchup and mustard and 9.4% hike on lettuce, the 13% hike on pickles, and a ridiculous 12.5% hike on the bun to put it all on, you can cross your main course off the menu also. There's no reason why a meal like this should suddenly be out of reach of many families, but it is. And it's not just due to the price of the hamburger bun. That's just something that really is adding insult to injury. Since Joe Biden became president, grocery prices have increased 20%, which is something every single person serving in Congress has been seen in action. You cannot deny this. Any trip to the grocery store tells the story. Energy bills have gone up 36% since Joe Biden and the Democrats took power. Rent is up 15%. Clothes, 12% more. A tank of gas is up 51%. And a used car to put that gas in is going to cost you 33% more today than it did last June. To counteract all this, the Fed has raised interest rates at the fastest pace since the 1980s, which has in turn destroyed access to consumer credit and made it harder for small businesses to take out the loans they need to grow. The problem isn't limited to a holiday celebration. Our president and the Democrats have made life too expensive to afford every single day of the year. Needless to say, spending has been out of control for over a decade, and regardless of what this administration believes, we cannot spend our way to prosperity. It does not happen. But we can directly trace this crippling inflation back to the reckless spending policies of this administration. So let's take a look at some of the things they have chosen to prioritize over the good of the country and the good of the people. They used the 6,825-page Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 to set a new precedent for wasteful spending that, frankly, continues to baffle most Tennesseans. This bill, which no one had the opportunity to read, included billions in pure waste and authorized over $1.82 trillion in total discretionary spending authority. To make matters worse, the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed last August, gave the Internal Revenue Service $80 billion for, guess what, more IRS agents. They estimate that the resulting increase in harassment will take $204 billion from hardworking taxpayers who are already struggling to make ends meet. The IRA also included $386 billion for Joe Biden's radical climate agenda, including $27 billion for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the sole purpose of which is to increase the power of the EPA. $3 billion in environmental and climate justice block grants, and an extension of the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits. This is hundreds of billions of dollars going to pet projects of the left, while Americans are struggling to put food on the table. But the spending won't stop there. Earlier this year, President Biden released a pledge to make things worse. It's in the form of his 2024 budget request. This exorbitant wish list proved that he has no desire to get our national debt under control, and included annual budget deficits ranging between 4.6 and 6.8% above the baseline. He also included trillions in tax increases and added even more funding to the IRS. He doubled the tax on capital gains, increased the corporate income tax rate to 28%, which is the second highest rate in the developed world, and then made sure the IRS could find ways to take even more money. Not exactly a taxpayer-friendly approach. This path is not sustainable and will only lead to our children and grandchildren bearing the full brunt of our massive national debt burden. In my opinion, this is immoral. This is why every Congress I introduce legislation to cut spending by 1%, 2%, and 5% all across the board. These small changes would make a big difference and help us return to a path of fiscal stability and fiscal sanity. The Consumer Price Index rose 4% in May. Incredibly enough, the Biden administration celebrated this as a win, which leads me to believe they're still counting on the American people somehow ignoring what a mess they've made and continuing to fork over the money. let's be clear. 4% inflation is still double the target rate. This is not a win. It is not normal. The day Joe Biden came into office, inflation was at 1.4%. Now, what this does do, it does guarantee that Tennesseans will face yet another month of groceries that are too expensive to afford and unsustainable spending on programs they did not vote for and that they do not want. If we were to pass a 1% across-the-board cut to federal spending, then there's a chance we can reverse this trend and ease the impossible burden that the Biden administration has placed on the American people. But if we continue to ignore the problem and spend even more money, that will lead us even further down the path to economic collapse. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will
Well, very soon, and any day now, perhaps, the Supreme Court is going to be ruling on President Biden's student loan forgiveness scheme. And I just think that the American people find it offensive to think that they could take the 13% of people in this country who have student loans, take that debt and transfer it to the 87% of people who don't have student loans. And that's what we're doing. This is all going on the national debt. It's all on the federal debt. This was purely a political ploy on the president's part. And it's really unfortunate because I think that if you look at the people in this country who work hard every day, in many cases didn't have an opportunity to go to college, or those who worked hard to help scrimp and save so they could get through school, or their parents did that for them so they could get through school, or they paid their loans down. I mean, there are a whole lot of people in this country who fit into that category. It's the 87% of the taxpayers who are going to be footing the bill. The debt's going to be transferred to them from the 13% who have student loan debt. And the really ironic thing about it is the National Bureau of Economic Research found that this policy has encouraged people to take out even more student debt because they're getting some of their debt paid down. They're now taking out more debt. So it's just leading to more debt on top of the debt that's already owed because they're not paying it back. The president clearly knew that the Supreme Court was likely to strike this down. I certainly hope that is what ends up happening. And I believe they went into this with their eyes open, but I also think it was, again, it was a political year, attempt to try and influence votes in an election year, but really truly unfortunate because he hasn't done anything meaningful to address the high cost of college education. This was a political ploy, and ultimately in the end, I think that I'm hoping certainly that the Supreme Court strikes it down. And when they do, there'll be a lot of unhappy people out there, and those unhappy people will have one place to look, and that's the White House, because they went into this, I think, fully knowing that this was going to be struck down. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to have to start paying loans back, and that's what should have happened in the first place. The $1 trillion giveaway by this administration.
Now, on another matter, last month the Supreme Court wrapped up its productive term by deciding some especially consequential decisions in favor of equal protection and executive restraint. In response, Washington Democrats offered a fresh example of just how profoundly they misunderstand the court and its role in our government. The president, who has flirted with calls for court packing, warned ominously that a co-equal branch was not a normal court. The Democratic leader, who threatened justices by name from the steps of the court, branded it as MAGA. And this month, the Judiciary Committee will attempt to force the court to restructure itself in the name of ethics. But for all the Democrats' breathless fear-mongering, the record of the Supreme Court's latest term tells a very different story. By the numbers, the court remains as ideologically diverse and unpredictable as even passing students of our Constitution know it was designed to be. Nearly half of the cases the court heard this term produced a unanimous outcome. It ruled overwhelmingly in both directions, striking down union thuggery and declining to stop the Biden administration's open borders policy. By contrast, just 9% of cases were decided 6-3, with each of the Republican-appointed justices in the majority. That's 99% of the cases. The exact margin liberal commentators use to claim the Supreme Court is irredeemably polarized actually decided fewer than 1 in 10 cases this term, just 1 in 10. This is the institution our colleague from New York likes to call the mega court. Really? Here's the reality. In case after case, the exceptionally qualified justices Washington Democrats have spent years vilifying continue to prove their restraint and independent jurisprudence. Justice Barrett was just as likely this term to vote with Justice Kagan as with Justice Thomas. Let me say that again. Justice Barrett was just as likely this term to vote with Justice Kagan as with Justice Thomas. Justice Kavanaugh was more likely to vote with Justice Kagan. And the court's two most conservative justices, Thomas and Alito, voted together less frequently than liberal justices Sotomayor and Jackson. The Supreme Court is not in crisis when it refuses to reliably and predictably advance Democrats' priorities. The court is not in crisis when it puts the text of our law above politics. The Supreme Court is a co-equal branch of government, and it should continue to do its job.
Business is closed.
Response, thank you for being here and for that statement today. I'll now turn to the ranking member, Senator Cruz, for his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to all the nominees for being here today. First, we're here to consider Alvin Brown to be a member of the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. The NTSB serves the important function of thoroughly investigating transportation incidents to identify their causes and to make recommendations to prevent similar incidents. Both private sector and public sector transportation operators learn from the NTSB investigations and often voluntarily implement its recommendations. The NTSB also provides valuable information for Congress and for federal agencies to consider when developing transportation policy. I believe that Mr. Brown can help the NTSB fulfill its mission. As the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, he oversaw 7,000 employees and implemented the city's transportation policy. During his tenure, he successfully built a coalition and led a campaign to address transportation safety. He also served as vice chairman of the U.S. Conference of Mayors Transportation Committee, which examined best practices for safety improvements across different transportation modes. On top of that, Mr. Brown has significant experience leading large, complex projects, like the multi-million-dollar project to deepen the Port of Jacksonville. And since last year, he has been serving at the U.S. Department of Transportation. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Brown today, and I would note also that he has earned the respect of Senator Rick Scott, who is a good friend of mine and whose judgment I trust. And Senator Scott has personally commended to me just how capable he believes you are and what an excellent job you will do. And that carries great weight with me. Second, we're here to consider some of the president's nominees to serve as members of Amtrak's board of directors. The three nominees here are all experienced public servants. I want to thank Mr. Kosha, Mayor Coos, and Mr. Sabat for their willingness to oversee our national intercity passenger railroad that American taxpayers subsidize every year with billions of dollars. However, I do have an obligation to raise a concern with the legality of the entire slate of nominees that President Biden has placed before this committee. A bipartisan group of Commerce Committee members has already raised this issue in multiple letters to the president. Unfortunately, he has yet to fix the problem. The Amtrak board is comprised of 8 Senate-confirmed members in addition to its CEO and the Secretary of Transportation. In 2021, Congress passed bipartisan legislation to ensure that Amtrak's board is geographically diverse and not dominated by board members from the Northeast Corridor. As a result, federal law now explicitly prohibits more than 4 of the 8 Senate-confirmed board members from being from the Northeast Corridor. That means that a maximum of 4 Amtrak board members can be from the 8 states plus the District of Columbia that make up the Northeast Corridor. This limitation is important because Amtrak operates in 37 other states, including Texas, through its national network of long-distance and state-supported routes. The Americans who reside outside of the Northeast Corridor and whose taxes generously support Amtrak's operations must have their interests fairly represented on Amtrak's board. Unfortunately, even with the 2 nominees yet to be submitted, 5 of the president's current slate of 6 nominees for the Amtrak board reside in the Northeast Corridor. That is clearly in conflict with federal law. The president needs to fix this legal defect by withdrawing one of the Democratic nominees from the Northeast Corridor. It's the president's decision which nominee to withdraw, but this slate needs to comply with the statute. Having said that, I'm still eager to hear about the vision that each of the 3 nominees here has for Amtrak for responsibly managing our country's national passenger railroad. In recent memory, Amtrak has had challenges. Amtrak has at times failed to operate responsibly, and it's struggled to build partnerships with states that subsidize certain Amtrak services. And during the pandemic, Amtrak awarded large bonuses to executives even while service suffered from the effects of reduced employee numbers, which is unseemly for an entity dependent on taxpayer money. The railroad can and must do better. Amtrak received $22 billion in the 2021 infrastructure law and will likely receive billions more in discretionary federal funding, including for the spectacularly expensive Gateway program between New Jersey and New York City. Having an Amtrak board of directors that provides effective management consistent with congressional direction is more important now than ever. I look forward to hearing from each of these nominees what you would do to ensure such management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm guessing there's a few fans here of the show Yellowstone who maybe believe that John Dutton is the governor of Montana. I will tell you that's not true. It's Greg Gianforte, who's been a great friend of mine and somebody who I built businesses with and created jobs over many years. What I'm about to share with you, you might think is another episode or script coming from the show Yellowstone, coming out of Hollywood. What I'm going to share with you is a script coming out of the White House, out of the Biden administration. I never thought I'd live to see the day where an administration would be supportive of breaching hydro dams when they're stopping Keystone Pipeline, stopping oil and gas leases, mandates on reducing the number of gas stoves we can have, mandates that require 2/3 of our vehicles be electric in the next 10 years. And then he goes as far to support breaching a hydropower dam, a renewable source of energy, zero carbon, baseload power. I never thought I'd be here talking about that. Hydropower energy is safe, it's reliable, it's one of the low-cost forms of energy we have in our entire portfolio. And breaching a hydropower dam when the world is going to need 50% more power in the next 25 years than we use today, it's the last thing we should be doing. We should be supporting and promoting hydropower, not supporting efforts to breach them as the Biden administration is doing. The dams on the lower Snake River produce enough electricity to power about 800,000 homes in the Northwest U.S. In Montana, 40% of our electricity comes from hydropower. Biden claims that this breaching of the dam would, quote, protect family farms, outdoor recreation businesses, and rural communities, but in reality, it's exactly the opposite. At a time when we need more reliable, affordable, low-cost energy, zero-carbon energy, the administration is going in an opposite direction. I can tell you Montanans know that we want to see an expanded energy portfolio, more options to consider. This is the last thing we should be doing, and I call on the Biden administration to back off this idea of breaching hydropower dams.
As you all know, the eyes of the world are on Vilnius, Lithuania. A number of extremely important things are occurring. Securing more Western support for Ukraine, improving NATO's own military capabilities, strengthening collective resolve against China and Russia, as well as terrorists, and of course welcoming Sweden into NATO. Our job is to pass the NDAA. Majority leaders indicated we'll go to that next week, and hopefully we'll pass it before the August recess.
The jobs report that was released here just recently had the smallest increase since the end of 2020. And when it gets adjusted, and every jobs report this year has been adjusted downward to the tune of about 200,000 jobs, I expect that it'll be even smaller. Notwithstanding that, the president is out touting Bidenomics in action. And I think he's turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to what the American people are experiencing out there, because to them, Bidenomics in action means the fact that they've had 16.2% inflation since this president took office, and that it costs $10,000 more per year for the same goods and services that they purchase on an annual basis because of this inflation. And add to that the fact that there have been 26 months in a row now where the rate of inflation has exceeded wage growth. So in other words, the American people are experiencing essentially a pay cut because any increase they're getting in wages isn't keeping up with the rate of inflation. That's been true now for the past 26 months. So the American people's experience of Bidenomics is really higher gas prices, higher food prices, lower savings rate, and higher interest rates. I mean, that's basically what the American people are seeing out of Bidenomics in action. So I would think that the president might, as he gets out across the country and starts to tout this economic record, find that the American people are having a very different experience and are quite unhappy with his so-called Bidenomics in action.
All right, folks, we had a good recess. I was able to get my number of counties visited up to 75 out of the 99 counties we have in Iowa. But so far, the top issues that I keep hearing from my constituents are that costs are so much higher. Because of the gas prices, the grocery prices, energy prices continue to be high. They are very, very concerned about that, and it is impacting the way they make economic decisions in their households. But meanwhile, we have President Biden and Vice President Harris that are out and about on this tour telling the American people that their economic policies are working. But folks, I don't want you to believe your lying eyes and your shrinking wallets, okay? So the reality of Bidenomics, and hopefully I have it the right way up, households are paying nearly $10,000 more every year compared to the same goods and services they had
the year previously. As my colleague, Senator John Thune, also just said, rising inflation outpaced wage growth for 26 consecutive months. And then Americans are currently carrying a record amount on their credit cards. Okay, Bidenomics is not working, period. Okay, Iowans aren't buying this. The American people shouldn't be buying this. And they know that this crippling economy was caused by the Biden administration and their reckless spending. And Iowans, bottom line, folks, they are ready for a change in leadership.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I think it's important, the Bidenomics definition. I think definitionally, it reminds me a little bit of the early or the late 1970s, early 1980s with the misery index. By the time you put all of these figures together that John and Joni have talked about, your misery index going up, and you feel that emotionally from people that you're talking to, the kind of faith they have in the future, where they think we're headed, and who can lead us to better solutions. So I am, and we are, very concerned about that. We're talking more about that on the floor tomorrow. I did want to talk about a bit of good news that the administration brought forward, and that is the deployment of the broadband dollars that were in the infrastructure package. For my state, it's a massive infusion because we're one of the states that's still left very underserved and unserved. And it really got people excited about that last house, that last business, that last location that's going to be able to say, we have service that you can do your homework, you can remote work, you can do your telehealth, you can go to your remote cabin in West Virginia and still be able to tune in as you're enjoying a vacation, which I would highly recommend. So I think we see that there are issues with this. Anytime you put a big infusion of a lot of money, the accountability issue is something that we need to pay close attention to. So oversight of these dollars is going to be very critical. We don't want to overbuild. We want to make sure that we're not getting gouged by either internet service providers or others who are going to be the beneficiaries to deploy this service. So that is extremely important. The other issue is the same issue that we talk about repeatedly. That's permitting. In order to have broadband deployment, in many cases, you have to go through the NEPA permitting process. It's still broken. Even the bite of the apple that we took 2 months ago may have some improvements to it, but it's still a broken system that takes too long, is too cumbersome, is too expensive, and it makes people give up in a lot of cases. So we're going to have the Assistant Secretary of Commerce into West Virginia on Friday to talk about the good news of over 275,000 West Virginians, because of this, are going to have connectivity that they haven't to this point experienced. Thanks.
We've seen over the course of the first half of the year that a circus clown is better at handling balloons than the Biden administration. As if a Chinese spy balloon flying over Montana, over our nuclear missiles, and over the entire country wasn't enough, we've now learned it was using U.S. technology to spy on the United States. In the most brazen act of espionage, the Chinese Communist Party literally used our own equipment against us. Now, China claimed it was a weather balloon that went off course. Just go back and track the course of that spy balloon, and it just happened to drift off course right over the most powerful weapons known to mankind, and that is our intercontinental ballistic missiles, which a third are in Montana. Montanans knew that wasn't true. Meanwhile, we watched this administration stand back and watch this balloon fly across the entire United States as if it was part of some kind of Taylor Swift state-to-state concert tour. The Biden administration has yet to answer any of the questions that I've asked to my satisfaction in these Senate hearings hosted by Senate Democrats have produced nothing. It was the Wall Street Journal that broke the story about the fact they were using U.S. technology to spy against us. The Biden administration has embarrassed us on the world stage. We must repair the United States image around the world. And this starts with projecting strength, not weakness. This means action, not lack of action, from this administration, which sadly makes America look weak. I'm calling on the Department of Defense, Treasury, and Commerce to investigate how China was able to acquire U.S. technology for military end use and demanding they update Congress. It's time the Biden administration starts taking ownership for their failures. I know they want that issue to go away. We're not going to let them because of the nature of what that balloon was looking at, which we're very proud of, the 341st Missile Wing out of Great Falls, Montana, Malmstrom Air Force Base. We can never, ever let that happen again.
Do you have any concerns that you have a member of your conference, Senator Tuberville, who seems to have a hard time denouncing white nationalism, especially as it pertains to white nationalism in the military?
Yeah, white supremacy is simply unacceptable in the military and in our whole country.
What is your position on the passenger rail bill from Senators Vance and Brown? Do you support that?
I haven't made a decision personally, but I'm not sure the majority leaders decided to call it up yet. We'll see. I think the most important thing, at the risk of repeating myself, is we need to get NDAA done. It needs to be open for amendments, and we need to do it before the August recess. So I think the majority leaders doing the right thing on that, and whatever the rest of his agenda is, I'm uncertain.
Leader McConnell, would you be open to supporting a resolution by Lindsey Graham to urge that NATO accept Ukraine as a member? What do you think about Ukraine joining NATO?
Yeah, I think the way to look at Ukraine's aspiration to be part of NATO is that's a later thing to consider. Right now, we need to focus on helping them win the war. After the war is over, then I think a useful discussion would be whether or not it's appropriate to add them to NATO.
Leader McConnell.
Senator Deb Fisher made the point at the rapid the NDAA is falling short in funding some critical weapon systems in our allies, like harpoons and Patriots. Are we doing enough?
He's saying that Deb Fisher made a point that we're falling short in funding our critical missile systems. Falling short in funding critical missile systems.
Yeah, well,
Weapon systems.
Weapons.
the overall numbers not good enough. What the debt ceiling deal produced is inadequate for the Defense Department. How to get additional assistance is a challenge. We will have NDAA, which is not a spending bill. Then we'll have, at some point, Ukraine supplemental. In the meantime, there's an effort going on in the Appropriations Committee to try to increase defense spending. I'm hoping that's successful.
Thank you. Are these on? We're good? Yeah. I want to thank you all for joining us here today. We're here to talk about something that disturbs so many of us. It has to do with the most fundamental right, the right to free speech in America. And that right has been trampled upon by the federal government. We have, I think, the deepest concern that our federal government not be in a position to do anything to trample on our First Amendment rights. Yet what we found is that there has been collusion between this administration and big tech to censor American speech. In the last Congress, I introduced a piece of legislation called the Disclosed Government Censorship Act. My aim there was to force the administration to disclose to Americans whenever they did work with big tech firms to censor American speech. Regretfully, my Democrat colleagues blocked that legislation in the last Congress. But since that time, and thanks to my colleague Eric Schmidt, we've had an opportunity to find out to a much greater degree the extent of censorship that's been undertaken. In the case that Eric brought when he was Attorney General of the state of Missouri, that was Missouri versus Biden, we had the opportunity to see the extent and the detail to which this administration had gone to work with big tech to silence any opinion that differed from their preferred point of view. A Louisiana federal district judge heard this case. He determined that the actions of the White House violated our First Amendment rights, violated our constitutional rights to free speech. He's enjoined that. Shockingly, the Biden administration is fighting to continue to censor Americans. They're asking for a stay so they can continue to censor right now. They say they'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Well, let me share with you what that federal judge said about this case. Quote, "It arguably involves the most massive attack on free speech in United States history." That is stunning. Yet the Biden administration wants to perpetuate this. They want to continue to censor us. So I'll be bringing my legislation back to the floor of the United States Senate. I hope that now that we've seen the facts that have come out of the case in Missouri v. Biden, that my Democrat colleagues this time will be with me and that we'll be able to pass this. I appreciate all of you being here today. I look forward to your questions, but I'd like right now to turn this over to Senator Schmidt. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Bill put it well. This is a fundamental right that's been under attack by this administration in a shocking way in what has been uncovered as a vast censorship enterprise, the scope of which we've never seen before in American history. And that is the evidence that has been before this court now, which on Independence Day issued a ruling with an injunction that I think symbolizes a rebirth of our fundamental freedom to speak our minds. It was no accident. I don't think that that was issued on the 4th of July. And what's laid out in that case is stunning. The judge notes that the suppression of speech was almost exclusively among conservatives. It dealt with nonprofits. It dealt with agencies that are enjoined. The FBI has now been enjoined. They're under the injunction. The White House officials, CISA, Homeland Security. I mean, there are a number of different agencies that were part of this, again, this complex designed to suppress speech. And I'm proud to stand here with my friend, Senator Hagerty and Senator Vance, as we support legislation now moving forward that makes sure this never happens again. This case, amazingly, is being appealed. It may end up in the Supreme Court, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to have structural reform in this body to make sure that it doesn't happen again, whether it's disclosure. I'll be filing legislation also tomorrow that essentially codifies the injunction, allows a private right of action against government actors who suppress speech and infringe upon people's rights. And it gets back to the fundamental issue here, which is government exists to protect our rights, our God-given rights, like to speak our mind, those rights that are protected under the First Amendment, freedom of the press, religion, assembly, petition, all of those things that we hold dear, that the core of what it means to be an American. And so we need to move legislation forward that protects that. I intend to do it in the short term, intermediate term, and the long term. This is a focus, and I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues in a joint effort to get that done. And with that, I'd turn over to Senator Vance.
Great. Thank you, Senator Schmidt, for your leadership here, especially the lawsuit. I think it goes to show that what we do at the states can also often matter as much as what happens here in Washington. There's so much we know about this because you guys took action as Attorney General. I thank you for that. Thanks, Senator Hagerty, for his leadership on this. We're going to join a lot of the legislation that's coming out of this body to try to fix this issue. I echo what these gentlemen have said, but let me just add a couple of additional points here, things that I didn't hear my colleagues and my friends say before. First of all, let's appreciate the human cost of big tech censorship. We now know that millions of American school children were locked out of their schools in a way that harmed their socialization, that increased depression among our young people, and we weren't having the proper debate about what we were doing to our kids because big tech was colluding with the federal government and making it impossible to have that debate. That had human costs. It harmed our children. I know people in Ohio, I know people in my own social circle whose children saw increases in depression because they couldn't go to school and learn. They couldn't go to school and see their friends. And why weren't they allowed to do it? Because we weren't having the debate that we should have been having in this country because big tech was preventing that from happening. The second point that I want to make is we have to remember what's at stake here. And you hear a lot in this town. You hear a lot criticisms and concerns about capital O, capital D, our democracy. People in this town are obsessed with the idea that our democracy is under threat because people might vote for a president in 2024 that others don't like. Well, let me ask you a question. What's a bigger threat to our democracy? Is it the people of Ohio or Missouri or Tennessee voting for a president that members of the mainstream media don't like? Or is it technology companies with financial interests in communist China working with our own FBI to censor the American people? One of those things is a threat to our democracy. The other is an enforcement and a reinforcement of it. So let's talk honestly about what's at stake here. Do we have the right to participate in the debate in our own country? Do the American people have the right to participate in the 21st century town square? Because all of us know that social media is the locus of so many of the debates that happen in our country. That's what's really at stake here, whether we have a real constitutional republic or whether we have a speech and debate system that's controlled by some of the most pernicious actors in our society. I think the answer is very obvious here. And the final point that I'd make before turning it over to questions is, look, I understand we live in a partisan town and we live in a partisan era. But to my Democratic friends, what I would say is if the Federal Bureau of Investigation telling private companies what they should and shouldn't censor isn't a threat to our country, to our First Amendment rights, what is? Right? I really believe, as partisan as things are, that if the shoe was on the other foot, that if the FBI was telling Facebook and Google and other entities to censor Democratic viewpoints, we would be up here saying this is a travesty and it's a threat to the First Amendment. Why aren't they doing the same thing? Thank you.
And we'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
You guys brought up democracy, and obviously there's an election coming up next year. Democrats have expressed their fears that this agreement, partnership, if you want to call it, going out the window would be, costly to the American people. How would you react to their fears?
Well, I'll start. I think that it's up to the American people to determine what the truth is, not some cabal that consists of federal agencies and big tech executives to do that. I trust the American people far more than I do the process that's been put in place so far. So I'd leave it to the American people to do exactly that.
Yeah, and I would say that one of the things that can't be lost here is the way to combat speech that you don't like or don't agree with is with more speech, not government censorship of that speech. And the government doesn't get to outsource that censorship to some of the biggest companies in the history of the world. And as Senator Vance mentioned, this is a partisan town and everybody has their red jerseys on and their blue jerseys on at times. To me, this is about the American idea of who we are, the core of our mission. And this ought to be something we can come together on. The government's job is not to tell you what you can say or what you can hear or what you can think. People can decide that and make their own decisions. And we have that robust debate in the town square and now in the virtual town square. And one of the reasons why this case is so important, because it probably will make its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. And it will perhaps be the most important free speech case we've had in generations. But that doesn't absolve this Congress from stepping up and making sure this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, let me just make one more observation on this. So when I hear Democrats say that they're worried that in the absence of more censorship by big tech, the American people may be led astray, I ask myself, do you think you're dealing with children or do you think you're dealing with fellow citizens in a constitutional republic? If the American people are swayed by this or that viewpoint, that is their right, and that's what the First Amendment says. And if Democrats don't like it, they can, to Eric's point, push back on it, argue in the other direction. But the idea that the American people need a babysitter on the information they consume is insane and fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment of the Constitution.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious at a very basic level. Like obviously, your case is about the government working with the Tech industry on the moderation policy. Do you feel like it's fair for Facebook, Twitter to have their own moderation policies that are separate from any kind of advice or whatever?
Yeah, I think, look, it's a good question, and I think you have to look at this in two different buckets. You have what is the government doing, and what was shown in this case is that the government can't coerce by getting social media companies, for example, to change the terms of service. The rot here was so deep, it wasn't just about taking posts down. They literally changed their terms of service, had special hotlines for government officials, this direct connection between high-ranking government officials with high-ranking social media officials that constituted violations of the First Amendment. Then you have the second piece of this is what can a private company do? That's a different debate, but I have a piece of legislation in the Erasure Act that says essentially if you're going to infringe upon people's fundamental right to free speech, violate the First Amendment, you lose your Section 230 protections. And part of the challenge here right now is under the 1996 Telecommunications Act, when the internet was brand new and we thought it was going to democratize information and spread it out so that people could make more informed decisions, the big tech companies were essentially granted a pass. They were going to be a platform for all these ideas to kind of, a high wire act, they meet in midair and people can decide. That's not what's happening. So if you're going to make these kind of determinations about what's true, what's not true, and be a publisher, then you don't get the Section 230 protections. That'd be my view.
Very appropriate.
And also then, because if I understand correctly, right, in order for it to be a violation of the First Amendment, there needs to be threat or coercion by the government for the different companies, right?
Yep.
And the argument in the case is, well, the White House is threatening to take away the Section 230 protections that are currently enforced by the investigative companies. But the White House can't do that on their own. That requires an act of Congress. How does that fit in?
Well, they can advocate. That's number one. But two, threaten. They can threaten investigations. The Department of Justice can pursue antitrust, which is exactly what was happening. Antitrust investigations and bring legal actions. Like the administration is the most powerful, sort of broadest agency in the world, and you combine that with some of the biggest and most powerful companies in the world. That is a direct threat to our democracy. And again, and even the members of the media, this is such an existential threat. The very protections, of course, that the media relies on, to which I support, to write the articles, even if I don't agree with them, or the editorials, even if I don't agree with them, I will defend your right to say something I don't agree with. Where we've now crossed the line is government. Big government is now in bed with these social media giants to censor content and viewpoint discrimination, which, of course, is a violation of the Constitution.
Yeah, I guess why I was a little confused is because there are a lot of congressmen who just said, hey, I think we should get rid of Section 230 protection if you moderate, right? Like, Section 230 has been kind of held over tech companies by everyone in Washington.
Well, I think you can have the broad-based debate, but when it's, look, we can launch an investigation against you and destroy your business if, on this particular viewpoint, you don't change your terms of service or you don't take it down. That's a much different conversation than, hey, if somebody's violating the First Amendment right, maybe they shouldn't have these protections in the first place. So I think that's the distinction.
Just a point on Section 230 as well. This comes up very often. And as Senator Schmidt indicated, that was drafted at a time when I don't think people could foresee the fact that this was going to become the town square. But we're in an environment today where there's a portion of that Section 230 that is used as a huge loophole, if you will. And that is the clause that says, it lists the rationale in Section 230 under which censorship would be appropriate. You can think about this as something that would be threatening to a person, violence, advocating terrorism, pornography, that type of thing. But there's a clause there that says, or otherwise objectionable. And that is subject to the interpretation of big tech companies, their lawyers, the White House, the administration, you name it. That is the problem in 230. They're driving a truck through this loophole right now, and we need to address that as well.
Obviously, you mentioned these are big tech companies that are owned by singular people. Do you have concerns about this new threats it's just growing, it's getting bigger. You know, the same owner of Facebook now owns Instagram, now owns Threads. Is this a concern for you guys?
Well, look, the one thing that I'd say about Threads is, of course, it's owned by Facebook, and if we learned anything over the last few years is that we should be pretty mistrustful of Facebook's willingness and ability to censor or moderate content in a way that's politically neutral. What I worry about with Threads is it will follow the same exact problems and the same exact bad policies that its parent company does. I mean, to the gentleman's question earlier, of course, these technology companies have the ability to set content moderation rules. Now, my argument, I might go a little further than some of my colleagues, so I don't want to speak for them. My argument is that we have to understand these things, especially given their special government privileges, as more akin to public utilities than true private entities. But separate that question to the side. We're really focused on in some ways, a very narrow but an extraordinarily egregious violation of the First Amendment, which is what happens when you have the collusion between the government and the technology companies. And I think Threads, in particular, given how enmeshed Facebook was in receiving directives from the federal government, in contact and communication with the federal government, we should be really worried about whether this is just another Trojan horse for censorship.
And I would just point out a couple quick examples, because I don't expect everybody necessarily to read through the 155-page injunction. But just to put this in context, I mean, there's direct communication between the Surgeon General of the United States with senior Facebook officials saying, take this down. You've got the White House press secretary saying, oh, yeah, we're flagging this stuff, and they better understand what's at stake. And then, of course, you have, whether it's origins of COVID or the Hunter Biden laptop, where literally the FBI was meeting with these Facebook companies, or these social media companies, including Facebook, monthly, then weekly, saying, look out for the Russian hack and leak operation. The Hunter Biden laptop is mentioned, and sworn affidavit by Yoel Roth, even though they had the laptop, to suppress the story in advance. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that, again, I don't care what your political stripe is. It ought to scare the bejesus out of everybody that the government has this much power with these companies.
You mentioned it might go to the Supreme Court. What do you make of the White House? They're continuously, challenging this and pushing back from the podium. Just their efforts in general to push back against this. I
mean, it's an insult to the American people. I mean, essentially what they're saying is, please, court, let us continue to censor Americans.
That's exactly right.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks.
Madam President,
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent the following senators be allowed to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Myself for up to 20 minutes, Senator Carper for up to 5 minutes, Senator Bozeman for up to 30 seconds, Leader Schumer for as much time as he may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Back in May, I was in Shelby County to visit with 100 members of the Tennessee National Guard. They were heading off on yet another deployment to the southern border. These are some of the bravest and most capable people that you will ever meet. Tennesseans depend on them to keep us safe during natural disasters, to rescue lost hikers in the Great Smoky Mountain National Park, and to defend the country from our adversaries overseas. Yet, there they were on their way to what many would call a war zone in their own country to do the job that Joe Biden refuses to do. They shouldn't have had to go, but they went because they knew that no matter who was to blame for all this chaos, our Border Patrol agents and local law enforcement needed help controlling it. When I think back on my conversations with those service members, I can't help but notice the stark contrast between their focus on service and sacrifice and the Biden administration's lack of regard for the welfare of this country. Over the past several years, the relationship between the American people and their government has changed, but not for the better. At the beginning of Biden's term, they were just baffled by what they were seeing. All they could do was shake their heads in disbelief. But as the months wore on, that disbelief gave way to genuine fear. that this president was digging a hole that they wouldn't be able to claw their way out of no matter how hard they worked. As it turns out, those fears were well-founded, and now, 3 years into this administration, that fear has given way to outrage because this president has made it abundantly clear that when it comes to pursuing his radical agenda, he simply doesn't care who it hurts. The president may be happy to ignore the mess he's made, but Tennesseans don't have that luxury. If they ignore the problems they see, they suffer real consequences. If local law enforcement officers just ignored the drugs flooding their communities, even more people would die from fentanyl overdoses and drug-related crime. Every year, I meet with local leaders in each of our state's 95 counties, and the conversation turns to the border crisis every single time. It's an unmitigated disaster, and they just don't understand why the president refuses to do something about it. If you talk to law enforcement in East Tennessee, they'll tell you that they're recording record levels of drug seizures. What they once would apprehend in ounces, they now measure in pounds. Chief Jason Owens at the Border Patrol gave a weekend review from June 22nd through 29th. Here is some of what they apprehended. They know they had 28,339 apprehensions. They also had an additional 6,100 getaways. They apprehended 116 pounds of marijuana, 50 pounds of fentanyl, 2,056 pounds of cocaine. Where does much of the drugs that are coming across with those gotaways end up? It ends up in our communities. A judge in Ray County told me that 80% of the crime he sees is drug-related. If they could get a handle on the drugs, they could take care of much of the court cases and the prison population. But they can't get a handle on it because the local dealers are not the root of the problem. For every drug smuggler the Border Patrol manages to catch and every pound of drugs that they apprehend, you have that handful of gotaways who escape into the country with drugs and contraband. In Overton County, they said they haven't busted a local meth lab in 5 years. And here is why. The drug dealers have outsourced their entire supply to the cartels because it's easier and cheaper to smuggle it in than it is to make it themselves. The police can trace that supply chain down I-75 to Atlanta and then right across the border into Mexico. And now, when they respond to an overdose death, local officials have to implement fentanyl protocols because they know it's the likely culprit. The cartels add to the drugs to make them that much more addictive. Everything is laced with fentanyl. It's also very lethal in small amounts. In Marion County, they're spending an astronomical amount of money on autopsies because of this. As of May, they had spent $80,000, and almost all those deaths, fentanyl related. These local officials are desperate for help. They know that this is this administration's fault because the situation escalated when the Biden administration moved into the White House. Here's what the president did. He terminated Remain in Mexico, terminated Title 42, he terminated DNA testing at the border, and his rhetoric made it clear that he had rather pander to the left than admit that Trump-era border policies were working. And then he left local law enforcement to fend for themselves. They need our support, Madam President. When Title 42 ended, I introduced the Make the Migrant Protection Protocols Mandatory Act. That would reinstate the successful Remain in Mexico policy. I've also introduced the End Child Trafficking Now Act, which would reinstate DNA testing at the border and thwart the child trafficking rings that President Biden has allowed to flourish. If we passed these two bills, we could give Border Patrol and local law enforcement a fighting chance against the cartels. But the problem goes much deeper than just preventing illegal entry into the country. When Joe Biden took office, he threw the rule of law out the window. Since then, we have watched Biden and his supporters ignore the Constitution, attack our most important institutions, ignore the law, enable corruption, and slander their fellow countrymen as violent racists. Tennesseans take issue with that and with the judges and the bureaucrats that President Biden has nominated to write this partisan rhetoric into law. Over the past several years, this body has considered nominees to some of the most critical positions in our government who were little more than political activists, and that's putting it mildly. We've questioned judicial nominees who are unfamiliar with the Constitution, potential agency heads with almost no experience in the industries they seek to regulate, and cabinet nominees who have demonstrated their commitment to burning down institutions and norms that conflict with their radical views. But the one thing they all have in common is that they have agreed to rubber stamp the Biden agenda. The local leaders I meet with on my county tours see the chaos that this is causing. They see two tiers of justice at work, and they're very concerned about it, especially when they see administration officials egging on leftist fanatics seeking to undermine the rule of law at any cost. For example, federal law makes it clear that it is illegal to protest outside of a judge's home with the intent of influencing a ruling. It's common sense. But after the Supreme Court's Dobbs opinion leaked, far-left protesters immediately began demonstrating outside of the justices' homes. The Biden DOJ has yet to arrest a single protester, which means that the Biden DOJ has, in effect, endorsed the intimidation of Supreme Court justices who refuse to rubber stamp the Biden agenda. Earlier this year, I introduced the Protecting Our Supreme Court Justices Act, which significantly increases the maximum jail time for any individual who violates this law. And I'm sure under a future administration, it will serve as an effective deterrent to this disgusting behavior. But imagine being a law enforcement officer in Tennessee and seeing this complete breakdown of law and order in our nation's capital at the highest levels of government. How much faith do you think they have in this administration to help them control the flow of drugs and violent criminals into their communities? How seriously do you think they take the Democrats' promises to fight for safe streets when this body continues to confirm judicial nominees who promise to undermine the rule of law? Unlike the Biden administration, they can't change the rules whenever they feel like it. They can't use the bureaucracy to stack the deck in their favor. And they can't put their fingers and their friends in charge to cover for them if they get caught breaking the law. Our local law enforcement officials deserve better. Tennesseans deserve better. The American people deserve better. But right now, they have to do the best they can, fighting a losing battle on two fronts: against criminals trying to exploit them, and against a president who knows exactly what's happening, but just doesn't care enough to do something about it. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
All right, folks, we had a good recess. I was able to get my number of counties visited up to 75 out of the 99 counties we have in Iowa. But so far, the top issues that I keep hearing from my constituents are that costs are so much higher. Because of the gas prices, the grocery prices, energy prices continue to be high. They are very, very concerned about that, and it is impacting the way they make economic decisions in their households. But meanwhile, we have President Biden and Vice President Harris that are out and about on this tour telling the American people that their economic policies are working. But folks, I don't want you to believe your lying eyes and your shrinking wallets, okay? So the reality of Bidenomics, and hopefully I have it the right way up, households are paying nearly $10,000 more every year compared to the same goods and services they had the year previously. As my colleague, Senator John Thune, also just said, rising inflation outpaced wage growth for 26 consecutive months. And then Americans are currently carrying a record amount on their credit cards. Okay, Bidenomics is not working, period. Okay. Iowans aren't buying this. The American people shouldn't be buying this. And they know that this crippling economy was caused by the Biden administration and their reckless spending. And Iowans, bottom line, folks, they are ready for a change in leadership.
Madam President.
The senator from Kansas.
Bidenomics. Bidenomics. I think everyone knows that you don't give yourself a nickname. You don't get to do that. Your friends get to do that for you. Who could imagine back in grade school giving yourself the nickname? By the same token, you don't get to name an economy after yourself either. You have to earn it. Just like J-Lo. Before there was J-Lo, there was Jennifer Lopez. For Jennifer Lopez to become J-Lo, she had to go out and prove herself. She had to become a great singer. Before Taylor Swift was known as the country pop princess, Taylor had to compose music, play instruments, and sing to the hearts and souls of millions of people across the world. Margaret Thatcher, before she was the Iron Lady, she had to go out and earn that nickname because of her iron fist, the way she ruled her country. Ronald Reagan, the great communicator. Could you imagine Ronald Reagan stepping onto his first stage and telling everybody, hey, I'm the great communicator? It took him years to earn that nickname. One of my favorites, Mr. October, Reggie Jackson. Reggie didn't get to name himself Mr. October. He had to go out and be a star player for the New York Yankees in October, not in May. Derek Jeter, another great nickname, the Captain. Did Derek Jeter give himself that name? No, his teammates did. Mr. President, you don't get to give yourself a nickname, and you don't get to name an economy after yourself. You have to earn it. And the nickname that this White House has earned for this economy is Bidenflation. Bidenflation. He's earned it. It's deserved. When my grandkids, when my great-grandkids open up their history books and they get to the 46th President of the United States, the title is going to be Bidenflation. And the subtitle, the worst economy in 40 years. Certainly it's the worst economy in my professional lifetime. So when I say it's the worst economy, I want to start by saying I've not had one person in recent memory in the past 2 years and come up and say, hey, this economy is just great. I just love that I'm paying so much more to make a living. Whether it's food or groceries or housing. No one has come up to me and said, hey, I love this economy. It's actually just the opposite, but I want to take a closer look. Now, you may come up with some different conclusions, but you can't argue with these facts that I'm about to give you. The average Kansas family is paying $800 more per month just for basic needs, $800 more a month. When we gave them the tax cuts in the previous administration, the average Kansas family was able to put $2,000 more back into their pocket. Now, this administration has taken an extra $800 just to pay for their basic necessities. I don't have to remind anybody that gas prices doubled under this president. Groceries are up 20%. Utility bills. I can't tell you how many people called me to tell me my utility bills have actually doubled compared to previous winters. And housing. Let's just take a minute and talk about housing. The average monthly payment for a person searching for a new home has doubled under this president. Let me say that again. The average monthly payment for a person searching for a new home has doubled under this president. The White House economy has made housing totally unaffordable, especially for first-time home buyers. Let's think about what the American dream is. I think every American dreams of owning a home, and in Kansas, a truck and a fishing boat. But under this president, none of those are happening. I recently had the Builders Association from Kansas in my office. Largest number from that group I've ever had, all with long, long faces. But I knew their concerns before they even gave them. I hear it every day, every week when I'm back home. I hear it from friends, I hear it from family members, I hear it from business owners, from union workers, senior citizens. I really hear it from my senior citizens, just that the cost of living is just unbearable. And young families with kids starting off, maybe that first job out of high school or out of college, those are the ones that are being stung by Bidenflation. There's no one immune from it. But before they could go through their list of concerns, I asked them a serious question. Is there any policy remaining that this White House could implement that would hurt their business more? Was there one policy the White House hasn't turned over yet that could hurt their business more? And they sat there silent, crickets. They couldn't think of one more thing that this White House could do to hurt their business. They don't have workers because the White House pays them more to stay at home than to go to work. They need lumber, they need nails, they need bolts, they need plumbing supplies, heat and air. If they could get them, those are all through the roof. Interest rates. Nothing kills housing like higher interest rates. And of course, we know the higher interest rates are a direct reflection of Bidenflation. Just to state it very briefly, Bidenflation has made housing unaffordable. Think about this. This government spends millions, perhaps billions of dollars on affordable housing, but inflation has destroyed any gain that we've made recently. Mr. President, you're not Ronald Reagan. You should not put your name on something that's a miserable failure. Reaganomics gave us a great opportunity, perhaps the greatest economy of my lifetime. But your economy, why would you put your name on the worst economy in nearly half a century? No matter what you say, no matter how you spin it, you're not going to convince the folks back home that this economy is good. They're smarter than that. Americans know otherwise. Bidenflation, that's the title of the chapter in the history book. Thank you. I yield back.
Madam President.
From Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to the floor to join my colleague from Kansas, Senator Marshall, in talking about the economy. President Biden has spent the last 2 weeks trying to define and then redefine what has become to known as Bidenomics. The president now wants to talk about his economic record. Well, I would say let us have that conversation. Here's what Bidenomics means to working families in my home state of Wyoming. It means record inflation, it means hollowed out savings, and it means crushing interest rates. Bidenomics is a radical recipe causing more and more Americans to fall further and further behind. It means families are faced with tough decisions every single day. Decisions about how they're going to make ends meet. Decisions about what they can afford at the grocery store, how much gas they can put in the vehicle. decisions as they're trying to pay their bills sitting at the kitchen table. Bidenomics is spelling a summer of suffering for every single American. Now, before the president took office, inflation was practically non-existent, 1.4%. But under the Biden-Harris administration, prices have risen 16.6%. American households are spending $900 more per month just to keep up. The average household has spent over $2,300 more on energy alone since Joe Biden came to the White House. Now, that's to fill a tank of gas, that's to keep the lights on, it's to heat the house in the winter and cool it in the summer. Look, Wyoming families are worried about our nation and our nation's future, and they believe this country is on the wrong track. It's what I've heard all over the 4th of July recess from families from Cody to Gillette, Casper to Pinedale. That's what they've shared with me, and they are so much in agreement with families all across this country, because the high cost of everything is the top issue that people are talking about and thinking about nationally. That's the impact of Bidenomics. That's what Joe Biden has done to this country. The pain and suffering that the American families are feeling is nothing to celebrate over the 4th of July. But that's what the White House is trying to do. So you wonder how we got here? Well, let me tell you. This agenda by the Democrats and Joe Biden and his colleagues in the House and in the Senate, the Democrats have an agenda of runaway spending, of government overreach, and of reckless tax hikes. Look, we warned our Democrat colleagues that the Biden-Harris spending would send prices soaring. That's exactly what happened. The spending also drove interest rates higher. Sky-high interest rates are sapping savings. They're putting an additional burden on working families. People are actually dipping into their savings account or taking on additional credit card debt just to pay current-day bills. Credit card debt recently hit a record of nearly $1 trillion. It's roughly $10,000 per household in this country. These are drastic measures that people are being forced to take because inflation has outpaced wages for 26 months in a row. Adding to the pain of record high prices and more debt is the administration's excessive and continued government overreach. The Biden-Harris administration's regulatory agenda is the most expensive of any administration in modern history. The administration is surrendering America's energy and economic dominance. They're doing it to adversaries like China. And they're doing it right now as John Kerry prepares to go to China and continue this American surrender. The president wants all Americans driving electric cars, no matter what it costs. Here's the catch. The electric cars are going to be slapped with Made in China stickers. And what happened last week? China choked off supply of critical minerals that are used for solar panels that Joe Biden wants us to make here. China controls the supply chain for the minerals needed to build the electric cars and the batteries. But we're not allowed to mine for it here. No, his Department of Interior shut down mining in northern Minnesota for critical minerals. He's making China richer and America poorer. Joe Biden is turning to China, not American workers, for the critical minerals needed to build these cars. Bidenomics is selling out America's economic interests to communist China. America isn't blind to the blunders of Biden economics. Here's a quote from a recent CNN story. It says, most Americans are convinced the economy is in bad shape, and they blame the president. A new poll from the Associated Press and the National Opinion Research Center found 64% of Americans, almost two-thirds of Americans, disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling the economy. A Harvard-Harris poll said 74% of Americans say their financial situation is not improving under this administration. And yet you see Joe Biden touring the country and Democrats giving victory speeches. Bidenomics is ravaging our wallets, wrecking our savings, ruining our economy. And the Democrats are saying, great. Senate Republicans have solutions to get America back on track. And it starts with spending less and reducing red tape and unleashing American energy. As the top Republican on the Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee, I will tell you that unleashing American energy is my top priority. To accomplish that, we need to pass true permitting reform. Our plan is going to make life more affordable by making it easier to produce every type of American energy. We will need traditional, reliable forms of energy like oil, coal, natural gas for years and years to come, in spite of what the President may foolishly believe. We also need to produce more energy from resources like nuclear, wind, solar. We need it all. Unleashing American energy with permitting reform is the key that unlocks American dominance again. This is what we need to do to reverse the damage, the destruction, and the devastation of Joe Biden and Bidenomics. Bidenomics is a grim reality for too many people in Wyoming and across the country. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Washington Democrats cannot keep ignoring the pain that they are causing. Nobody can afford another bad day of bad Bidenomics. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to talk about something we've been hearing a lot about recently, and that's Bidenomics. The President and his cabinet have been traveling the country trying to convince the American people into believing that the President's economic vision for the country has our nation on the right path. Well, I can assure you, after being home for the last 2 weeks, that these false messages are not really resonating with the American public. Polling data between June 6th and July 7th of this year shows that on average, 2/3 of Americans believe that our nation's going on the wrong track. And if you spend a few minutes at a supermarket or a car dealership, a retail store, or if you're looking to purchase or rent a home, or if you face energy and utility bills, or the prices at the pump that middle-class American families are having to pay, everybody's paying, this should be no surprise. So what exactly is Bidenomics? Well, let me break down a couple of definitions of this term as they relate to American folks outside of the Beltway. And certainly those would include people that I represent in West Virginia, which I consider the backbone of our country. Bidenomics means you are getting less while spending more. According to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, since President Biden took office, grocery prices have increased 20%. Energy prices have increased 38%. Prices for fuel oil has increased 45%. Gasoline prices have increased 52%. Natural gas prices have increased 20%. Electricity prices have increased 26%. Prices for used cars and trucks have increased 35%. Prices for new vehicles have increased 20%. Apparel prices have increased 10%. And airline fares have increased 39%. But the list goes on and on. Bidenomics means that inflation is just a part of everyday life. Today's inflation report marks the 30th straight month that year-over-year inflation is over the target rate of 2%. The President is touting this decreasing inflation as something to celebrate, but there's really nothing to celebrate here. Americans have felt the blunt and unapologetic force of inflation for over 2 years. Well, Bidenomics is certainly not a science. If it were, it would be a shifting one. Remember when inflation was only supposed to be transitory? The individual who voiced that opinion, who himself is not an economist, got a promotion from the President and is now the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Bidenomics means if you're looking to rent or buy a home, you might just be out of luck. Rampant spending from the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act were main contributors of high inflation and, in turn, the source of soaring interest rates. So, on top of that, rental prices for a primary residence have increased 15%. Furniture prices have increased 19%. The average rate of a 30-year fixed mortgage is now 7.22%. And just this May, home prices hit record highs. All this combined leaves the prospect of buying a home seemingly unattainable to many American families and compromises the American dream. And I would add here, young families can't get in the game of buying a house, fixing it up, living there for a while, moving on to a little bit nicer, better, bigger home as their family grows. Bidenomics means that if you have a small business, it'll be harder to maintain and grow. And if you want to start a small business, it's nearly out of the question. Increased taxes, felt directly by mom and pop shops, combined with skyrocketing costs, have made it very difficult to support a business along our main streets. Increased prices on consumer goods and basic needs means that wage growth cannot keep up with employers' rising costs. Bidenomics means the destruction of the financial health of a lot of our American families. The Fed's Economic Well-Being of U.S. Households report was just released Monday, and it stated, quote, overall financial well-being declined markedly over the past year, and that 1/3 of Americans say they are worse off financially than they were the year before. These are devastating statistics. But unfortunately, they show the dire straits of an economy that has a 71% probability of recession, according to the New York Federal Reserve's recession probability model. One aspect of Bidenomics that really baffles me is the president's willingness to take credit for the current state of our economy and his efforts to make this the centerpiece of his White House. There's a long list of achievements that our president has failed to adequately address and accept accountability for. Certainly, the crisis at the southern border is one. The weakened status of our military, another. Or the out-of-control spending that has defined his time and power. Yet surprisingly, President Biden is more than happy to accept responsibility for the state of our nation's economy. And in this one instance, he does have the right of ownership because they're his policies that have been put into place. So for my state of West Virginia, Bidenomics is costing West Virginia families an additional $713. That's not a year, that's a month. That is a month. When President Biden and his administration continue to lead our country down the wrong path. But if we look at Republican-led states, where Republican governors are in charge, and have been able to prove their resilience among these enormous headwinds, increased earnings in states like North Dakota and my colleague's home state of Nebraska, booming manufacturing sectors in states like Florida and Texas, or states with record surpluses like my own state of West Virginia, where Republican leadership is leading the way. So moving forward, my Republican colleagues and I will continue to fight for proven solutions that rein in unnecessary spending, that bring down inflation, that increase market competition, that lower tax burdens on our small businesses, and spur the economic development that every state in this nation needs. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Well, we just heard my friend from Nebraska say that Biden wants Bidenomics to be all about restoring the American dream. Well, for most Americans, it's turning out to be a nightmare. Inflation brought on by the Biden administration's misguided policies has Americans trying to figure out how to afford everyday necessities. One thing that they are not buying is the Biden administration latest catchwords, Bidenomics. Over the 4th of July break, I held meetings in 24 of Iowa's 99 counties. There's a very common theme there. That common theme was that families and businesses are struggling with the economic impact of inflation. It's not just Iowans who are feeling the pain from the economy under the Biden administration. According to a recent Associated Press survey, only 34% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of our economy. President Biden's message to these Americans is, don't believe your bank accounts. Well, Madam President, that message doesn't resonate. Iowa families are hit with ballooning bills and higher prices at every corner. For 2 years, Iowans have been stretched thin because of decades-high inflation stoked by Democrats' reckless $2 trillion spending spree, a spending spree that would not have happened if they had listened to their own Democrat economists, particularly the outstanding Harvard economist and former Secretary of Treasury in the Clinton administration and economic advisors to other Democratic presidents. Their own Larry Summers told them before this president took over that the economy was already turning around. Don't spend any more money or you will have inflation. So what do we see? On average, American consumers are facing prices that are 16% higher today than when Biden took office. While prices have climbed, wages have failed to keep up. American workers have seen their paychecks shrink by more than 3% in real terms. Now, we heard the word transitory, that inflation was going to be transitory, so you didn't need to worry about it. And this was as the Biden administration claimed when they took office. And of course, inflation has proved persistent. Just remember, 1.4% inflation the day this president took office. It rose to 9.1% a year ago and is still at 4.5%. In its effort to tame inflation, the Fed has hiked interest rates to the highest level in 16 years, putting mortgages, putting businesses and their loans out of reach for more and more Americans. Half of the small businesses report delaying plans to grow their business due to rising interest costs. A rebranding of his far-left agenda as Bidenomics is cold comfort for Iowans and Americans everywhere who are coping with rising prices, falling real wages, and ballooning interest rates. As we saw with last year's partisan tax and spending package that the Democrats named the Inflation Reduction Act, as you see, labels are often deceiving. Contrary to the bill's name, this partisan tax and spending package had nothing to do with reducing inflation or providing relief to Americans struggling with inflation. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, and I emphasize the word nonpartisan, confirmed it, meaning the Inflation Reduction Act will worsen inflation. And of course, recent estimates show that it will add hundreds of billions more to the nation's credit card. Rather than providing relief for Americans struggling to make ends meet, this legislation raised Americans' taxes while showering Democrat-favored industries with corporate handouts, with the government taking an increasing role in choosing winners and losers in our economy. Unless you're a corporation or a wealthy individual looking to buy an $80,000 electric SUV, the Democrat Inflation Enhancement Act has little to offer. And I think changing the name from the Inflation Reduction Act to the Inflation Enhancement Act is exactly the intellectually honest thing to do. Bidenomics isn't about growing the economy from the middle out or the bottom up, as the president claims in almost every speech. It's the same old top-down, big government agenda Democrats have always pursued. It means then, as you know, higher taxes, more reckless spending, and a growing national debt as far as the eye can see into the future. It's time for a change in policy, not merely a change in messaging. President Biden needs to redirect his message to the facts, the real facts of life, because Bidenomics is not selling.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congress and our entire nation have no more solemn duty than ones we owe to our veterans. They've given their blood, their sweat, and their tears for our great country. They fought on battlefields only to come home and face new battles, like difficulty accessing health care, challenges in transitioning to civilian life. A lot of them face homelessness, PTSD, and of course, we hear it all the time in our various congressional offices about bureaucratic red tape at the Veterans Administration. I've long engaged in Veteran Administration oversight. The VA's fought my efforts tooth and nail. I won't tire. Our veterans deserve nothing less than making sure the VA delivers in an efficient way, and particularly when we find things to be wrong there. It's because of my oversight that I've placed a hold on the nomination of Tanya Bradsher to be Deputy Secretary at the VA. I urge my colleagues to oppose the nomination as well. And so I'm here to tell you why. Records in my possession, as well as statements from VA whistleblowers, show that Ms. Bradsher has failed to secure our veterans' private and sensitive protected health information, personally identifiable information, and whistleblower information. Information also shows that she played a key role in the Veteran Administration's obstruction of my investigation of VA corruption. My Democratic colleagues raised Ms. Bradsher's nomination through the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee without even investigating the allegations that I brought to the committee's attention. Let's start with one of these, with the VA Integrated Enterprise Workflow Solution, otherwise known by the acronym VIEWS. Records show that this system exposes sensitive medical, health, and personal information of many veterans, as well as whistleblower names and information. At least 1,900 Veteran Affairs employees have access to this system, but without the need to view this sensitive information. Now, Ms. Bradsher has direct responsibility for that system as the VA's Chief of Staff, her present position. Emails and screenshots from views were supplied to me by whistleblowers, and most of my colleagues know I get a lot of information from whistleblowers. These emails show that these whistleblowers notified Ms. Bradsher's deputy last July, a whole year ago, about these issues. One of these whistleblowers told Ms. Bradsher's office she had been harassed and that she feared for her safety. To this day, Ms. Bradsher hasn't followed up or instructed anyone else to follow up with these whistleblowers to make sure that their concerns were addressed. Despite questions for the record asked by Ranking Member Moran and Senator Blackburn, Ms. Bradsher has offered no explanation whatsoever for why the specific personnel information brought to her office's attention was not secured as it should be secured. Instead, she pointed to a few feeble actions she says were taken to address future correspondence, such as training on private data. This is unacceptable for a nominee who will be in charge of the VA's effort to modernize our veterans' sensitive electronic health records if she is confirmed. Ms. Bradsher was in the Chief of Staff's position 16 months before whistleblowers notified her of the serious potential data breach, and now for a year after. That kind of inaction and negligence is remarkable, even for the Veterans Administration. These flaws provide a backdoor enabling whistleblower retaliation and potential identity fraud, and they must be fixed now, not ignored. The matter was serious enough that the Office of Special Counsel last August found, and I quote, substantial likelihood of wrongdoing, end of quote, in potential violation of federal privacy laws, and ordered the Secretary to complete an investigation within 60 days. The Veterans Administration still hasn't completed its investigation. So the Office of Special Counsel advised my office that the most serious allegations relating to data privacy has already been confirmed. The Veterans Administration's report to the Office of Special Counsel should be issued by August 1, just days away. We failed our nation's veterans and neglect our constitutional duty to offer informed advice and consent on this nomination if we allowed the nomination to go forward before we have those answers. Also, how can any member have an informed choice on this nominee if the Veterans Affairs Committee didn't even bother to interview the people with relevant information on that matter? Instead, rather than investigate, the majority actually circulated a misleading memo to the committee members that was written by the Veterans Administration. It also slandered my office by claiming my staff had these allegations, but intentionally hid them from the committee until the day before Ms. Bradsher's hearing. This is not true. My staff provided the information to the committee right away. The VA ought to quickly get with the program And that brings me to my second point of opposition to this nominee. Documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act show that Ms. Bradsher played a key role in the VA's failed response to my investigation into VA corruption, which the VA has stonewalled for over 2 years. We shouldn't continue to reward the Veterans Administration and a nominee for their inattention to congressional oversight. We shouldn't confirm a nominee who represents business as usual and continued inattention to Congress and our veterans. I urge my colleagues to vote against this nomination until we get the answers to the American people as they deserve those answers. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. When it comes to the economy, we hear a lot about numbers, the inflation rate, how much more groceries cost, or how many businesses are struggling to find employees. Those numbers are important. They tell us the big picture story of where our economy is and where it's going. And right now, that's not a pretty picture. But as elected representatives, we work for our people. It is critical that we listen to the voices of the people who live in our states and who are being deeply affected by the numbers we read in Bloomberg or the Wall Street Journal. In a speech he made last week, President Biden promised that his economic policy is helping across the board, quote, in rural America, the heartland, all across America, end quote. He claimed that Bidenomics is the silver bullet for financial struggles among middle-class Americans around the country. I don't know who the president is talking to, but my experience hearing from Americans in the heartland is a lot different than what he said in that speech. Many Nebraskans are struggling under unforgiving load of inflation, kick-started by this administration's almost $2 trillion stimulus package in 2021. So today, let's zoom in on Nebraska. When I'm back in my home state, I'm constantly hearing stories of hardship from my fellow Nebraskans, whether they're farmers, teachers, or small business owners. It is truly painful to hear about some of the experience people are having due to inflation. So let me tell you about Bidenomics in Nebraska. When I stopped by a coffee shop in 2022, the owner told me his electric bill had skyrocketed from $40 a month to over $300 a month. And that coffee shop owner is now gone. He couldn't afford Bidenomics, and he closed his shop. That is Bidenomics in Nebraska. A year later, not much has changed. As one of our Nebraska farmers told me a few weeks ago, quote, prices take the elevator up, but the stairs down, end quote. Inflation causes costs to rise quickly, and they stay up there for a long time. One big economically irresponsible move from the administration, well, that sets the stage for years of struggle. That is Bidenomics in Nebraska. Several rural businesses in the state shared their struggles with a local newspaper earlier this year. Many of these business owners feel, quote, at a loss for what to do as their livelihoods crumble under the pressure. A honey farmer shared that consistently rising prices squeeze his family into a difficult position when doing things as simple as putting their honey in jars. Sometimes they could only afford to get the container. Sometimes they could only afford to get the lids, but not both. He said, quote, we're kind of forgotten about way out here, end quote. That is Bidenomics in Nebraska. That doesn't line up with the president's boasts of an economy that works for middle-class Americans in the heartland. Instead, while the Biden administration chatters on about its support for the middle class, thousands of people in that category are pulling out all the stops to pay their necessary expenses. The Salvation Army of Lincoln, Nebraska, reported a couple months ago that it has seen a 50% increase in service requests in just a year. People are going to charities to get help, paying rent and utilities as the economy suffers. A Salvation Army officer said, quote, for people who are on medical equipment, having their electricity on is a very important aspect, end quote. That is Bidenomics in Nebraska. The president has a middle-class problem. Average Americans are hollowing out their savings, and they're taking on record debt just to keep up with these stunning levels of inflation, or as the White House likes to call it, Bidenomics. The president said last week, quote, Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream, end quote. Wrong. Since when does the American dream include taking a second job just to be able to afford rent, or having to choose between containers and lids for honey jars, or racking your brain for ways to catch up on an electricity bill that will not stop rising? The president should step off the podium. He should stop delivering empty promises. And he should actually get down to business, fixing the bloated economy that he has created. Nebraskans are not listening to the administration's inflated claims about helping the middle class, but they are listening to the mortgage increases and to their dwindling savings accounts. Americans know what Bidenomics look like, and it looks like failed leadership. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Now, on another matter, for more than 2 years now, the Biden administration has sent the Senate a steady stream of radical and unqualified nominees. That much is hardly news. But today, the president fixed to serve as Secretary of Labor made an especially ignominious bit of history. Julie Sue has now waited longer for confirmation by the Senate of the same party as the president than any previous cabinet nominee on record. Her nomination has spent 4.5 months in limbo while Senate Democrats decide whether they can even muster a party line confirmation vote. We're still taking input. That's become sort of our colleagues' go-to line as they decide whether to hold their noses and vote for this scandal-plagued left-wing activist into the job. Well, I'd suggest to our colleagues that there's not too much that Ms. Sue's radical record has left to the imagination. This is the nominee who managed to botch her previous job so royally that the biggest newspaper in her home state, the Los Angeles Times, called one department's performance on her watch a, quote, epic failure. That's the LA Times on the then California department head. As head of the California Labor Authority, Ms. Sue was responsible for tens of billions of dollars in fraudulent unemployment insurance payments. Tens of billions of dollars in fraud. Why on earth would the Biden administration think that sort of a performance deserved an encore? Well, maybe because Ms. Sue has a penchant for doing the bidding of Democrats' favorite liberal activists and big labor allies. On the job in California, Ms. Sue reportedly instructed employees on how to hide illegal immigrants from customs authorities working to enforce the law. Here in Washington, she's worked overtime to give unions access to more of workers' paychecks and veto power over fast-evolving industries where independent contractors and gig workers thrive. So, Mr. President, American taxpayers have seen enough of Julie Sue. When will Senate Democrats finally decide they have as well?
Senator Corden, thanks for your leadership on this, that you have been at this and at this and at this, to be able to focus in on the country on what we're going to do on the border crisis. It's interesting that the numbers can run up to 10,000 a day, and then they drop back to 3,000 to 5,000 a day, and the Biden administration says, look, the numbers are way down, and it seems that the national media just looks away. They just take the cue from the Biden administration, don't pay attention to this anymore. Everything's just fine. Don't stare at the 3,000 to 5,000 people still coming across the border, still being released, into the unaccompanied minors that are still being released out in the countries that the Biden administration has no idea where they are. We have multitudes of challenges here. The population crossing the border right now is a different population than what we saw even last year. Fewer people that are Spanish speakers. The cartels are advertising worldwide and are drawing more and more people in from Pakistan, from Russia, from China, from West Africa, from areas outside of Central America. We're seeing folks that are coming in. The vast numbers of those are men in their 20s and 30s. We saw this at 9/11, where the country was not focused in on individuals that were illegally present in the country, and a small handful of people that were not legally present in the country caused a major national security loss for us, and 3,000 Americans die. Listen, this is a national security issue because we have more and more people that are crossing the border that are not from our region, that are literally come from all over the world, facilitated by the cartels. We have more and more children that are in our country that this administration has no idea where they are, and we have more and more operations from the cartels where they're pushing across asylum seekers at one point, then 3 miles down the river, pushing people in with backpacks and camo to be able to bring in who knows what. This is an ongoing issue. And for whatever reason, the media has chosen to look away and just pretend this problem is solved because the Biden administration has released the numbers are down, when the numbers are 3 times higher than what they were during the Obama administration, and we still have a record low number of deportations while we have a record high number of people illegally crossing the border. All we're trying to do is to be able to get the administration to do their job. They have a basic requirement to be able to enforce the law. Our simple statement is follow the law, enforce the law, follow through on that. We're glad to be able to partner with them on ways to be able to fix the asylum process. There's lots of things that have got to legislatively be done. But right now they have the obligation to follow the law and enforce the law.
Work, and to all my colleagues who made this day possible, thank you very much. Senator Kennedy and Cassidy, I think you've chosen wisely. Mr. Long, what role did you have at the FBI?
Senator, I was Deputy Chief of Staff to Director Wray.
Okay. What period of time?
This would have been in 2020 and the first half of 2021, and for a brief period of time, I was also the Acting Chief of Staff.
Okay. You were there on January 6th?
I was.
So what have you learned from that experience? What's your takeaway about January 6th?
Well, I want to be a little careful here, Senator. There are a number of open investigations and open cases right here in the District of Columbia. As a judicial nominee and a department attorney, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on January 6 cases.
I'm not asking you to talk about the cases, about the event itself.
Well, again, Senator, I'm.
Would you say it's a good day or a bad day for America?
It was a bad day for America, Senator.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I agree with you. So, the FBI. The FBI is taking a beating right now, at least on our side of the aisle. Did you have any knowledge of some of the accusations being made about FBI's handling of the Steele dossier? Anything about the Hunter Biden investigation, about whether or not Mr. Weiss had all the power he needed? Do you know anything about that moment in time?
Well, with respect to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, that predated my role at the FBI by a few years. With respect to the more recent investigations, no, I don't have any information. I haven't been at the FBI in over 2 years. I've been prosecuting cases in New Orleans over the past 2 years, so I don't have any information about those investigations.
So you were there up until mid-21, is that right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So apparently some of these allegations by whistleblowers were made in the middle of 20. Were you aware of any allegations being made regarding the investigation of Hunter Biden as not being fair?
Well, my understanding, Senator, is that there is an open investigation involving
No, my
Hunter
question,
Biden.
did you know anything about this?
I don't have any information. No, I did not know anything about this.
So you don't know, you have no recollection of Mr. Weiss asking for special counsel, additional assistant status?
Again, Senator, this involves an open investigation. As a Department of Justice attorney, as well as a judicial nominee, I'm bound not to comment on open investigations.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Booker.
Biden's plea deal falling apart. What are your thoughts?
Well, there are a lot of people in the House who are better lawyers than I am, and it's a bit confusing now. I'm not sure what happened this morning, but to the extent that it looks like the administration is treating Democrats more favorably than Republicans, I can understand why people in the House are upset about it.
Yes, sir. I saw you reposition yourself. You know, the bottom line is this is a prosecution being done in a fair way by a former Trump prosecutor, and I have faith in the results. Yes?
Thank you, Leader Schumer. What was your reaction to the Hunter Biden plea deal falling apart?
Again, I think I have faith in the prosecution, and it was a Trump prosecutor who was appointed, and no one should interfere with this politically, ideologically, and let justice go forward. Yes?
Are you concerned at all about Mark Penn and No Labels collaborating to undermine Democrats in next year's election?
Joe Biden is going to be a really strong candidate, and he's going to win. Yes?
I don't know if you saw right before you came to the podium that Leader McConnell stopped talking and abruptly went to his office and says he's fine, but any concerns about his health? Noticed anything?
I always wish Leader McConnell well. Yes?
With the appropriations process, we hear from a lot of Democrats calling Republicans spending cut proposals draconian.
In the House you're talking about.
Correct.
Let's not, the House and the Senate are worlds apart when it comes to the appropriations process.
But one thing the House Republicans want to do is return those levels in 2019, non-discretionary, non-defense levels. What's wrong with that number?
The bottom line is, I think that we had an agreement when it came to default. All four parties agreed, and within a week, House Republicans abandoned that agreement. The way to make this work is do it in a bipartisan way, like we are doing in the Senate. If you do it in a partisan way, you're heading to a shutdown. And I am really worried that that's where the House Republicans are headed. Yes?
What's your reaction to Speaker McCarthy showing support for an impeachment inquiry into the President and the House, and how will voters react?
It's absurd. Yes?
What's next on Congress action on climate change a year after the IRA is passed?
Well, there are lots of things we're trying to do administratively. You probably read about some in FERC, where we're working to get a number of good things done. It's very hard with a House that passed an H.R. 1, which is so anti-environmental, to get things done, but we're going to look at every aspect where we can succeed to get things done environmentally in the Senate. Thank you.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we know, President Biden has been talking the last 30 to 60 days about Bidenomics. And I think it would be fair to say that because so many Americans are struggling to support their families, that President Biden is struggling to explain what he means by Bidenomics. I think most fair-minded Americans, based on the year and a half and a few months that President Biden has been president, understand what Bidenomics is, because they understand at this juncture what President Biden believes in. Not only what he believes in, what he's done. Bidenomics, to most fair-minded Americans, is bigger government. Bidenomics is higher taxes. Bidenomics is more regulation. Bidenomics is more spending. Bidenomics is more debt. Bidenomics is also inflation. But let me say that again. First and foremost, Bidenomics is inflation. Inflation, President Biden's inflation, history I believe will demonstrate this, is a cancer on the American dream. It's a cancer on the American dream. Since President Biden has been president, electricity is up 24%. There's your Bidenomics. Gasoline, I'll just quote you from Louisiana, is up 65%. Eggs are up 39%. Potato chips are up 25%. Bread is up 26%. Coffee costs 30% more, thanks to President Biden's inflation and Bidenomics. Rice is up 29%. Flour is up 25%. Milk's up 18%. Ice cream, 18%. Chicken, 23%. I could keep going. Let me give you a few statistics to put those numbers in context. The median household income in my state, Louisiana, is $53,571. The median household income of an American family nationwide is $70,784. So Louisiana median household income, not individual income, household income about $54,000. Median income throughout America is about $71,000. In my state, Bidenomics and President Biden's inflation is causing my people, the average family in Louisiana, an additional $757 a month, not a year, a month. That's $9,084 a year. So imagine in Louisiana, if you're at the median household income of $54,000 a year, that's you and a spouse and children, and all of a sudden, in the past year and a half, under Bidenomics, you've got to come out of pocket an extra $9,000 a year. You're making $54,000 a year to support the family, and now all of a sudden you've got to come out of pocket. You've got to find an extra $9,000 just to tread water. Where are you going to get that money? Maybe you saved up a little money from the stimulus checks, but that's probably gone. Maybe you have a savings account that you set aside, but that's probably gone now too. Maybe you've got a couple of credit cards, but you've maxed those out. Maybe you have a dream of sending your children to college and you have a college fund. You've already had to dip into that, and there's no end in sight. Now, that's the experience of the people in my state from Bidenomics, and I think that's the experience across America. That's why I say that inflation, President Biden's inflation, has been a cancer on the American dream. And I can tell you in Louisiana, my people are getting really good at barely getting by. And there's no end in sight. Now, I'm pleased to be able to say, Mr. President, that the rate of inflation has been coming down. And I hope it keeps coming down. Our last inflation numbers showed that you've seen them reported in the media. Inflation is now at 3%. That's sort of accurate. It is at 3%. But the reason it's at 3% is primarily because of the fall in the price of gasoline. Gasoline is still high, but the price of oil has come down because our economy and the world economy is so weak, so there's less demand for oil. But more important than overall inflation is what we call core inflation. That's what most economists look at. They look at core inflation. Because core, C-O-R-E inflation, looks at inflation without looking at energy or food. Because energy and food can both be very volatile. Core inflation is at 4.8%. And it's been very sticky. Still way over the Federal Reserve's targeted 2%. But it has been coming down, and that's good news. But what does that mean? All it means is that the rate of increase in inflation has been slowing. When you have inflation, let's say at 8%, and you get it down to 6%, that means that you have reduced the rate of increase of the prices. The economists call that disinflation. That doesn't mean that prices are going down. It just means that prices aren't rising as rapidly. And if we can get core inflation down to 2%, that does not mean these high prices that I just quoted are going to go down. That would be deflation. I regret to tell you, Mr. President, and I think you know what I'm saying is accurate. These high prices are permanent. We're going to be stuck with a 24% increase in electricity. Even if we can get inflation down to 0%, these high prices that have been caused by Bidenomics are permanent. We're going to be stuck with coffee up 30%. I'm not going to reread the list. That's why I say that inflation, the major product of Bidenomics, has been a cancer on the American dream. Now, my people in Louisiana need every dollar they can get right now. Average family making $54,000 a year, now having to find an additional $9,000 a year, and that's not going to change. Their only hope is that it doesn't get worse. So I want to call the attention of my people to tax refunds. A lot of my people get tax refunds. They get money back. They have money withheld from their paycheck, and oftentimes it's too much. And the state of Louisiana and the federal government owe them money in the form of a tax refund. And sometimes my people in Louisiana are busy earning a living. They get up every day, they go to work, they obey the law, they pay their taxes, they try to teach their children morals, they try to do the right thing for their children. They get busy, and sometimes people forget to claim their tax refunds. So I'm here today, number one, to try to explain Bidenomics and tell the people in Louisiana and the people in America, I'm sorry they're having to go through this. But number two, I understand every dollar counts. And please, please, please check and see if you are due a tax refund. For example, let's start with the state. The state of Louisiana is holding almost $12 million, $11,574,249 that is owed in tax refunds to the people in Louisiana. 15,461 people are owed a tax refund, and they haven't claimed it. The average refund is about $750. You need to claim it, I say to my people. You need to claim it by August 28th. If you don't claim it by August 28th, you won't lose it. The money will be transferred to the Treasury Department, become part of what is called the Unclaimed Property Program. And then you just have to fill out more paperwork to get your money. So if you think you have a tax refund due from the state of Louisiana, go get it by August 28th. It's worth checking. All you've got to do is go to the Department of Revenue website, revenue.louisiana.gov, revenue.louisiana.gov. Now also, my Department of Revenue, thank you for doing this, just sent out letters to every one of these 15,461 people to whom the state owes a tax refund. Our Department of Revenue sent them a letter. Please open that letter. Don't throw it away. This includes individuals and business women and businessmen. All you've got to do is open that letter, and there's a voucher on there. You just fill it out and send it back into the Department of Revenue, and you'll get your money. So please do that. You earned it. Now, at the federal level, it's a little more complicated, to no one's surprise. At the federal level, I tried to get the information from the IRS about how much is owed to my people in terms of federal income tax refunds. You won't faint with surprise, Mr. President, when I say it's hard to get them on the phone. And when we did get them on the phone, they said, we can't give you that information. If we told you, we'd have to kill you. Okay, so I went back and did some research. The most recent numbers I have are from 2019. And in 2019, tax refunds in the amount of $22 million were owed to the people in Louisiana. These are federal income tax refunds. This is 2019 now. I don't know what the current number is because the IRS won't tell me. But based on 2019 numbers, it's anywhere from $22 to $25 million. And based on 2019 numbers, about 22,000 Louisianians are owed federal income tax refunds on top of the state income tax refunds. And I want to encourage them to check to see if they have a federal income tax refund. Here's what you need to do. You can call them if you'd like, but lots of luck, okay? Go to www.irs.gov/refunds. www.irs.gov/refunds. And you can check to see if the IRS owes you a tax refund. You're going to need your Social Security number, of course, or your taxpayer ID number. You're going to need your filing status. They want you to tell them the exact amount of your refund. They have all that information, but they want you to tell it to them. Just don't argue with them. Just go ahead and do it based off your tax return. And you can make a claim there online and give them a reasonable amount of time, and you can get a check from the federal government as well. I used to be the tax collector in Louisiana, and I can tell you for a variety of reasons that a lot of people, not just Louisianians, all across America, forget to claim their state income tax refund and or their federal income tax refund. So I hope they'll take advantage of this. I'm sorry. I just want to say to them, I'm sorry that the federal government has let them down. I'm embarrassed about Bidenomics. I'm sorry about this inflation. There's a cancer on the American dream. I'm afraid it's going to be with us a while. I hope I'm wrong, but if we succeed in getting that rate of inflation down to 2%, that doesn't mean prices are going to go down. I wish I could sit here and tell you that. These higher prices are permanent. What we're trying to do is just stop the increase, stop the prices from going up so fast. So I hope you'll take advantage of this information, not just in Louisiana, but all across America, and go claim your tax refunds if you're owed them. Madam President, I yield to my friend and colleague, Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 266, Tarek A. McGrath to be United States Attorney for the Southern District of California, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Ohio.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President. My objection is not specific to this nominee. I think the Biden administration has sent a lot of unqualified folks it's not sending its best to the Department of Justice. Many of the nominees are unqualified. Some of them seem actively corrupt, and some, I assume, are good people. But the problem is not this specific nominee. The problem is the fact that the Department of Justice has been corrupted under the Biden administration, and there needs to be some reckoning with the American people and with this body and with the nominations process before we allow these nominees to glide path to the confirmation process. Let's just talk about a tale of two leaders in this country right now, one a Democrat and one a Republican. Of course, the President of the United States, his son, Hunter Biden, has multiple federal charges, multiple federal investigations that implicate directly on the president's business dealings, may very well implicate the president directly, and plausibly could lead to some significant problems for the president in the presidential election. Yesterday, The plea deal that the Department of Justice cut with Hunter Biden fell apart under minimal scrutiny from the federal judge in that case. That is how the Department of Justice treats the Democratic leadership in this country, with kid gloves, even in the face of very serious corruption. Now let's ask ourselves how they treat the former Republican president in the face of a classified document scandal where literally the claim is that the President of the United States mishandled the documents of his own administration. Now, nobody doubts that President Trump had the right to declassify the documents at issue in this case. The argument is that he didn't, and therefore they want to throw him in jail. Is that really what we're doing at the height of a presidential campaign, is trying to throw the former president in jail, the likely leader of the opposition in prison because he didn't cross the T's and dot the I's on the classification or declassification process? This is a ridiculous scandal in our entire country. And look, whether these nominees are qualified or not qualified, we should have the vote and make that determination as a body. It's not, at the end of the day, as I've learned in 8 months, all that difficult and all that hard to vote. But we have to stop giving these nominees a glide path until Merrick Garland commits to using the Department of Justice for justice and not for politics as it's being used today. So, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, let me just add.
The senator from California.
Let me just add, Mr. President, that it is beyond disappointing and beyond frustrating that our colleague from Ohio continues to hold the Senate process hostage for political gain. I won't get into the credentials and stellar qualifications that Ms. McGrath has to serve in this capacity. We'll reserve that for a more constructive day relative to her confirmation. But I will note this for the sense of urgency. In the Southern District of California, the current acting U.S. attorney is due to step down on August 4th. So there's an urgency to this particular confirmation, a confirmation which was approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee, by the way, but has not been voted on by the entire Senate. And it's not just this confirmation. I'm not going to talk about federal judges. I'm not going to talk about military promotions that are on hold because of politics being played on the other side of the aisle. I believe the American people deserve to know that when even U.S. attorneys are being held up, confirmation of U.S. attorneys are being held up, it is impeding the investigation of crimes. It is impeding the enforcement of our nation's laws. It is impeding the cooperation and coordination between various prosecutors' offices throughout the country. That is the job of a U.S. attorney. And it's shameful that Republican colleagues are holding these confirmations up, particularly of candidates for these positions that are far and above the qualifications necessary to serve in these capacities. Mr. President, I also...
Madam President.
The Republican leaders recognized.
The Biden administration has been working overtime to sell the American people a fantasy. The President would like working families who struggled under 2 years of soaring inflation believe they're afraid that Bidenomics is working for America. The White House press secretary declared recently that, quote, people are feeling better about their personal finances. If only that were true. Unfortunately, the American people have too many reasons to believe their financial outlook is worse today, worse than when the president took office. According to a survey conducted last month, just 24% of voters say the American economy is on the right track. Less than a third buy the claim that this administration's policies are bringing costs down for working families, and just 22% think inflation is getting any better. So, Madam President, no matter how many ways the administration officials spin the numbers, folks who work for a living and manage a family budget know that Bidenomics has made their lives harder. They know that prices have risen 16.6% since the president took office because they feel it every time they pay their bills. Energy prices, for example, are 38% higher than they were in January of 2021. Groceries are 20% more expensive. In Washington State, one man reported recently that soaring rent had forced him to move, take on a longer commute, spend more on gas, and put his goal of home ownership on hold. In Illinois, one woman told a reporter recently she had paid $90 for groceries that would feed her family of 3 for 3 days and might have to start visiting food pantries. Quote, "You have no choice but to sacrifice," she said. So look at it this way. During the first terms of the last 4 administrations before this one, year-on-year inflation never cracked 4%. Under President Biden, it's happened 26 times. To borrow the president's own phrase, that is Bidenomics in action. As one top Democrat economist put it last year, this is Biden's inflation, and he needs to own it. So it's fitting that the president has finally slapped his name on our current economic situation. He's right to take credit. Working families won't be in this mess if he hadn't spent his first few months in office ramming $2 trillion in left-wing spending down the throat of our economy. So owning the runaway inflation Washington Democrats helped produce is one thing, but it's about time they focused on fixing it. Now, on a different matter, tomorrow the Prime Minister Meloni of Italy will visit Washington for a series of meetings. I look forward to welcoming her to the Capitol at an important time for our two countries' friendship and for Italy's role in the transatlantic alliance. Prime Minister Meloni took office as Europe faced its first large-scale land war in decades, and Italy faced the increasing economic vulnerabilities of reliance on China. By all accounts, she's addressed these challenges head-on. The Prime Minister has repeatedly asserted Italy's commitment to helping Ukraine defeat Russian aggression and rebuild its economy. And importantly, like some leaders, she's done so with refreshing clarity to the Italian people about their own country's concrete interests in helping Ukraine defend itself. Earlier this spring, in an address to the Italian Senate, Prime Minister Meloni summed up the reality. She said, "We are also sending arms to Ukrainians to prevent the possibility of having to use them ourselves one day. We're sending arms to Ukraine also to keep the war far away from the rest of Europe and our home." Not vaguely defining philanthropy, just cold, hard investments in our own country. At the NATO summit in Vilnius earlier this month, Italy's leader rightly declared that, quote, "Our freedom has a cost. What is invested in defense comes back tenfold, 100-fold, in terms of our ability to defend our national interests." Secretary General Stoltenberg has recognized that Prime Minister's strong personal commitment to NATO and to our transatlantic alliance. And the Italian government has expressed its intention to accelerate progress toward the alliance's 2% defense spending target. I hope and expect to see Italy and all NATO allies meet this goal. This shift in Italy's approach to defense and security policy reflects what allies are recognizing across Europe, that the long holiday from history is over, and that investments in hard power are overdue. But as Prime Minister Maloney meets with President Biden tomorrow, it's important to remember that our shared interests extend beyond Europe. Italy is rightly concerned about growing instability, terrorism, and migration flows in Africa, yet another area where Russian and Chinese influence has played a corrosive and threatening role. America has a shared interest in keeping pressure on the global terrorist resurgence that has followed the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm also encouraged that the Italian government is unraveling its involvement in China's so-called Belt and Road Initiative, another indication that European allies are taking steps to protect themselves against China's economic coercion. So if we are serious about competition with the PRC, we need to work more closely with allies and partners who share our interest in preserving a world of free and fair trade and secure policy chains. So I'm hopeful that President Biden and Prime Minister Maloney have a productive meeting tomorrow. I look forward to discussing our two nations' common challenges and priorities with her directly. In the meantime, I'm hopeful our colleagues will continue to work diligently to provide for the common defense and equip America and our allies to meet and deter common threats. I suggest that support.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
He's got to figure it out.
I do. I'm going to show Senator Capito what a chart's supposed to look like here. So, if you have the chance to go into a member of Congress's office, you'll oftentimes see a collection of challenge coins. They are coins given to us by members of the United States military that represent a particular unit that perhaps a commander has. But they always try to capture the character, the essence of what they do. My favorite challenge coin I've ever received, and if you came into my office, you'd see a large collection as well, came from the 341st Missile Wing out of Great Falls, Montana. That's Malmstrom Air Force Base. And the coin, and I brought it here today, was from the commander. And because you can't see it from where you're at, I did try to make a chart so you can see it. And what it says on this coin from the 341st Missile Wing says, scaring the hell out of America's enemies since 1962.
You want me to hold your
Yeah,
chart?
Thank you, thank you.
Wow, that's even worse.
Right. Shelley, thank you.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
I'm here to serve.
But on a more serious note, that 341st Missile Wing oversees 150 intercontinental ballistic missiles that we have in Montana. Senator Barrasso also has 150 intercontinental ballistic missiles in Wyoming. North Dakota has the remaining third, 150. Those 450 intercontinental ballistic missiles are one of the most important sources of strength for our U.S. military because these are truly weapons of mass and massive destruction that keeps our enemies at bay. As Ronald Reagan believed in the doctrine of peace through strength, those ICBMs do that. However, under this administration, under the Biden administration, we're no longer practicing peace through strength. Whether it's that Chinese spy balloon, when it came over Montana, it lingered right over our missile silos, or whether it's drag shows now that the Air Force bases are sponsoring and condoning for children. And I'm not making this up. Biden has projected American weakness around the world. This is not the military or the foreign policy agenda that Americans want. We must repair our image on the world stage. As we now take up the NDAA in the United States Senate, we'll have a chance to bolster United States national security, to push back on the Biden administration's weakness and remind the world that the United States military remains the best and the most fierce fighting force in the world. I've introduced amendments that would sanction Chinese companies and individuals involved with the spy balloon incident. By the way, as the Wall Street Journal broke the story at the end of June, we have found out that spy balloon had U.S. technology made by U.S. companies as part of their configuration. China and the rest of the world must know, and here the United States takes their brazen espionage act very seriously. It's time that President Biden and the Senate Democrats stop embarrassing the United States on the world stage.
Thank you to all of our guests here today as well. I walked in the room and I was incredibly impressed by having so many just wonderful, strong women entrepreneurs. So thank you for joining us. And I also want to welcome the Association of Women's Business Centers, and thanks for all the work that you are doing. And it's incredibly important that you're out there supporting women all across our great United States. And a special shout out to TJ Daniels of the Iowa Women's Business Center, who is also with us. Who is with us here today. So thank you so much. And today we will examine ways to help women-owned small businesses succeed. There are more than 12 million women small business owners contributing $2.1 trillion in total sales to our national economy. While women entrepreneurs are creating jobs and igniting local economies, according to the National Federation of Independent Business, the Small Business Optimism Index remains below the 49-year average for the 18th consecutive month. Inflation and rising interest rates are top concerns. Unfortunately, small businesses continue to suffer under Bidenomics. Despite the White House attempting to paint an optimistic view of the economy, small business owners aren't buying the narrative. President Biden has issued nearly $360 billion in new regulatory costs on our small businesses. Rather than focusing their time and energy on strengthening and growing their small businesses, many have to spend time figuring out how to comply with burdensome government regulations. In an effort to address this, I'm working on the Prove It Act to ensure small businesses have a voice in federal agencies' rulemaking process. Another challenge I hear from businesses and families is the lack of access to affordable, quality child care options. In Iowa, 53,000 women have left the workforce since 2020 due to lack of child care options. While our legislature and Republican Governor Kim Reynolds have made progress, there's much more work to be done, specifically at the federal level. That's why I'm proud to say my bipartisan Small Business Child Care Investment Act with Senator Rosen passed out of our committee just last week. The bill allows nonprofit child care providers, including religious nonprofits, to access the SBA loans. This legislation will create a greater number of affordable child care options, especially in rural areas like mine. And I will continue to advocate for this bill to be signed into law. Furthermore, accessing quality business training and coaching is critical to our women small business owners. By modernizing the Small Business Administration SCORE program, we will be giving entrepreneurs, especially our women entrepreneurs, access to quality mentorship. My SCORE Act of 2023, which revitalizes SBA's mentorship program by adding a team of women business leaders called the National Women's Business Coaches, will work alongside SCORE coaches and pair them with aspiring and existing entrepreneurs. These coaches will work to recruit individuals with expertise across all job industries to join the SCORE program. This will help guarantee our young entrepreneurs receive the relevant and productive assistance to support their path to success. Lastly, I want to highlight a critical bill I introduced to close loopholes that enable fraud in the Women-Owned Small Business Contracting Program. The Accountability in Women-Owned Small Business Contracting Act eliminates self-certification in the program and holds federal agencies to task by forcing department and agency heads to testify before Congress when they fail to meet their own women-owned small business contracting goals. Since much of the discussion today will focus on the SBA's Women Business Center program, and I'm glad for that. I am thankful that we're able to focus on this. But I want to be very clear about my priorities as we consider any potential reauthorization of this program. The distribution of program resources must be made more consistent across all states, especially in our rural areas. Mr. Chairman, I do commend you for having 4 women's business centers in Maryland, but I'm sure you can understand my frustration that in Iowa, we only have one center to service the entire state, and our state is very large. Many of my colleagues on the Republican side share my frustration that as the administration has added additional women's business centers to the program, they haven't seen the benefits in their own states, many of which, like mine, have only one service center. The placement of new centers and the allocation of taxpayer dollars by the SBA must be distributed broadly in the future. Again, I want to thank all of you very much for being here today, and I look forward to our discussion on how we can best serve our women entrepreneurs. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Senator Ernst, thank you for your opening.
Well, Joe Biden is making life worse for American families. When you ask people, is your life better or worse under the Biden policies, only 1 in 5 people say that it's actually made life better. More than 2.5 times as many people said the Biden policies have made their life worse. So the Democrats are completely out of touch with the American people. Clearly, every weekend at home, I continue to hear about the high prices, and Joe Biden is the president of high prices. And you think with such a bad report card, the president would let up a little, but he didn't. This past week, he accelerated his attacks on affordable American energy. Look, prices are up 16% since he's taken over. People need some relief, but Joe Biden is so desperate to win the support of the environmental extremists that he'll do whatever they want. And that's why he's come out with new attacks on oil and gas, which are going to raise the cost at the pump, raise the cost in the grocery store, and to heat or cool your home. And these attacks are so bad that they're going to force a number of oil and gas workers to lose their job, and that could be tens of thousands. And for my home state of Wyoming, we are America's energy breadbasket. It's going to be especially devastating. You know, I often wonder if these elitists from the coast have any clue and an understanding of where their energy comes from and where their food comes from. My former colleague Mike Enzi used to always talk about a book called The Hidden America. It was from coal miners to cowboys, the unseen Americans who really make this country work. And Joe Biden could learn a lot from reading the book and from talking to the coal miners and the cowboys all across this country. Because it is these heroes, these hard-working heroes, who are the ones that are most being hurt by Joe Biden and the Democrats who are out of touch with America.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. President Biden, flanked by a veritable army of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, have made their goal very, very clear. Their goal is to hinder fossil fuel production on federal lands and in federal waters by any and every means necessary. And they're doing quite a job of it. In tandem with the climate provisions of the Orwellian-named Inflation Reduction Act, which congressional Democrats passed last summer, New regulations are coming out of the Department of Interior, the EPA, CEQ, and even agencies like the Securities Exchange Commission have chilled capital investment of oil, gas, and coal production. This at a particularly inopportune time. You know, the Democrats' war on fossil fuels has only added more risk, more uncertainty, more suffering to this process and to the countless permitting obstacles that energy projects were already facing. And this is contributing to a situation in which energy prices and inflation are making Americans even poorer. At the same time, when they're suffering from the rampant inflation that we have faced over the last 2.5 years because of excessive federal spending and excessive federal regulatory intervention. Instead of allowing American operators to produce domestically, the Biden administration has done everything that it possibly can to slow domestic oil and gas production to try to appease the radical fringe elements of the environmental lobby, while groveling to Venezuela and Saudi Arabia for more oil supply to try to bring down prices for a moment for short-term political gain. This strategy makes absolutely no sense. We've got boundless domestic oil and gas reserves that are far better, environmentally speaking, and far better for Americans, economically speaking. Substantive regulatory and permitting reform is indeed long overdue. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation today, and I thank the chairman for convening the hearing. Mr. Obermueller, I'd like to start with you. As environmental groups have increased their opposition to the production of oil and natural gas on federal lands over the last 25 years, perhaps it comes as no surprise that in FY 2022, for the first time, 100% of the parcels posted for sale, where there were leases going on, were protested and litigated. 100%. That had never happened before. This kind of litigation, of course, targets permits, leases, licenses, permits for drilling and so forth, and of course NEPA analysis for wells,